Chapter 4169, Sword Abyss, it's too early for you. He chuckled and stood up. Let's go. You're moving upstream, young noble? She hurriedly asked. No, sword burial is vast and there are other places to be. A fun show is waiting. He shook his head and started walking. What type of fun show? She followed and asked. What is the most tempting thing about this place? He glanced at her. The divine swords? She blurted out before correcting herself. No, the immortal sword. Not quite the latter, but it's still very tempting. He said. A heavenly sword then? She speculated, aware that something interesting to Wuxia would shock all of Sword Continent. The behemoths such as Sea Emperor and Nine-Will Citadel were here already. A Tao Lord weapon might not warrant a full mobilization from them. The first thing that came to her mind was the missing myriad era. No need to guess blindly, just wait for the show. He smiled. She followed closely while brimming with curiosity. Though sword burial had 5 domains, they weren't layered perfectly. Some borders overlapped with multiple further out domains. This allowed cultivators to select a safe path. Over the years, this path became well studied, perfected, and most importantly, available to most. Moreover, Sea Emperor and Nine-Wheel's legions have led the way. It became easier for people to know where to go. Some deliberately ignored the potential swords at the river. They crossed it first to head for the second domain, Sword Abyss. This place was a canyon that meandered around the inner regions of sword burial, deep enough to be described as bottomless, just like the jaws of a great beast. Upon closer inspection with a heavenly gaze, one could see flickering pulses, akin to spirits playing in the dark. Unfortunately, the dark affinity was just too strong down there. The pulses were on the verge of extinguishing. Sword reflections. Of course, cultivators knew what they were, divine swords. Sword Abyss had another name, Wish Pond. The reason was very simple, one would just need to throw their swords down here. If one sword managed to hit a divine sword, then the divine sword would fly up and become the reward. In the case of failure, they simply lost their abandoned swords. The probability of success was rather low. As for jumping down there to get them, others had this idea before. They never came back up again regardless of their cultivation prowess. Even Tao Lords stopped on top and didn't dare to take the risk. From another perspective, the abyss was actually quite safe as long as cultivators knew their limit. This made it a popular destination for the vagabonds and those from smaller sections. They didn't have enough power to take divine swords from the river or the grave. On the other hand, the abyss relied on luck and a willingness to throw away any sword, whether it be their favorite or some random ones. Clank. 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 There was a long line already of cultivators tossing swords down the abyss. Just hitting the divine swords didn't guarantee success. Nonetheless, the clanks gave them hope. Many came prepared, some brought thousands and thousands of worthless swords made from ordinary steel. A few experts cared more about their status and threw down cultivation swords instead of mortal swords. There were some who threw down precious swords as well. The most popular strategy seemed to be making it a number game, throw down as many swords as possible and hope for the best. Since most tossed swords were worthless, trading 1,000,000 of them for one divine sword was more than worth it. Therefore, some sects mobilized numerous disciples. The smaller sects had everyone ranging from the ordinary disciples to the sect masters arriving. The person currently in the front of the line was a top cultivator. He activated his heavenly gaze and spotted the flashing lights. He locked onto them and threw out more than 1,000 swords at the same time. Loud clanks could be heard akin to pearls accidentally falling on the ground. Alas, nothing reacted and he left with a wry smile. One younger cultivator showed respect and bowed his head towards the abyss with his palms placed together. He seemed to be praying, "Venerable ancestors and spirits, please guide me." Another focused on a single divine sword, throwing all of his swords in one direction. Sigh, nothing after 36,000 iron swords. One attempter became disappointed after tossing out the last one. Lucky, I brought more than 80,000 swords. The next attempter saw this and remained optimistic. He tossed them down in a particular order as if he had gotten hold of the rules here. That's nothing, brat. An old man nearby said, the last time this place showed up, our ancestor led 3,000 disciples here in a total of 90 million swords. We returned empty-handed after wasting all of our resources on those swords. It wasn't nice being poor for a long time afterward. Of course, there were happy stories. One cultivator prostrated and performed a full kowtow rite. His sincerity nearly moved some to tears. Clank. He used all of his might to throw a sword forward. Whoosh. Suddenly, a meteoric ray accompanied by a phoenix screech rushed upward. A fiery sword landed in his palm. The crowd was amazed because he only needed one attempt to obtain a divine sword. Chapter 4170, Middle-aged man, looks like reverence works, we should give it a shot. The crowd clamored after seeing a successful attempt while feeling awfully jealous. If that's the case, then the brother next to me would have 1,000 divine swords by now. One expert sneered. Sure enough, the person next to him has been praying the entire time. Gods and spirits of sword burial, bless me with a divine sword. He has been doing this the entire time, kowtowing and respectfully tossing swords into the abyss. This did not work for him, but he maintained his conviction and showed no sign of giving up. The expert was right. If reverence and respect worked, numerous cultivators would be playing with their own divine sword right now. All in all, it was quite lively on this cliff. A few had done reports on this phenomenon before. The starting number of swords thrown into the abyss each opening should be 100 million or so. As time passed, the mountains of swords should have been visible. Alas, the black void remained the same, seemingly capable of containing 3,000 worlds. This only made people respect it even more. Falling in there meant dying without a burial. Come, there's someone extraordinary here. Someone shouted and told people to run to the other side of the abyss. What do you mean? A listener asked. Words can't describe this, just come before it's too late. The person responded and started running. Those who kept their cool at first wavered after seeing the exodus. One guy wondered, can't be more extraordinary than Wuxia. From what I've heard, he's even more impressive, let's go. One runner who had heard the details shouted. Just like that, more and more people ran over for the show. This side of the abyss was packed with people. There was no room left to get closer. Buzz. 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 Sword hymns happened repeatedly as divine swords flew upward. Dragon cries, phoenix screeches, tiger roars, starry lights, incinerating flames, the divine swords all had their own visual phenomena. They were summoned by a middle-aged man whose messy hair draped down on his face, hiding half of it. His once black robe has turned gray at this point after being washed too many times. The fabrics shouldn't last much longer. He appeared poor and lonely like a dog down on its luck. Most would assume that he was from a small sect. However, he was doing something extraordinary, tossing one scrap metal after another into the abyss. Other cultivators were tossing cheap swords, but ultimately, they were still swords. This man was clearly using broken pieces found in sword burial. The most surprising thing was how effective it was. Every piece of metal earned him a divine sword. Clank. A sword flew up and exuded the might of the sun. Incredible, a solar affinity divine sword. Cheers could be heard. Clank. Another one incinerated the sky. It's searing the sky. They shouted again. Clank. One more floated up and numerous beast roars could be heard, frightening the listeners. Ultimately, the rule for him was one scrap metal meant one divine sword. Others became slack-jawed. They had tried so many things and wasted countless swords only to fail. Worst of all, he casually tossed the scrap pieces without bothering to look at all. He also didn't try to catch the divine swords and let them fall back into the abyss. All of them were incredible and highly coveted. Just possessing one was a dream come true. Alas, he seemed to be bored and was just doing this to kill time. What a waste, I can watch no longer. One ancestor finally lost his patience and leaped forward to grasp one of the blades. Nice. The audience applauded after he gripped the hilt. However, the sword suddenly became immeasurably heavy. The ancestor lost control and was dragged down to the abyss with it. Ah! His scream echoed upward as he disappeared from sight. There's no getting up again. Others instinctively staggered backward away from the edge. They also gave up since they had a similar idea as the old man. The middle-aged man didn't care for this at all. He didn't look at anyone among the crowd, treating them as air. Who is he? This question popped up. I don't know, do you see any clues about his sect? Spectators wondered. Unfortunately, there were no marks or symbols on his robe. No, I got nothing. A knowledgeable ancestor gave up after a careful examination. Chapter 4171, A Hidden Master? One expert said after seeing the man easily doing something no one else could. I've never heard of someone being able to do this. A big shot replied. The important characters thought about this repeatedly and couldn't come up with a historical character matching this middle-aged man. He must be from a famous sect. Another expert whispered. No one had a problem with this statement. Only a large sect would be able to produce a cultivator with this magical ability. Alas, they still couldn't match him up with a particular sect. How is he unknown? A high elder wondered while watching the floating divine swords. Sir, where are you from? One cultivator finally walked forward and bowed deeply to ask. The middle-aged man didn't answer, either not hearing him or not scaring in the slightest. The cultivator became awkward and smiled wryly, not daring to say anything else. After all, this man should be a hidden master. Provoking someone like that wouldn't end well. So unreal, this is comparable to a feat from a Dao Lord. One youth commented. No, not even Dao Lords can do this. They came here before and didn't obtain the divine swords so easily. An ancestor shook his head. Who the hell is he? This question bothered everyone. Alas, the guy seemed rather eccentric and distant. He ignored everyone so it became impossible to figure out more information. I can't believe he doesn't want any of them. One spectator said. They were jealous because numerous divine swords had floated up at this point. If he had gathered them, he would have more divine swords than any other sect in Sword Continent. This would be a treasury expensive enough to make people go crazy and fight to the death. I just want one, I'll even call him Grandpa. A youth from a small sect shamelessly said. Of course, the middle-aged man still ignored him. Too many crazy people nowadays, can't make sense of anything anymore. One ancestor sighed and reflected. Who is he? Snowcloud Princess asked Wuxia. The two of them had also arrived at Sword Abyss and were watching the middle-aged man. She was in awe after seeing how easily this man summoned those divine swords. This made her think of Wuxia. If anyone could do something so insane and miraculous, he would be the first person on her mind. However, this wasn't the case here. She stared at him, hoping for an answer. Interesting. Wuxia smirked and rubbed his chin while observing the middle-aged man. He didn't answer the question and started walking closer to the man. Wuxia? Why is he here? The crowd clamored after seeing him. They even made a path for him to get through. The sorcerer is here. One expert said. Sorcery versus sorcery. A last-gen member said, no, miracle versus miracle. Is Wuxia up to it? It would be very interesting. The crowd talked among themselves. Wuxia was the world's richest right now, capable of performing some outrageous deeds despite his weak cultivation. The word impossible was not in his dictionary. They felt as if he was the only one who could match this mysterious middle-aged man. A mountain can't have two tigers, will they fight? One youth murmured. A fight might be too much, but a contest is possible. It'll be great to watch. His friend said. Everyone else was overwhelmed with anticipation, wanting to see which was the most devilish of the two. Meanwhile, Li Qie was standing next to the man who was still tossing out scrap metal. The latter stopped and turned around. It's happening, it's happening. Many took a deep breath. Though the man was only turning around, this still shocked the crowd more than a formidable attack. Prior to this, ancestors and kings tried to talk to this man to no avail. He never reacted to any of them, not even a single glance. Now, Li Qie only got close and hasn't said anything but still got a response. Li Qie smiled as the two stood face to face. Though half of the man's face was covered by his hair, he still gazed at Li Qie. Time seemed to be shifting to the past. The scene became deathly still and silent. In reality, a temporal stagnation was actually happening. Everyone else disappeared right away. Only Li Qie and the man existed as time reverted back to the primordial. Chapter 4172. Everything else became insignificant and illusory. Only apex existences like them were eternal at this moment. While their eyes were fixed on each other, the previous epochs popped up within a flashing primordial light. Deities, geniuses, golden eras equals all beautiful but ephemeral in the grand scheme of things. This included ancient emperors and Dao lords. Only a few selected existences were lucky enough to withstand the test of time. The spectators didn't notice this phenomenon and only cared about a potential contest between these two cultivators. Eventually, Li Qie averted his gaze, the same with the middle-aged man. This only lasted a second, yet epochs have passed. The rise and fall of eras happened before their eyes. Come, let me try. Li Qie smiled and raised his hand, gesturing for a broken piece. He seemed eager to test his luck with the abyss. It's starting. Everyone opened their eyes wide in anticipation. Earlier, the man did something unfathomable. They wondered if Li Qie could somehow duplicate this feat and gain some divine swords. Or, could he even do better and surpass the man somehow? Alas, it didn't develop the way they wanted. The man suddenly turned around and jumped into the abyss. No! Some blurted out after seeing this. What the hell? They roared in astonishment and could only watch as he disappeared into the darkness. Initially, they thought that it would be a great show regardless of the victor. Why did that man commit suicide after being challenged by Li Qie? The mysterious man was clearly a wondrous cultivator. This shouldn't have been his end. Confusion took over right away. Why did he do that? Someone calmed down and asked. I don't get it either. No need to commit suicide even if he thinks he'll lose to Li Qie. A knowledgeable ancestor didn't know where to start. Such pessimism and narrow-mindedness weren't fitting for someone as capable as him. How stingy, I was just playing around. Li Qie shrugged. You killed him and still called him stingy? One crowd member quietly complained. This brat is just on another level, forcing the enemy to commit suicide after one sentence. An ancestor murmured. True, no one else is as devilish as him. Others smiled wryly. Not long ago, they were wholeheartedly impressed by the middle-aged man. Now, it seemed that Li Qie was still the most bizarre, a comet of trouble wherever he went. What happened to him? Snowcloud Princess quietly asked Li Qie, knowing that there were other reasons behind the scene. Li Qie didn't answer her. He looked down at the abyss and said, Whoa, this place has so many crappy swords. This naturally offended everyone because they spent so much effort here for the divine swords below. However, they learned by this point not to mess with Li Qie. Clank. Suddenly, a sword hymn and a bright ray manifested in the burial ground. A magnificent visual phenomenon emerged on the horizon, a monarch's sword soaring above the firmaments, a heavy sword crushing the river of time, an eternal sword never losing its edge. Spectators became alarmed right away. Their swords and the ones in the burial ground started resonating loudly. It has to be the immortal sword appearing. One expert calmed down and shouted. Really? Others clamored. Boom! In another region, myriad swords rushed to the sky and turned into an ocean. A man was at the center and stepped on the swords to head for the source of this phenomenon. Peace Ocean Sword King. Someone recognized him right away. That's Peace Ocean Sword King. His friend gasped while staring at the figure's majestic back. He has been here all along, it's just that he's showing up now because of the immortal sword. A well-informed cultivator told the rest. The number one of the young generation. Many were moved to finally see such a famous figure. Buzz. Pentagram-shaped void zones materialized and widened in that general direction. A youth shrouded in flames crossed through the void zones to travel faster. Spectators were stunned to see the spatial leaps. Void Saint Child. One expert shouted, Peace Ocean Sword King's rival. Looks like the top members of the young generation are here. Another added while watching him entering the inner region. Void Saint Child was one of the 6 kings, a top genius acting as the leader of Ninewell Citadel. Chapter 4173. The appearances of 2 kings excited the crowd, thinking that the Sword Burial Zone's event this time would be amazing. In fact, many from the bigger sects already knew that they were here. It's just that they chose to keep a low profile prior, avoiding drawing unnecessary attention. Rumble. A carriage traveled with lightning speed through the border of the various domains to reach Sword Grave. Sun rays shot out everywhere from 9 suns circling around it. Though there wasn't an accompanying army, the phenomenon exuded by the carriage was dazzling and domineering, more than enough to stir the crowd. 9 Sun Sword Saint. The majority knew who was inside right away. This visual phenomenon was well known in Sword Continent, so it was easy to recognize. The Sword Saint is here too. Discussions began everywhere. I think both saints will show up this time. One expert speculated. 9 Sun Sword Saint was considered to be the leader of the 6 kings, even stronger than Peace Ocean Sword King and Void Saint Child. The other 2 were relatively young geniuses while he was a member of the previous generation. His counterpart was Terra Sword Saint, who was the leader of the 6 sect masters. Normally, these 2 rarely showed themselves in public. This might be an event where people could get to see both of them together. If there's an immortal sword, I think even the 5 overlords will be here. A last-gen expert mused. Poof. Violet energy surged just like a dragon. It zigzagged as it traveled through the river and the abyss, heading straight for the grave. What was that? People couldn't see the person inside the billowing energy. They noticed red flames in the billowing energy as well and became impressed with its lightning speed. The Lord of Flame Valley. A keen-eyed ancestor recognized the existence. 3 kings were here, now a sect master too. Would all of them show up today? One youth became emotional, thinking about all the big shots. It's going to be a bloody conflict for this immortal sword. An old king murmured. Many could smell the stench of blood already before the incoming storm. Let's go, we're heading to Sword Grave. Some lost their patience and wanted to move on. Who wouldn't covet the legendary immortal sword? Regardless of what it actually was, obtaining it meant becoming renowned and invincible. This has been the case for numerous Dao lords after obtaining their heavenly sword here. The temptation was irresistible. I don't want to be late to this. Patience was running short. Elder, what are we waiting for? A youth became agitated. No, we're staying here. The elder shook his head. Why not test our luck? The immortal sword is right there. The youth didn't understand. The deeper it is, the more dangerous. The sword grave isn't simple, death looms in every corner. The elder glared at him. It's that scary? The youth's naiveness and inexperience made him courageous. Your life won't be in your hand the moment you set foot in there. The elder elaborated, if lucky, even a weak cultivator can escape alive. On the other hand, top heavenly sovereigns have fallen in there. This has been the case for millions and millions of years now. Top sovereigns still die there? The youth took a deep breath. The character grave in Sword Grave isn't only referring to graves for the swords. The elder uttered coldly. The juniors nearby took a deep breath and refrained from bringing up this issue again. Nonetheless, this wasn't the case for all groups. Some knew the danger but still entered the grave. There was a chance that this immortal sword could surpass all 9 heavenly swords. This meant that even the behemoths wouldn't be able to touch its master then. We're leaving. Li Chia lost interest in the abyss. Are we heading for Sword Grave? Snowcloud Princess seemed eager to follow Li Chia. Earlier, the Lord of Flame Valley and Dao Institution has shown up. He was actually her master. In reality, other experts from her sect have also arrived, but she picked Li Chia instead. Sure. He glanced towards the direction of the grave and smiled. She walked right behind him. Her goal here was to gain more knowledge, not to obtain the divine swords or even the immortal sword. Being the successor of both the valley and the institution, she had access to numerous powerful weapons. There was no need to chase after the divine swords. She wasn't obsessed with the immortal sword either, since becoming the strongest wasn't her goal. This was one of the 7 forbidden zones, a great opportunity to learn more about the world. She thought that following Li Chia was best for this purpose instead of tagging with her sect. As they moved onward, they saw thousands of cultivators running along the safe route. Chapter 4174, Sword Grave's position was third among the 5 domains. Nonetheless, it was already quite perilous. The river and the abyss were relatively safe. This was especially true for the latter, since one just needed to not be suicidal. As for the river, refraining from risky endeavors made it safe as well. This didn't apply to Sword Grave. The moment cultivators set foot inside, their fate was no longer their own. It was meant as a cemetery for swords. No one knew who buried these divine swords here. One rumor said that the swords themselves buried themselves once abandoned by their master. The graves had varying levels of conspicuousness. Some were obvious, others might not be spotted despite people standing next to them. Of course, a few were rather notorious due to the plethora of historical texts regarding their danger. These were known as ominous graves. Each grave should have at least one divine sword beneath. However, one needed to find them on top of being powerful enough to take the divine sword out. The grave could be a pit or a marsh, even a rock or an old root could serve as a grave. All in all, they were everywhere. A visitor would find one eventually with enough patience or vision. Li Chia and Snowcloud Princess stood outside and observed the area. The place had grand geographic features. Unfortunately, there was a lack of life and vegetation due to an abundance of death energy. It gave the impression of being the end of the road for visitors. It included majestic peaks, deep valleys and caves, floating boulders. The death energy didn't overwhelm the various sword energies either. However, the sword energies here were different and didn't rampage chaotically. Nonetheless, it was still uncomfortable and oppressive. Ultimately, regardless of how deep the divine swords were buried, they were still mighty and their auras couldn't be completely hidden. One particular peak would seize everyone's attention because it was the highest. While in this area, visitors could always see it by just looking up. It resembled a massive sword pinned to the ground and possessed wondrous divinity. This could be the patriarch of all swords. It could stay in this pose for epochs to come, on top of receiving the worship of all divine swords. Thus, visitors would absolutely assume that it was a grave containing the strongest divine sword. That's the number 1 sword grave. There's a high chance that the immortal sword is buried under there. Snowcloud Princess told Li Chia. Let's assume that's the case, it's not easy getting it. Li Chia stared at the peak and smiled. Yes. The princess agreed, there is a top 10 list for the graves here and it is in the first place. Numerous experts including Dao lords have tried only to fail. We're going in. Li Qie chuckled and entered with the princess right behind him. Meanwhile, others shared a similar conversation. Is the immortal sword really there? One expert asked while staring at the tallest peak. That I do not know, what I know is how impossible it is. Space Dragon Emperor, Sword Sea Dao Lord, Sword Queen, War God Dao Lord, Jade Bamboo Dao Lord, they all have tried before. There are plenty of graves here, others in the top 10 have been cracked but no this one. A high elder added. So no one has been able to open it before? A youth asked. We weren't clear enough. The ancestor gave him the side eye. I absolutely got this. The youth remained stubborn. Got this my ass. His senior smacked the back of his head and scolded, you wouldn't be able to get close, let alone open it. The sword energies there would reduce you to blood. You're thinking too highly of him. A different senior shook her head, given his meager cultivation, he would drop to his knees while being 1,000 miles away. In fact, he should be thanking heaven for still being alive at that distance. Is it really that bad? The youth became frightened. Do you think it's notorious for no reason? And all those invincible characters merely messed around? They couldn't open it and yet you consider yourself qualified to try? The first senior glared at him. The youth looked like a deflated balloon and no longer dared to speak. Don't think about the first grave. Only Sea Emperor has the ability to try. A king nearby interjected. It's better to not even try any of those 10 graves if people want to survive a little longer. The minor ones will do. The senior responded. Sigh, it's a shame I wasn't born during Jade Bamboo Dao Lord's era. The Dao Lord planted a branch here and got the rest of the world 3,000 years of opportunities. An expert said wistfully. Jade Bamboo Dao Lord was from Wooden Sword. Their patriarch died in battle here and for millions of years, no one from this sect could come to take back his corpse. The Dao Lord finally picked up the patriarch's corpse later on and left behind a branch in Sword Grave. It became far easier and safer for visitors to obtain divine swords. Unfortunately, the branch only lasted 3,000 years before being destroyed. No need to think so much, just worry about staying alive. Run right away at the first sign of trouble. An ancestor told his fellow disciples. He knew that not everyone who entered would be able to come back out. Sure enough, screams could be heard right away near the entrance. Dozens of victims fell to the ground with blood gushing down from their forehead. Something killed them in the blink of an eye. Run! A cowardly cultivator nearby ran out of the cemetery right away. Snowcloud Princess followed Li Qie inside. It didn't take long before she felt danger. Something was shooting for her forehead so she wanted to dodge. However, Li Qie reacted even faster. Chapter 4175, Buzz. Space vibrated a bit as Li Qie caught something between two fingers. This was a sword ray 10 times smaller than a strand of hair, virtually imperceptible to the naked eye. Its size didn't diminish its sharpness. It pierced through the air and could instantly penetrate anyone's forehead. This was the reason why many victims have fallen without realizing why. Few managed to avoid or survive the ambush. The princess gasped after seeing the ray caught by Li Qie. She could have dodged the ray earlier since she did notice. However, she wouldn't have been able to catch it like he did. He didn't bother to take a look and crushed it into nothingness. What a terrible ray. She thought about how dangerous and imperceptible it was. This is a resting place for swords, intruders are disturbing them so some will get angry. He said. She agreed with this because if this was a burial ground for people, some zombies might return out of rage if their sanctified ground was being rudely disturbed. Right, the swords here have their own sentience. She said, so the divine swords in the cemetery are stronger than those in the river and the abyss. Not necessarily, sentience and awareness don't always imply strength. An emotionless sword might be more frightening. He smiled. I see. She murmured before asking, how do the swords here compare with Dao Lord weapons? That's a wide range. He shook his head. There are regular Dao Lord weapons, then progenitorial weapons, and even paragon weapons. Paragon weapons of the Dao Lord level. The princess took a deep breath. She heard of them but had never seen one before. This is the case for the grave as well. There are plenty of classifications, not just a single lab as divine. Li Chia smiled and glanced at the number 1 peak and said, one of them can overshadow even the paragon weapons. That place? She followed the direction of his gaze, the undefeated number 1 grave. In history, most believed that the swords found in the cemetery were stronger than those in the outer regions. After all, they were smart enough to bury themselves. As for the number 1 grave, speculations of it holding a heavenly sword or the immortal sword were common. Top masters exercised patience over the eras while vying for success. It remained unopened. Boom! As the two crossed a mountain stream, they heard continuous explosions. This area had several hundred cultivators. The majority came from the same sect given their uniform. The others were neutral spectators. This sect has been experimenting with a stone cave here and finally got a reaction. The loud explosions resembled the marching of a great army. It's really a sword grave. The sect's ancestor became ecstatic. They initially noticed visual phenomena happening at this stream. Thus, they searched and attempted several methods. Their effort was rewarded since the grave reacted. Clank. The cave's entrance suddenly lit up and sword rays rushed out. Shit! The ancestor sensed something was amiss and immediately tried to flee. Alas, it was already too late. The sword rays engulfed the entire stream to the sect members' horror. Some tried to run, others summoned defensive treasures. It ended with screams. All of them were massacred by the sword rays, including the ancestor. Even some neutral spectators were turned into sieves. Corpses and blood took over the stream. The lucky survivors' knees trembled uncontrollably. The rays then returned to the cave just like bees returning to their nest. Well, at least there's really a grave here. One survivor said, realizing the futility of the situation. The divine sword in there seemed to be too strong and sensitive. It didn't allow anyone to get near. Where are you going? On another side, a group of cultivators was chasing a rock rolling down the hill at a rapid speed. It was obvious that this rock wasn't simple. Thus, it didn't take long before 1,000 or so cultivators started chasing it. More and more people joined in along the way. Don't let it escape. There's absolutely a top divine sword in there. A king shouted. This was a needless reminder since everyone could tell that there was something sentient in the rock, either a top sword or an amazing artifact. Surround it. Once the rock made it to the base of a mountain, it was fully surrounded by cultivators. It's ours. An ancestor from a sacred ground shouted. Clank. A fiery beam suddenly shot upward and incinerated the sky. A hymn from a divine sword sounded as it unleashed a sweeping horizontal slash. Pluff. Cultivators were as helpless as scarecrows, unable to react before being decapitated. The eyes on the falling heads were widened in disbelief. They still saw the rock rolling into the forest and disappearing from sight. In reality, finding sword graves wasn't difficult in the slightest. When one noted a strange spot, they could just provoke it and wake up the divine swords. However, obtaining them required enough power to subdue the divine swords. Otherwise, it would end in a gruesome death. Some actually had no idea what was going on before it was too late. A group led by their ancestor entered a stone forest shrouded in mist. Visibility was awfully low. Ah! The group disappeared one by one. Each screamed once before going quiet as if they were eaten by something. Those standing outside became frightened and didn't dare to set one foot in this stone forest. Chapter 4176, one misstep in sword grave would result in death for not only the person committing the mistake but all of their juniors and allies. Some sects have lost their ancestors and didn't get a divine sword in return. This was an unacceptable loss. Nonetheless, people still risked it all because when successful, the reward was handsome as well, becoming famous and mighty on a global scale. Clank. A sword flashed brightly in another spot. Auspicious signs began to appear as well. Something good for once. Numerous experienced cultivators ran in that direction. Someone got an auspicious flying sword, this aura is coming from it. When they got there, the sword was already gone. Who is the lucky guy? They asked right away. A disciple from a small sect, 300-year-old but still just a regular disciple. He got lucky and found a divine sword within the shrine. Its auspicious aura was incredible. An expert who was there told the crowd. The guy was smart enough to immediately run and hide after obtaining this sword, not wanting to be robbed. How the hell did he get there? Nothing killed him along the way? Others became skeptical. After all, strong cultivators have found graves already but fell victims to the various dangers here. It's all about fate. One sect master sentimentally said, when fate comes, so does luck. Many divine swords here are willing to follow the fateful ones while others kill whoever provokes them. Others agreed with this. Luck and fortune were mysterious forces beyond their control. Sigh, why can't a genius like me be that lucky? One genius complained, that guy is so old yet still has no cultivation to speak of. It's unfair that he got a divine sword. Of course, complaints and grievances did nothing to change the divine sword's mind. Boom! At a different corner, a divine sword rushed to the sky and unleashed numerous slashes for a total onslaught. However, a net came from above with the power of a Tao Lord. It fully suppressed the area including the divine sword. People then saw several ancestors working together to seize the sword. Armament Mountain. Others recognized them right away. They're so strong, forcing a sword out and capturing it. A clan master was startled. I heard that their clan master is personally leading the troops this time. They're well prepared. One expert commented. This also made people think because Armament Mountain didn't specialize in the sword Tao. It was inferior to Sea Emperor and other sword-focused behemoths. No one will say no to a divine sword from this area. Someone speculated, there's only one Tao Lord every million years for a sect but don't forget about all of its disciples. Others agreed because Armament Mountain certainly had a few Tao Lord weapons. However, this was not enough to share. The more powerful weapon it had, the better. All in all, the grave was bustling right now. Many have lost their lives but a selected few obtained divine swords and changed their fate. On the other hand, Li Chia wasn't interested in the divine swords. He continued strolling with the princess behind him. Is the person you're wanting to meet here in Sword Grave? She couldn't help but ask. The inevitability will happen, no rush. Everyone has their own turf, let's take a look around right now. Li Chia smiled. The princess didn't quite understand what he was talking about. As the duo was crossing through a thicket, Li Chia suddenly stopped and stared at a dried tree. It was rather thick, needing several men to lock hands around it. It seemed to have died long ago. This base was the only thing that was left. It had rotted from the rain and winds, just one push would take it down. It's a good sword. Li Chia took his time observing before concluding. She didn't notice a sword here at all but quickly caught up. This is a sword grave, young noble? Yes. Li Chia nodded and elaborated, born from the Een with a darkness affinity, a boundless sword that can blot out the celestials. It's that impressive? She knew that only an amazing sword could receive Li Chia's praise like this. Is it suitable for you, young noble? Its Tao is not ready, there's no point in me taking it away. Li Chia shook his head and glanced at her. As for you, it won't follow you so you can't have it either. Despite being a sword prodigy with ample knowledge, she didn't think Li Chia was wrong. I lack the fateful connection then. She accepted reality. Your mentality exceeds your peers. Li Chia chuckled. Thank you, young noble, the seniors taught me well. She said. Compared to others in the young generation, she was not competitive and lacked ego. This, in turn, gave her freedom. The duo abandoned this divine sword and continued onward. Rumble. A series of explosions shook the sky. Waves of sword energies rampaged the upper region. Cultivators' swords started resonating with this phenomenon. A massive palace materialized in the air. It exuded a blinding golden radiance. The entire thing seemed to be made from gold and jade, a home suitable for a divine king. High walls with dragon carvings surrounded the place. Dragon Palace. Many became excited after seeing the floating architecture. Let's go up there. They rushed towards it. The 8th grave, Dragon Palace. Snowcloud Princess noticed it as well. Chapter 4177, Red Smoke Hill, Rumble. The Dragon Palace crushed space as it soared through the sky without a clear path. It continuously changed direction akin to a hawk searching for prey. It attracted everyone's attention, many of whom decided to follow. This was the 8th grave potentially containing a divine dragon sword. For the crowd, even if they couldn't get the legendary sword, just getting another sword in there was more than good enough for their future. Boom! An ancestor made his move and released a torrent of Tao laws. He shouted and summoned a pagoda to smash the palace. His move was domineering and impressive, enough to stun the spectators. Bam! The expected result didn't happen. The ancestor's intent was obvious, smashing the palace down to the ground. Fiery sparks splashed everywhere like numerous volcanic eruptions. Alas, the power of this strike couldn't shake the palace even a tiny bit. It was unharmed and continued flying forward. This was akin to a mayfly trying to shake down a great tree. Go! Another leaped up with lightning speed, clearly wanting to board the palace. The moment he got close, the flames of the palace gathered into a palm and smashed him. He was sent flying into the ground while vomiting blood. You're not going anywhere. A great king roared and raised his hands to pull down the stars above. They turned into a trapping formation and surrounded the palace. This was far from enough, unable to hinder the palace at all. It destroyed the celestial net just like a bull rampaging through spiderwebs. Eventually, numerous ancestors made their move, either wanting to stop or board the palace. This proved to be futile. It's useless, we have to wait for it to land before being able to come inside. Doing this forcefully is just a waste of time. An old ancestor shook her head and told those nearby. You're right. An ancient ancestor agreed. Thus, people stopped attacking the palace and waited for it to land instead. I didn't expect to see the 8th-ranked grave this trip. The princess watched the palace disappearing into the horizon. This grave was quite elusive and didn't show up every time. The princess found this trip more and more worth it. Li Chia only smiled and didn't bother to give chase. There were thousands and thousands of graves in this area. However, not all of them were that obvious, not even for top cultivators. Though the peerless 8th grave has appeared, it was reserved for the top powers. Ordinary cultivators focused on obtainable graves instead. Of course, finding a grave often resulted in death rather than a divine sword. This was a common sight along the duo's trip. In reality, both weak and strong cultivators were killed alike by the divine swords. The cemetery was rather fair in this regard. Li Chia crossed a particular peak and saw billowing red smokes. A radiant banner was summoned and exuded violet rays. Its relentless power could split the mortal coil apart. An artifact banner from Tao Institution. A spectator shouted after seeing the banner attacking a green hill surrounded by red smoke. Activate. Several elders controlled this banner, hoping to open a straight path towards the hill. Their combined effort in empowering the banner resulted in an attack capable of splitting the ocean into two halves. Whoosh! 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 Rays of red smoke pierced their chest, prompting them to scream and fall to the ground. Elder Wu. Snowcloud Princess watched her sect members die and wanted to go save them. However, Li Qie stopped her. What's the point? You'll die even if you have a heavenly sword. Li Qie said. She stopped and composed herself. She wasn't the reckless and emotional type, realizing that she alone couldn't save those elders by dispelling the red smoke. That's scary, one spectator said. So many elders failed to open the path, they didn't even have time to defend themselves. Well, this is not a regular grave. It is the 5th, Red Smoke Hill. Only a Dao Lord can stop the smoke here. An older cultivator had a serious expression. Wait, this is the place where Jade Bamboo Dao Lord left a branch? The 5th grave. A youth became surprised. This is it. A senior confirmed. Previously, Jade Bamboo Dao Lord came to pick up the corpse of Wooden Sword Holy Devil. The Dao Lord then left a branch in this place in order to help the future generation out. I heard that because of this, a youth entered the hill and obtained a sword. Is it true? The youth asked again. Yes, I'm sure you know this youth's current title, War God. An ancestor said. One of the 5 overlords. The youth blurted out in astonishment. Most knew about the 5 members, just not their past. Where is the branch? Someone looked around and didn't notice a branch. It's gone long ago. An expert said, this is Sword Burial Zone we're talking about. It was impressive how long it lasted, 3,000 whole years. Chapter 4178, Prodigies and Heroes. The 5th grave was indeed dangerous. Nonetheless, this was justified by the potential rewards. Unfortunately, the elders from Dao Institution were killed earlier, unable to open a path. Thus, the rest of the crowd could only watch. Plenty of cultivators have tried before. Powerful defensive treasures and merit laws didn't work, neither did artifacts with an anti-poison property. Many speculated that one must rely on ultimate power to withstand the smoke. Other methods simply weren't enough. The actual smoke was a mystery as well. It could be a type of miasma, but in that case, sacred artifacts and antidotes should work against it. If it was merely physical, then defensive treasures should show some efficiency. Unfortunately, the smoke could infiltrate and bypass everything on top of being undispellable. Let's go. Li Qie only glanced at the smoke and didn't have any intention of stopping. The princess sighed while looking at it. She thought about picking up the corpses, but this was beyond her right now. She would need someone else to pick up her corpse after trying. The two continued strolling across the cemetery. Li Qie took his time, completely unafraid of the hidden dangers. He didn't seem to be seeking treasures either, just walking around aimlessly. Nonetheless, she still assumed that he was here for a reason. She kept on following him and would do so for as long as he allowed. This was her best opportunity to see the magic and mysteries of the forbidden zones. Strangely enough, they have been largely untouched outside of the first ambush. It felt as if the dangers here were staying away from Li Qie. They eventually made it to the base of a mountain. He looked up at the steep cliff and saw that it was weather-beaten. Loud explosions and sword hymns were heard. A battle seemed to be raging ahead. They saw 2 combatants fighting for quite a while now. The princess was surprised because they were her peers. One was a member of the 10 sword prodigies, Chen Sangsheng. The other was one of the 4 weapon heroes, Wavesplitter. Gather! Wavesplitter roared and leaped upward, gathering waves of overbearing saber energy. Clank! The next slash released unrestrained waves of energy and left a deep mark on the ground. Come! Chen Sangsheng roared and didn't have the same scholarly air as before. His hair fluttered as his battle spirit surged. He held his head high and was ready to fight anyone to the death. He raised his sword directly upward and released its power, ready to stop the incoming slash. Boom! The impact destroyed everything nearby. Both sides staggered backward. This was unsurprisingly an even fight. Both were prodigies from top sections. Wuxia wasn't interested in their battle and moved closer to the cliff. However, those two had a different idea. They immediately stopped and rushed over. Dao brotherly, I saw this place first, so let's share. Chen Sangxing maintained a polite tone. On the other hand, Wave Splitter didn't hold back. We got here first, so wait in line. Why are you two fighting? The princess had a good idea but still asked. We're just sparring. Chen Sangxing coughed. There's definitely a sword grave here and we came at virtually the same time. That's why we're fighting, the winner takes the grave. Wave Splitter revealed. Still haven't caught the duck yet, already debating on how to split it. Isn't that idiotic? Wuxia smiled and stared at the cliff. There were lines that seemed to be natural at first, but upon closer inspection, they followed the order of the Grand Dao and resembled the lines on a blade. One could hear a faint hum after spending enough time here. The princess understood why these two were fighting. Even if this cliff wasn't a grave, it should still be special in some way. You're right, Dao brother, I am being impatient. Chen Sangxing smiled wryly. It's none of your business. Wave Splitter didn't like Wuxia in the first place, so he snorted. True, but annoy me and I'll let you taste the dirt on the ground. Wuxia glanced at him. The members of our clans are not afraid of trouble. He tightened his grip on his saber. I've never been one to care about background, provoke me and it'll end the same for anyone. Wuxia waved his hand. Wave Splitter wasn't stupid and knew all about Wuxia's devilish abilities. This rich young master wasn't one to be trifled with. However, it wasn't easy dealing with Wuxia's contemptuous attitude. Reason stopped him from attacking Wuxia, so he calmed down. Even Scion Abyss Group lost to Wuxia. He didn't have much confidence in winning. There's something here. A melodious voice interrupted their conversation. A girl came over with a group of experts. Among them was a white-haired cultivator with a cold gaze. Halos emanated from him and refined the nearby spatial fabrics, a testament to his power despite him purposely containing it. Illusory princess. Wave Splitter's expression soured. Wuxia alone was already a big headache. Now, the princess and her men were here too. It would be impossible to monopolize this grave now. You. The princess wasn't happy to see Wuxia and gritted her teeth. You're Wuxia. The powerful old man glared at him. Alas, he ignored them and focused on the lines. Wuxia, be smart and leave. We want this grave. She remained imperious despite having lost before. This time, she came with a strong backer. Chapter 4179, Imperious, Illusory Princess, there's an order to everything. Wave Splitter was always direct regardless of the situation. Fellow Daoist Chen and I found this grave first. So what? The princess wasn't easy to get along with. She uttered coldly, the graves have no masters, the virtuous and the worthy shall be the ones to get the divine swords. You want to monopolize this grave? Wave Splitter scowled. And? The strong get everything in the cultivation world. She didn't relent and stared straight at him. Be smart, brother, and join us. I don't think your clan will appreciate you going against Nine-Will Citadel. She was as imperious as can be due to having all the right circumstances. Her sect was stronger than the Wave Splitter clan as well. Moreover, they lost their clan master recently to Ninth. To go against Nine-Will Citadel now might result in clan extermination. You. Wave Splitter turned red, unable to handle the blatant threat and disdain. Both of them were weapon heroes. He didn't think that she was stronger than him in the slightest. Are you sure you want to go against us? The princess spoke intimidatingly. Wave Splitter's chest heaved up and down from rage. His eyes turned red, bulging outward. Ha ha ha, fine, I won't forget today, illusory princess. He laughed from being too angry and decided to leave. He wasn't a fool and knew the consequences of going against Nine-Will Citadel. He could take her on, but she wasn't alone. There were plenty of experts behind her, especially that ancestor. Even if he were to win the duel, he would still lose the grave. Moreover, it would create animosity between their two sections. He would be dragging his clan down towards damnation. And you, Brother Chen? The princess turned her attention towards Chen Sangsheng. Your Highness, I agree with Brother Wavesplitter's viewpoint, first come, first served. Feel free to disagree. Sangsheng took a deep breath and stared at the princess and her entourage. He was gentlemanly and reticent. However, this didn't mean that he would back down easily. There's a sense of pride and a willingness to fight deep in his heart. So you want to go against our sect? The princess scowled. She enjoyed the feeling of superiority after Wavesplitter backed down earlier. Now, Chen Sangsheng was doing the opposite. No need to threaten me with Nine-Will Citadel. Sangsheng shook his head. Members of Daoist Sword Ground don't need to back down, and our sects already have ongoing feuds. If you think that we're purposely provoking you, so be it. I wonder if War God is still around. The old man with pulsing eyes finally spoke. Daoist Sword Ground was another behemoth in Sword Continent, a lineage with 3 Dao lords, and was just as famous as Nine-Will Citadel. They operated with a love for battle. Their golden age was under the reign of War God Dao Lord. They fought everyone and became unbeatable on top of sending numerous expeditions to the Forbidden Zones. Their 3 Dao lords were prime examples of warriors. Thus, they had fought virtually every sect in Sword Continent in the past. In fact, they didn't back down against the matchless Blessed Dao Lord and the ultimate sect known as True Immortal. This started changing later on after the weakening of the sect. They weren't prone to fight as much as before. Nonetheless, this didn't mean that their members were afraid of trouble. Unyielding blood still flowed in their veins. The emergence of the cultivator known as War God led them back to glory. He was their most gifted disciple during the era of Jade Bamboo Dao Lord. Some considered him to be the strongest sovereign. Because of this, he became one of the 5 overlords. The ancestor was trying to read Sangsheng's expression to obtain more clues about War God's whereabouts. No one wanted to mess with this being if he was still alive. And nobody like me hasn't met the great ancestor before. Sangsheng shook his head, not answering the question. A war over a heavenly sword happened in the past. Eventually, even the 5 overlords got involved and fought over the ocean. Numerous unfavorable rumors spread about War God's fate afterward, death in battle, succumbing to serious injuries, barely staying alive to the present day. However, after millions of years, Daoist Sword Ground still survived and the facts remained unknown. The ancestor didn't respond. A senior like him didn't want to bully a junior, so he let the princess talk instead. Daoist Sword Ground might not be afraid of regular sects, but our Nine-Will Citadel is in the top 2 right now. The princess uttered coldly. I'm well aware, Your Highness, but I believe logic and reason are on my side here. Sangsheng insisted. I see, show us what you can do then, since you won't give up. The princess challenged. If you must act imperiously, I will overestimate myself and see what I can do against your famous void wheel. Sangsheng accepted. Good, I'll be the judge. Li Chia stopped looking at the lines on the cliff and clapped. Humph. The princess still hated Li Chia, but this wasn't the time to deal with him. I'm ready to see your War God Sword Dao, she said. Daoist Sword Ground had one of the 9 heavenly sword Dao right now, War God. I am incapable and can't use the Dao to its fullest potential. Nonetheless, I will try my best. Sangsheng said. Make your move then. The princess summoned a treasure wheel. It poured down Dao Lord laws. They rotated continuously, ready to crush the firmaments. The wheel itself was long the size of her hand, yet it seemed capable of containing the entire world. Chapter 4180, Just once, boom. The small will turned and forced space and time to do the same. The princess wielded the aura of a Dao Lord, causing others to tremble uncontrollably. Void Child Wheel. Qin Sanxing was surprised to see this artifact. He glanced at the ancestor and said, Void Ancestor's Dao Lord weapon. Void Mother-Child will belonged to Nine Will Citadel. It was created by its founder and had two parts, mother and child. Though this was only one half of it, it still possessed immense power. The ancestor with the title, Void, didn't respond. He cared too much about his reputation and prestige to deal with a junior like Qin Sanxing. It would be improper for him to interfere in this fight. I'm starting. Myriad Will Meteors. The princess released her vitality and roared. Her artifact shook once and created countless wheels in the air. They had sharp teeth and destroyed the spatial fabrics, issuing sharp gales. Let's do this. Sanxing's weapon of choice was a sword of the celestial affinity. He was an expert swordsman with an orthodox style. Each swing contained powerful momentum and sword energy. Rumble. He released celestial rays to target the incoming wheels. Humph. She formed a mudra and activated her artifact. It became resplendent and rushed to the sky before shooting downward in a dazzling manner. Total suppression. She commanded and the sky turned dark with haste. Her mastery of this Dao Lord weapon was commendable. The will descended with the laws of the Dao Lords. Clank. Qin Sanxing thrust his sword upward, ready to incinerate the azure. War God Art. He was undeterred as his battle spirit surged above all else. This was a youth ready to fight to the death. He utilized his sect's ancient sword style, boosting his battle spirit and sword energy. The latter rampaged in an unstoppable manner. Unfortunately, his battle spirit wasn't enough to contest against the power of a Dao Lord. Clank. His blade broke into several pieces while he staggered backward. The princess clearly had the upper hand. Her weapon was far superior to his sword. Dao Brother Qin, give up yet? She said pridefully while looking down on him. Your Highness, it's too early to boast. Qin Sanxing's tone became serious. He summoned a different sword. This one pulsed brightly and seemed to be alive. Its battle spirit was out of control since it desired a worthy battle. It also had a Dao Lord aura, but its battle spirit was the standout factor. Anyone who sensed the latter would become frozen. They would think that they were facing an unstoppable god of war. This feeling was suffocating. Just once. Void Ancestor's eyes narrowed after seeing the weapon. A Dao Lord sword. The princess became serious as well. Qin Sanxing was still the successor of Daoist sword ground. It wasn't surprising for him to have a Dao Lord weapon. In reality, the princess' status wasn't as prestigious as his. She was only the disciple of an ancestor, not the successor of Nine Will Citadel. Her ancestor gifted her the wheel while the sect decided that he had the right to keep a Dao Lord weapon. Just once Dao Lord's weapon. An elder from Nine Will said. Just once was the third Dao Lord of Daoist sword ground. The meaning behind the title was that one should never relent. It was fine to fight and lose 99 times before winning just once. This was the mentality and creed of the sect. This Dao Lord was the perfect embodiment of this spirit. Come, I'm ready. Qin Sanxing's battle spirit surged like a tsunami, no longer looking gentlemanly like before. A hint of pride and arrogance could be seen now. It didn't matter how scholarly he appeared before. The successor of this sect still had a wild side to him. Die then. The princess roared and formed another mudra. A circular void made of countless Dao laws appeared, fully sealing Sanxing. Her artifact then appeared in front of his chest, on the verge of obliterating him. It's useless. He shouted. All of a sudden, his body seemed to be taken over by a war god. He grew larger and muscular as he broke through the spatial confinement. There's nothing I can't take down. He swung his sword downward in a destructive manner. It struck the wheel and sent it flying. The princess caught it again, but this time, it was her turn to stagger backward. One against all. Sanxing seemed to be a different person, warlike and domineering. His sword rays descended, aiming to pin the princess to the ground. Void barrier. The princess became alarmed after seeing this sword technique. She used her sect's secret technique and fused with space. Meanwhile, the Void Child will created layers of crystal barriers to protect her. Nonetheless, the rays pierced through numerous layers and continued heading for her. 1. I couldn't think of a better title. Chapter 4181, Void Dragon Boom. The crystal layers crumbled and a large gap could be seen. Clank. Chen Sanxing didn't hold back as his sword energy became magnificent and unstoppable, inches away from piercing through her. Void Step. Her master shouted during this crucial moment. The princess regained her composure and followed his order. Spatial ripples appeared around her as she performed a movement technique, shifting with extreme speed to the side and gaining the positional advantage. Boom! Sanxing's attack pierced through the ground and left behind a large crater. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Void Dragon. The ancestor immediately gave her another pointer. The princes formed a draconic Madra, gaining control over space and the Grand Tao. Her will artifact spun and gathered space into her palms. Die. She then unleashed the Madra. Dragon roars could be heard as the space around her turned into massive dragons lunging towards her opponent. Bring it. Sanxing was not afraid in the slightest. He leaped forward with rampaging sword rays and continuous hymns. The technique pulled the momentum of various affinities and combined them together. Rumble. The area shook violently from the exchange. Floating Terra. Void Ancestor commanded as Sanxing was busy dealing with the draconic attack. The princess chanted a mantra and created dragons out of the ground beneath Sanxing, ordering them to attack. He became pincered by these dragons and reacted by swinging downward, increasing the radius of his sword energies. Boom! He was half a beat late. One earth dragon struck him and sent him flying while vomiting blood. Void Ancestor was clearly experienced in battle. His guidance allowed the princess to turn the tides. Sanxing was seriously wounded after the blow and required a few seconds to regain his balance. Void Containment. The ancestor didn't want to give him time to rest. The princess seemed to have a pair of wings with the help of her master. Her eyes flashed brightly like two light wheels. She formed madras while chanting. The Void Child will force the air above Sanxing to turn into colossal mountains. They dropped straight for him. He became aghast and raised his sword to block. Idiot, stop swinging your sword wildly. A cold voice echoed, one against all. Chen Sanxing, who was lost in the heat of battle, immediately changed his style. His rampaging battle intent gathered together onto the sword. He became less crazy and focused on this single attack. It successfully pierced through the princess' containment and soared for her throat. Nothing but void. The ancestor was surprised at this development. She split into 1,000 images hiding in the void. It became difficult to find the real her. Heaven and Earth battlefield. The cold voice guided Sanxing again. A middle-aged man appeared on the scene. He was none other than Tai Jian. Clank. Sanxing couldn't see Tai Jian since he was preoccupied with fighting. However, he couldn't help but listen. This technique turned everything into swords and battle intense. Swords started raining down and destroyed the princess images. Void Cauldron. Void Ancestor roared. The frightened princess became ablaze. The wheel returned to her side and refined space, fusing it with her flames into the shape of a defensive cauldron. Heaven break. Tai Jian shouted again. You're going down. Sanxing's morale was at an all-time high. He leaped upward and entered a state of battle zen. The resulting slash was massive, capable of separating everything into two halves. Boom! It struck the cauldron and robbed the world of its light for a split second. The resulting sparks and embers illuminated the area again. The cauldron was cut down and the princess fell from the sky, smashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. The battle was over with her defeat. Zhangxing floated in the air and was ecstatic. He wasn't happy about defeating the princess but rather, the sensation of using the sword Dao effectively. He had studied his sect's sword Dao for a long time but was never able to be so comfortable with the techniques and variations. The same Dao today were more effective. The sequences and flow between his attacks were immaculate, his power and vitality also harmonized. This was his first time performing them in this order but he had no problem at all. His master never taught him this. He gained a new perspective and a deeper understanding of sword fundamentals in just a few moves. He calmed down and dispersed his battle state then bowed towards Tai Jian. I have learned a lot from your guidance, senior. Tai Jian accepted the bow and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Zhangxing was perplexed, wondering who Tai Jian was. The guy was too familiar with their sect's merit laws and techniques. No, familiar wasn't enough to describe his mastery. Perfection would be more apartment. His master couldn't have done a better job at teaching him during that battle. Alas, he should be able to recognize the guy as a member of the sect. He had a good knowledge of all the ancestors, even the reclusive ones. This wasn't the case right now. Who may you be? Void Ancestor gazed at Tai Jian. The battle just now was a contest between Void Ancestor and Tai Jian. The former clearly lost. Void Ancestor knew most of the current masters but drew a blank on Tai Jian. My name is not worth mentioning. Tai Jian said. Void Ancestor snorted and said, Daoist sword ground is world-renowned. I didn't know it has hidden rats for members. Tai Jian narrowed his eyes after hearing the insult. The sword energy within made everyone shudder. 1. Respectful you. Close to, sir, but not quite. Chapter 4182, Courting Death. Void Ancestor felt as if something had just struck his chest. He roared and entered a defensive stance, being shrouded by a radiance. Even Earthraiser Vajra wouldn't dare to say this about Daoist sword ground. Tai Jian suddenly calmed down and said. Void Ancestor and the members of Ninewell became frightened because Tai Jian was just too strong. Just his glare alone was suppressive, meaning that his cultivation was at least one full realm above them. Earthraiser Vajra was their stronger ancestor, a member of the 5 overlords. Few dared to call out his title in a casual manner. Most would refer to him as senior and show nothing but reverence. Tai Jian, on the other hand, spoke as if they were on the same level. Void Ancestor thought about the possibilities. Those daring to talk about the 5 overlords like this could be counted with one's fingers. Unfortunately, he didn't have an answer for Tai Jian's identity. Chen Zhangxing shared the same difficulty. He knew that Tai Jian was somehow related to his sect. However, the only match should be their strongest ancestor, War God. Alas, he was certain that Tai Jian was not War God. Boom! Debris flew everywhere as the princess got out of the pit. She looked to be in a sorry state with her dress torn and bloodied in multiple places. She suffered internal injuries as well, no longer appearing as beautiful and noble as before. Allow me to announce the victor of this fight, Chen Zhangxing. Li Qie calmly said. Shut up. The embarrassed princess angrily bellowed. Losing to Chen Zhangxing was humiliating for someone as prideful and conceited as her. Though he was a member of the 10 sword prodigies, she previously believed that only the top-ranking members such as Abyss Scion could be her match. After all, she has access to the Void Wheel, a secret from a heavenly scripture. Today, he defeated her using the sword Dao of just once Dao Lord, not the War God sword Dao. Therefore, she had the upper hand in merit law yet she still lost. This was adding insult to injury. Now, Li Qie poured salt on her wounds by announcing the victor. Can't accept a loss. Li Qie smiled. Li, shut your mouth if you want to live a little longer. Our sect can end your dog life whenever we want. She gritted her teeth. Your comment just now has guaranteed your demise. Li Qie smiled instead of becoming angry. You're the one courting death. She immediately attacked due to her agitated state. Buzz. She manipulated space and the wheel artifact appeared in front of Li Qie. Ugh, unfortunately, it stopped spinning right before decapitating him. Somehow, Li Qie managed to grab her throat and immobilize her. She couldn't channel her energy and vitality to control the wheel any longer. Her eyes were wide open in disbelief, unable to see how Li Qie managed to evade her attack and went on the counteroffensive. Stop! Void Ancestor roared after seeing his beloved disciple captured. Li Qie ignored him and smirked at the princess. I spared you once, yet you're still foolish enough to court death. No one can save you today. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, Nine-Will Citadel will exterminate your clan. She turned red and had trouble speaking. I like it when people say that, it makes me feel like I actually have a clan. Unfortunately for you, I'm always the one doing the extermination. Li Qie said, then added strength to his fingers. Crack. Her neck bones started breaking. Moss Master, save me. She no longer possessed the same courage as before and pissed her pants. Brat, release her. Void Ancestor created countless wheels flying towards Li Qie. Clank. A slash made the 9 firmaments tremble. Tai Jian easily destroyed the incoming wheels. Void Ancestor rapidly retreated, but blood still spilled from his chest. It wasn't fatal, but his bones became visible. Don't interfere with our young noble's business. Tai Jian uttered coldly. Crack. The princess' neck broke completely. Her eyes rolled around before uttering one last cry. He loosened his grip and released her corpse. It's astonishing how blind confidence kills. The princess never expected to be killed in this manner. She was aware of his numerous methods and that she alone stood no chance. She thought that her sex prestige would be enough to deter him from killing her. Unfortunately, her assessment was proven to be incorrect. You! Void Ancestor and the other experts glared at Li Qie. This was a blatant declaration of war. Li Qie chuckled and waved at them. Leave, don't overestimate yourself. Tai Jian told them. Very well, we will not forget the transgression today. We will have our retribution one day. Void Ancestor gritted his teeth and stomped on the ground before picking up her corpse. He naturally wanted to avenge his fallen disciple. However, Tai Jian was just too strong. Nonetheless, there were other ancestors from their sect tagging along this trip. It wouldn't be too late to try a different time. Qin Sangxing smiled wryly after seeing this. He was one of the first to know Li Qie. His first impression was that this guy was rather easy to get along with. Alas, after the action started, Li Qie wasn't one to show mercy. This was truly frightening. He then remembered something else and got on his knees. Your disciple, Qin Sangxing, greets you, ancestor. The previous bow was to show his appreciation for Tai Jian's guidance. This time was to show respect as a junior. Ling Jian has done a terrible job at teaching you, hindering your progress. Tai Jian said flatly. Ling Jian was Sangxing's master and one of the 6 sect masters. It is all due to my lack of intelligence, unable to learn more than 10% of what master had taught me. Qin Sangxing hurriedly defended his master. Don't defend him. Tai Jian said, basically admitting that he was a member of Daoist Sword Ground by continuing the conversation. Snowcloud Princess has been quietly watching to the side. Her love for learning resulted in her possessing more knowledge than the majority of last-gen cultivators. A light flashed in her head as she thought of someone. Chapter 4183, Tai Jian's identity. Qin Sangxing bowed again and said, Your foolish disciple's learning is insufficient. Please correct my mistakes, ancestor. You're more wily than you appear, wanting to climb up my branch. Tai Jian assessed. I have to work hard to compensate for my limited abilities, ancestor. He rubbed his palms together and smiled wryly. The princess chuckled after seeing his appearance. thinking that the guy was far smarter than Illusory Princess and the others. True, the 10 sword prodigies have both smart and foolish members. Li Chia smilingly joked. Sangsheng couldn't retort and kept on smiling. Of course, he was one of the smart ones, wanting to take advantage of this rare opportunity. Though he didn't know who this senior was, he still knew that being taught by the man would be better than a century of meditation. Fate brought us together. Tai Jian said, clearly liking the boy. There is a bright path right in front of you if you wish to learn. Please teach me, ancestor. Qin Sangsheng became ecstatic and bowed again. I won't display my slight skill before an expert. Tai Jian shook his head and actually smiled for once. Huh, Sangsheng was confused since Tai Jian was clearly an invincible master. No need to look far because Mount Tai is right before you. Tai Jian explained, the young noble's attainment is beyond the reach of normal people like us. It is a lifetime of benefits being taught by him. He pointed at Li Chia. Sangsheng didn't quite disagree. There was no doubt that Li Chia was an inscrutable existence. However, in terms of cultivation, the guy wasn't keeping up. Nonetheless, he reacted quickly enough by bowing towards Li Chia. I am a blind frog unable to see Mount Tai in your greatness, young noble. Please forgive me. Meanwhile, the princess became emotional as well. She already had a good idea of Li Chia's true ability, but to hear confirmation from Tai Jian's mouth? That struck way harder. You sure know how to take advantage of the flow. Li Chia shook his head while smiling at Tai Jian. The kid has potential, but unfortunately, my meager ability can't produce anyone decent. I'm sure you'll be able to make something out of him. The latter smiled back. It became obvious for Qin Sangsheng about the power dynamic at play here. Young noble, I would truly appreciate any pointer from you. Sangsheng grasped onto this rare opportunity. Li Chia smilingly spoke to the youth. Daoist sword ground is a lineage with 3 Dao lords and deep historical roots. Your sex foundation is not lacking, the same for treasures and merit laws. Whatever I teach might not be that effective here. Sangsheng was surprised, but he still agreed with the assessment. The thing he was missing had to do with his personal cultivation. He's lacking comprehension. Tai Jian elaborated. Indeed. Li Chia smiled, but everyone has a different style of learning. Some shine at the very start while others require trials and tribulations, or merely time. Please go on, young noble. Sangsheng asked. As Tai Jian said, fate brought us together. Li Chia concluded, I shall grant you a fortune, what you get from it is up to you. Thank you, young noble. The ecstatic youth bowed again. With that, Li Chia approached the cliff and placed his palm on the hard surface. Strands of Dao light poured into the cliff, seemingly alive. They flowed along the craggy lines until the entire cliff was covered by Li Chia's Dao light. The two entities combined together and created a continuously morphing diagram, the image of the sun and moon, the rotation of the 5 elements and the yin and yang. Qin Sangsheng and the princess had a hard time keeping up. Tai Jian, on the other hand, paid full attention. Li Chia started pulling his hand back. Creak, there seemed to be multiple layers beneath the cliff's exterior. They started pulling out and looked like puzzle pieces. He started shifting the individual pieces with a blinding speed until he obtained the desired result. Is this still a sword grave? Sangsheng didn't expect how complex it would be. At first, he noticed that there was something strange about this place. He didn't have time to check due to Wave Splitter. In reality, even without Wave Splitter and Illusory Princess involvement, he still wouldn't have learned anything. This applied to the erudite Snowcloud Princess as well. Back to its original shape. Tai Jian understood what was going on. Crack. The final form of the cliff had a Dao platform protruding outward from the edge like a tree. This is the grave? Sangsheng asked. Keep on watching. Li Chia smiled. On the other side of the cemetery, the Dragon Palace has been flying and attracting everyone's attention. Cultivators followed right behind, hoping for it to land. Boom! The palace suddenly stopped. Is it landing? The crowd became ecstatic. Suddenly, another blast came along and the palace became resplendent. It turned around and flew towards Li Qia's direction. Keep up! One expert shouted. It has to be landing soon. An ancestor speculated. Maybe. His friend, a high elder, replied, this is rather unexpected, there must be a reason. Either way, this is our chance to enter. The ancestor said. Easier said than done, but at least once it lands, we'll actually have a fighting chance even if it is only 1 out of 1,000,000. Another replied. Chapter 4184, How to Enter. Boom! The earth spun as the flying palace slammed into a cliff. The existing platform was a perfect match for the shape of the palace, serving as its foundation. The entire thing looked like they were meant for each other, that this was their original form. The Dra Dragon Palace. Chen Sanxing and Snowcloud Princess were astounded. Though she was ready to see something amazing from Li Qia, she didn't expect it to be the 8th grave. She smiled wryly, thinking that it was impressive indeed. Over there. Others have caught up at this point. They focused on the palace and didn't notice Li Qia's group. It finally landed. The news of its descent exploded across the zone. People rushed over right away due to the potential fortune in there after the landing. This is our best chance to enter. The surroundings became packed with cultivators. I'd been told that the divine dragon's sword might be in there. All were eager to give this a shot. Creak, a creaking noise akin to a gate opening could be heard. In reality, it was the gigantic dragon coiling around the palace, not a gate. Of course, this wasn't a living dragon. It was made from unknown materials and supreme laws, resulting in it looking animated and alive. Its draconic aura oozed out in torrential waves. The palace was made from gold and jade, looking magnificent and expensive. This was the case for the dragon as well. It's just that ordinary gold couldn't create something this magnificent. It slowly coiled around the palace as if it was on patrol. Can we actually go in? One cultivator was afraid of the dragon. Might as well try. A last-gen cultivator shouted and leaped forward like a thunderous crane, leaving a bright trail behind on his path. Rah! Once he got close enough, the dragon roared and released its destructive draconic aura. Bam! He was pushed back by the aura and smashed onto the ground, nearly pulverized from the ordeal. No one knew if he was still alive or not. It's so strong, others gasped after seeing this. My turn. One was undeterred and summoned a treasure pouring endless lava against the gigantic dragon. The dragon easily took down the lava wave with one claw. The attacker didn't get away either and was struck by the attack. He was reduced to a meat paste after screaming once. How the hell do we get past that dragon? The spectators wondered. I don't think anyone can beat it one-on-one. One member speculated. Rah! The dragon suddenly opened its mouth and bit something in the air during this moment of hesitation. Ah! A cultivator in stealth screamed. Space fluctuated a bit before he was swallowed by the dragon. It turned out that a powerful cultivator wanted to try to sneak past the dragon. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. We need to rush and attack together, distracted, and some will be able to get in. An ancestor had this idea. Those nearby agreed and started forming groups for this purpose. This force included several hundred cultivators. They spread out and surrounded the palace. Go! They exchanged glances and the leader gave the command. All leaped up while summoning their treasures. Loud explosions ensued, pagodas, bright cauldrons, celestial words, mighty staffs. The dragon suffered attacks from all directions. Colorful lights and flames engulfed the sky. Myriad laws danced like wild serpents. They hoped to distract the dragon with these attacks and stop it from reacting to their intrusion. Rah! The dragon roared and performed a full tail whip. The treasure struck by its tail exploded instantly. This resulted in something akin to fireworks at night. The attackers weren't fortunate enough to escape regardless of their location. The tail carried a meteoric force, sending cultivators flying into the ground and peaks. The weaker cultivators were reduced to nothing but blood. The stronger ones suffered grievous injuries, on the verge of death. Several hundred cultivators went down just like that, a testament to the dragon's power. This is impossible, it doesn't matter how many divine swords are in there, we can't get in. Experts began to give up. Has anyone been in there before? One youth asked. Yes, there has been one, at least to my knowledge. An old ancestor pondered for a bit before answering. Who is it? Listeners became attentive. The ancestor elaborated, sure, there might have been others, but I personally know that one person has gone in there via brute force, Dao Sanxian. Dao Sanxian. Others were moved after hearing this thunderous name, ancestors included. This name had more clout than even the 5 overlords. I'm not surprised at all, he's invincible. One expert murmured. Others shared the same sentiment and didn't question the validity of this claim. Did he take the dragon's sword with him? The youth asked again. Rumor has it that he obtained a draconic painting from there, nothing about a divine dragon's sword though or the effects of the painting. The old ancestor shook his head. How are we going to replicate this feat? We're nothing compared to him. One clan master smiled wryly. Chapter 4185, 9 Sun Sword Saint. People could only stare at the palace attached to the cliff. Attacking and entering were impossible even though they were awfully tempted by the legendary swords inside. Is there really no way? Conversation sparked. Someone suggested for everyone to team up. We need to work together to defeat this dragon first, then everyone can get inside. Afterward, we'll rely on our own abilities for the prizes inside. That's not fair. People might throw away their lives for only a few to obtain the divine swords. The majority will be sacrificial pawns. Someone else said. Since when is fairness a thing? If that's the case, then everyone can become Dao Lords. A big shot disagreed. I don't think it's a bad idea. Another expert said, I'm more so afraid of people holding back, only wanting to take advantage of the situation. Can't do this, can't do that, then why the hell are we even here? Might as well stay home with the wife and kids. Someone else snorted. Everyone had their own thoughts and agenda. Thus, no decision was made. Sect Master Shi, do you have an opinion on this matter? A clan master asked Shiring Shue. Her presence was a sight for sore eyes. She was both attractive and dignified. Her innate elegance stopped others from having dirty thoughts. She was the sect master of armament, one of the 6 kings. Her power and status couldn't be questioned. Therefore, people quieted down and waited for her guidance. They needed a leader to launch an offense on this dragon palace. She became a top candidate. I'm just here to watch. She smiled and said, I'm sure the Sword Saint will have a better idea. Rumble. The moment she finished, people heard loud explosions and rays coming from a carriage in the distance. It looked like a sun was approaching. 9 Sun Sword Saint. Others finally noticed. A middle-aged man came out of the carriage. He had golden hair and looked quite gallant and spirited, clearly a heartthrob during his youth. He resembled a sun god with an innate divinity. I didn't know the saint was so handsome. Others were surprised and charmed by his external appearance. Many felt jealous as well. There were plenty of younger and good-looking prodigies present. Alas, none of them matched up to him, whether it be their aura or style. Some female cultivators fell in love at fight sight. He was the world's most handsome during his prime. A last-gen cultivator laughed. Yes, both he and Terra Sword Saint are up there. An elder agreed. 9 Sun Sword Saint is way more handsome. Someone who had seen Terra Sword Saint back at Cloud Dream Lake said, no one can compare to him right now. Age was not a problem when one was as good-looking as Nine Sun Sword Saint. Terra Sword Saint is not inferior, just different. A big shot commented. Both saints were the leader of their respective groups and were well respected by the community. Terra Sword Saint's charm was more subdued while Nine Sun Sword Saint was dazzling like his title. Though they were listed as equals, Terra Sword Saint was actually far older. Since both were famous, many often compared the two. They didn't have much to go with because the saints normally kept a low profile and didn't show off. Nine Sun Sword Saint looked around, his sharp eyes were chilling. The crowd was intimidated since his reputation preceded him. He gazed at the Dragon Palace in silence. Meanwhile, everyone else waited with bated breath. It became abundantly clear that they viewed him as a leader and would obey his commands. Sect Master Shi, do you have anything in mind? He withdrew his gaze and asked Shiring Shue. You think too highly of me, Sword Saint. I am no match for this palace, but if you need my assistance, I will try my best. She shook her head. Right, the two of us can't break it down. The Sword Saint said, if you are interested, we can invite the Flame Valley Lord and Brother Terra as well. The crowd became excited and impatient right away. If these other masters were to come, then they would be a force to be reckoned with. The probability of success became far higher. Of course, only cultivators such as Nine Sun Sword Saint and Shiring Shue had the status to make this request. The 8th grave is tempting indeed. Shiring Shue sentimentally said. There were enough rewards here to warrant the risk. Make way, make way. A man demanded the crowd to make a path. Sure enough, they actually listened. It's Li Qie. Others were surprised to see him. The entire world knew of his name by now, whether it be his reputation as the world's richest or as a miracle creator. The sorcerer is here. One expert whispered. He wants the divine dragon sword too. An old cultivator who was familiar with Li Qie became surprised. I actually think he can do it. A big shot chuckled after seeing him. Is he that amazing? An unaware junior asked. The Sword Saint himself said he couldn't do it alone. Isn't Li Qie just a new rich? He can recruit more heavenly sovereigns, but is that enough? Money is not omnipotent, but Li Qie is. There is no predicting him. The big shot responded. Nonetheless, the majority still doubted Li Qie's ability to break this palace down. This will be fun with him here, we got a good show waiting for us. A spectator didn't care about this at all. She just knew that this would be entertaining. Young noble, you wish to enter the Dragon Palace? Shiring Shue came over and asked Li Qie. I'm not interested in it. Li Qie smiled and tapped on Qin Sangxing's shoulder, but this brat isn't bad, I'm here to give him a fortune. Shiring Shue understood that Qin Sangxing was lucky enough to get into Li Qie's good graces. Chapter 4186, just like that? Cultivators exchanged looks of surprise after hearing Li Qie's answer. They were waiting for him to do something miraculous about this palace. However, he only wanted to bring Qin Sangxing in and not himself? Does he think the Dragon Palace is his house? That he can bring people in and out whenever? A youth remained skeptical. I actually believe that he can enter, but to let someone else in? The difficulty is far higher. An expert replied. I believe him and his otherworldly sorcery. Another was absolutely confident in Li Qie. How is he going to do it? The money fall method? One ancestor commented. That is possible, he has absolute mastery over that technique, as long as he has enough, he'll be able to smash his way in. An ancient king said, after all, it is said that the power of this technique is only limited by money. How much will he need? 30,000 Dao Lord Jades? In my opinion, the lowest is 3 million. The highest should be 30 million. Honestly, who the hell knows? Maybe 300 million. One speculator said. 300 million Dao Lord Jades? Only the behemoths can afford this sum after using up their treasury. A sacred lord took a deep breath. The question is it worth it to enter the palace? In this case, he's letting someone else in. There are better uses for this amount, such as establishing a large sect. One more quietly said. No one could argue with this. Though they knew that Li Qia was immensely rich and could afford this sum, they thought that it wasn't worth it to bring someone else into the palace. Moreover, he could just buy a Dao Lord weapon outright with it. In fact, not to mention an outsider, a sect still wouldn't spend this amount just to gain entry to the palace for its own disciple. Nine-Sun Sword Saint was curious as well, wanting to see how Li Qia would take the youth inside. He knew that given his power, it would be impossible to rely on brute force. The only way was to wait for more powerful allies and work together. In his opinion, Li Qia's success, in this case, would be nothing short of a miracle. He had heard of Li Qia's exploits before, so he actually took this seriously. After thinking it through, he couldn't come up with anything outside of a direct confrontation. Alas, Li Qia didn't seem to be preparing for an attack. The guy looked as if this was no big deal to him, as simple as opening a door. The mystique only added to his anticipation. Meanwhile, Li Qia didn't care for their comments. He smiled and asked Chen Sangsheng, "Are you ready?" "I am, young noble." Sangsheng took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Li Qia then sauntered towards the palace with Sangsheng right behind him. All eyes were on the duo, wanting to see what Li Qia would do to solve this difficult problem. Shiring Shue and Snowcloud Princess felt the same way. They have witnessed Li Qia's devilish style before and had considerable confidence in him. Nonetheless, they couldn't imagine how he would bypass the great dragon. Creak, the coiling dragon stopped and stared at Li Qia, letting out a soft cry instead of a roar. "Okay, I'm starting." Li Qia smirked and told Sangsheng. "Yes, young noble, Sangsheng was nervous at first but decided to go through with it. He couldn't finish before finding himself spinning in the air. Li Qia had grabbed his ankle and lifted him up. Whoosh! 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 Li Qia spun him repeatedly as if he was a windmill. The rotation speed continuously increased until people couldn't see him anymore, only a whirlwind. I'm gonna puke." Sangsheng's voice was barely audible due to the rotational speed. People exchanged glances. How was this going to help him get into the Dragon Palace? Whoosh! Li Qia finally let go and Sangsheng shot forward like a meteor. Bam! He perfectly flew by the dragon and slammed onto the gate of the palace, pushing the doors open, making it through. Ugh, listeners could hear him puking inside and imagine his pale state. Creak, the gate closed again. Everyone became frozen, including Nine-Sun Sword Saint. They had thought of various methods, but this was not one of them. They believed that Money Fall was the most likely candidate. Li Qia could have also come up with other plans. Alas, throwing Sangsheng straight in there was not on their mind. How the hell did he do that? Cultivators accepted this impossible reality since they witnessed it in person. Sorcery is not enough to describe this brat's ability. One expert shook his head. "I've seen plenty of strange things in my life, but this is a first. My horizon has broadened." Nine-Sun Sword Saint couldn't help but praise. Chapter 4187, Incorrect, maybe this is the right way to enter? One expert's eyes flashed brightly. Yes, just need to toss people in instead of attacking. Another thought that this was possible. If that's the case, then anyone can enter. No way. An older elder found this illogical. Li Qia just did it though. He threw Chen Sangsheng inside. A youth replied. It was tough to refute this because it unraveled before their eyes. Chen Sangsheng suffered 0 damage outside of minor discomfort. Why don't we give it a shot? A last-gen expert became impatient. No one wanted to give up the chance of entering the palace due to the amazing fortunes waiting inside. Let me try first. Toss me in. Another young one asked his senior. Right, try now before it's too late. Others couldn't wait and wanted to be the early birds. This was especially true for those from humble beginnings. Entering the palace might be their opportunity to change their fate. They would become famous with great authority and ample resources. As the saying goes, riches and honor don't come easily. Are you ready? The senior asked the junior. I am, throw me in. The youth immediately answered. Go. Some experts and elders began grabbing their juniors' and disciples' ankle. They copied Li Chia and started the spinning process. Some youths couldn't help but puke as a result. Now. One expert finally let go. Whoosh. 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 Numerous youths flew towards the gate. This has to work. One senior prayed while watching the shooting stars. Rah! The dragon roared and clawed the incoming youths. Ah! The victims were reduced to bloody mists from the attack. What? Why didn't that work? The seniors found this astonishing since they copied Li Chia exactly. Wrong path? Does it have to go above the dragon's head? That might be the evasive method. One elder pondered. Again. He called for another junior to give it a shot. Others followed suit again. Several more juniors were spun around like windmills. Go. They flew above the dragon, wanting to follow Canqing's trajectory. Rah! The dragon clawed upward again and annihilated the juniors. Still no? What is the issue here? The elder wondered. We should try something else. The elder thought carefully about the process and wanted to do more experiments. Come here. He told a junior nearby. Unfortunately, the junior was scared out of his mind. Other youths staggered backward, wanting to run away. Master, I don't need any fortune, I'm perfectly content just hanging around and serving you. One disciple turned pale and started running. A moment ago, numerous youths wanted to try, but after the second failed attempt, they lost all of their courage and confidence. After all, being alive was better than any divine sword. Can't defeat the dragon palace that easily. Nine-Sun Sword Saint was disappointed in their foolishness. I'm sure you didn't need to fling him in, young noble. Shering Shua smiled at Li Chia. Snowcloud Princess agreed. Li Chia just wanted to mess with Chen Sangsheng. He could have protected the guy and granted him safe passage. Alas, others actually took him seriously. Li Chia chuckled and stared at her. Do you want to go in? It's not a bad area. I appreciate your kindness, young noble, but I have already gotten enough. Plus, I might not gain anything given my lacking aptitude. It would only be a waste of your effort. She glanced at the palace and made up her mind. How wise. Li Chia smiled since she managed to resist the temptation of the eighth grave. Suddenly, splashing noises could be heard all over the outer regions of the burial zone. People looked up and saw numerous tsunamis surging on the horizon. This applied to all regions, whether it be Sword River or Sword Abyss all the way to Sword Grave. It was as if the dam of the firmaments had broken down. The result was this monstrous event. Shit, the flood is here. Most were scared out of their mind, especially the inexperienced youths. Run. They immediately ran to get away from the flood. Unfortunately, the water came too quickly and engulfed the entire zone in the blink of an eye. Everyone was submerged in the water. However, they found it surprising that they weren't drowning or carried away by the strong current. The water didn't affect them at all and they could move like normal. They then saw aquatic creatures swimming around them. These things were ancient and unrecognizable. Even the knowledgeable cultivators had no idea about them. Some were enormous and intimidating. If they were to open their jaws, they would be able to swallow and devour everyone nearby. Chapter 4188, Second Grave. The water drowned the entire zone, yet cultivators were completely unaffected. The entire phase felt like an illusion. The aquatic creatures consisted of gigantic swordfish, ferocious flood dragons, and many others. Spectators were captivated by this magical scene. Look, it's a divine sword. Someone noticed a fish clenching a divine sword between its jaws. This had an auspicious affinity with pulsing rays. Other deep-sea creatures gave way after seeing it. Incredible phenomena occurred everywhere. Another saw a sword ray darting through with lightning speed. A different area had a school of thunderfish following a divine sword. Boom! In a marine trench was an explosive radiance. The rays spread out like a fan opening, completely stopping any creature from getting close. Being struck by them meant certain death. Above the surface, deafening blasts created tidal waves. Numerous suns could be seen rising above. Each gestated a solar sword. Having all 9 meant possessing incredible power. In short, spectators saw wondrous things everywhere, and the ocean started fantasizing about the possibilities. Some reached out for the divine swords but failed to grab anything. Suddenly, the water receded just as fast as it came. The zone became dry and normal just like before. What the heck, it's all gone. People looked around and saw no signs of the water. It was as if nothing had happened. Can someone tell me what is going on? One youth looked around in confusion. That was the second grave, Sword Ocean. An expert explained. The mysterious second grave appeared this time, unlike the previous occurrences. How strange. An ancestor responded. Is this a sign for something? Another murmured. Boom. Another phenomenon occurred right away. The sky started shaking as another ray tore apart the spatial fabrics and left behind an indelible scar. Its speed was monstrous and its devastation made it look like there was a monster crossing through. A peerless divine sword? A big shot noticed that it was heading for the deepest region. The long scar resembled a river of time. However, its flow was 1,000,000 times faster than the actual temporal flow. This was a truly magnificent spectacle. Do you know what it is? A cultivator asked the group. Not quite sure, it should be a divine sword. The ancestor among them couldn't see clearly. Yes, it was a sword, but it didn't look like something from the cemetery. Where did it come from? A mighty ancestor from an ancient dynasty had a solemn expression. Sword burial zone is the domain of swords, yet one dares to be so haughty here? It must be terrifyingly strong. The third ancestor added. It didn't take long before everyone talked about this issue. Got a fun show. Li Chia glanced at it and smiled. Boom. A force suddenly swept through the area and suppressed all existence. The weaker cultivators got down on their knees, unable to get up. It felt as if mountains were pushing down on their shoulders and breaking their spine. So strong. Many were in awe and became frozen. They saw a figure crossing through the region and making it to the depths of the zone right away. Who is it? Everything happened too quickly. The figure made it through the river and entered the cauldron in the blink of an eye. Others felt insignificant like insects before this incredible being. It has to be one of the 5 overlords. An ancestor took a deep breath. Are you sure? Those nearby were astounded. Who is it? This became the next question since no one got a good look at the new cultivator. Just what is going on this time? Why are they here too? An ancient king wondered. The 5 overlords rarely appeared in Sword Continent. The appearance of the sword burial zone wasn't necessarily enough to force them to come out. After all, Dao Lord-level weapons couldn't tempt them since their sect had several. They wouldn't waste their lifespan for this goal. Thus, this meant that something above this grade was happening here at the burial zone. News finally came and answered their question. The second grave made it to Sword Cauldron. Everyone heard about this right away. The ocean? I thought it was limited to the outer regions. A youth became puzzled. The second grave is the most mysterious and elusive of them all. Though it has a high chance of being in the cemetery, it can emerge deeper inside too. At least it is only at the cauldron. We have a better chance of making it inside now. If it shows up in Sword World instead, then there's no chance regardless of the water making it easier or not. A big shot became happy. Indeed, this is a good thing. Sword World is just too prohibitive for anyone outside of Dao Lords or characters like the 5 Overlords. An ancient ancestor said. Chapter 4189, Sword Cauldron. Let's go to the cauldron, we might be able to get something. Quite a few began leaving the cemetery for Sword Cauldron. It's the second grave, I'm sure whatever swords there will be amazing. One expert said along the way. Prior to this, the cauldron was not a popular destination due to the dangers looming there. However, the ocean had appeared and engulfed the area. This made the place even safer than Sword Grave. Nine Sun Sword Saint felt the same urgency. He bid goodbye before leaving. However, his goal was not the cauldron but rather, the sword ray earlier. We're leaving too. Li Chia smiled and headed for Sword Cauldron. I hope you don't mind if I tag along, young noble. Shering Shue followed Li Chia and walked alongside Snowcloud Princess. In terms of status, Shering Shue was a senior to the princess. However, she didn't seem to mind right now. Once they made it to the border, they saw a massive line of people waiting. The cauldron was the 4th domain, far more sinister than the first 3. There was a distinct difference as well. Divine swords and fortunes were scattered across the first 3 domains. This wasn't the case in this world filled with red. Majestic terrains such as mountain ranges remained. However, there was no life left due to the presence of a scorching liquid. It resembled lava or molten metal but was neither. On the surface was an ashen layer, looking a bit like rust or solidified blood with a faint stench. Whatever this liquid was, it didn't follow the mold. Normally, water would flow from high to low elevation. None of this applied here. The flow was chaotic and illogical. For example, water flowed from the base of a cliff to the top. Another crossed mountains and hills as if wanting to find a way out of this area. Thus, all of these different currents seemed to be alive and sentient. Some believe that this place was used to refine thousands and thousands of divine swords, hence its name. The lava-like water was unknown metals being reduced to a liquid state. As for the layer of ash, it could have been the countless sacrifices. Their blood, flesh, and lives were used to create the divine swords. Perhaps the dead was the reason behind the seemingly sentient water. They tried to escape the cauldron just like lost specters. The first-time visitors shuddered after seeing it. This looks like a refinement hell. A youth said. There was nothing dangerous in sight, but just the atmosphere alone intimidated spectators. They seemed to be hearing wails coming from the red liquid, lamenting about their undeserved fate. Who knows? An expert smiled wryly. They all experienced this same feeling during their first visit. This was one of the reasons why people avoided this place. There were no divine swords available on top of the traumatic experience. Of course, the ocean made this trip different from the rest. Whoosh! 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 Gigantic swords suddenly flew out of the red liquid. They were clear and transparent, being made from water and all with an ocean smell. They didn't evaporate despite coming in contact with the red liquid. These are sword boats from Sword Ocean. This is how we get in. A senior told his disciples. People began boarding the boats. Some chose to be alone while others formed teams. Due to the limited number of boats versus cultivators, pushing and fighting were inevitable. A few weren't careful enough and accidentally fell into the cauldron. They screamed in pain while sinking, seemingly being dragged down by invisible hands. Normally, drowning and being trapped were impossible for cultivators given their power. This wasn't the case here. The victims disappeared completely into the red liquid. Spectators became more careful after seeing this. Those riding the sword boats were granted safe passage across the red liquid. Alas, the wait for the boats was quite long. A few experts lost their patience and summoned their defensive treasures, wanting to follow the boats. Poof! One of them flew in the air but was immediately taken down by an inferno appearing out of nowhere. Both he and his treasures were reduced to ashes. Another made it farther. The moment she flew above a gorge, something flashed from below. It resembled a long tongue and coiled around her, pulling her downward. Her screams came subsequently. One more was killed by a red beam piercing through his forehead as he attempted to fly past a mountain. He instantly died without uttering a sound. His corpse fell backward into the liquid. The source of the red beam was unknown since there was nothing on the mountain. "I'm not going anymore, screw this." Those who wanted to skip the boats quickly changed their mind and retreated. Try this when you're a Dao lord. Even the 5 overlords wouldn't dare to be so adventurous here. An ancestor shook his head. This place is only second in terms of danger to Sword World. Only death awaits those who overestimate themselves. Chapter 4190. Sword Ocean. More sword boats emerged at the border and Li Qia's group jumped on one, letting it take them towards the ocean. No one tried to stop them because Li Qia was known as a monster by this point. Moreover, the 2 women accompanying him were capable as well. Plus, those who were qualified to even think about it would have a much easier time taking the other boats. There was no need to mess with Li Qia. At the start, the riders were nervous about traveling through the dangerous cauldron. Anything unexpected could result in a terrible death. Strangely enough, nothing ever happened to those on the sword boats. The dangers viewed them as non-existent. After a while on the road, they finally heaved a sigh of relief, realizing how safe it was. Splash! Once they made it far into the cauldron, they heard splashing waves and saw something astonishing. The ocean water was going from low to high towards the sky, looking like thousands of galloping horses. This was an unprecedented sight for them. It came without warning or a source too. The waves just started rising for no discernible reason. So weird. Many were slack-jawed at this sight. Massive oceans up in the sky weren't uncommon in their world. However, there were still patterns and orders adhering to common sense. This wasn't the case here. The waves eventually took them to Sword Ocean that was waiting above. The sword boats became one with the water here and disappeared from sight after granting them safe passage. The visitors then realized why everyone wanted to drop everything and come to the second grave. While standing at the naturally formed sea wall, they saw an ocean with no end in sight. The breezes were quite comfortable and made them forget about the dangers here. Sword Cauldron earlier was a hell on earth. On the other hand, this seemed like a paradise. There were no divine swords in sight, unlike the previous domains. Of course, it wasn't empty either. There were islands and large battleships. Alas, they were smashed and broken. This ocean was quite deep, yet one sunken ship still had half of its hull showing on the surface. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a kingdom all by itself. It has been ravaged by time after suffering untold devastation from a great battle. Some of its piers had snapped in half, others were pierced through or slashed down. This was clearly an expedition fleet that came with a purpose. Who knows if they had fulfilled their goal? The islands nearby didn't fare any better and had a similar fate to the ships. People started wondering about the two sides. The fleet possessed an unimaginable power. Using the character, Behemoth, to describe a sect of this level was insufficient. What is this place? A spectator asked, was there a kingdom in the sky with inhabitants? This might be the case once since the area didn't look like a land of death. Maybe a terrible war eventually took this kingdom down. It could just be a battlefield from the olden age. A last-gen expert speculated, maybe Dao lords or even ancient emperors led an expedition here. From the look of it, the entire fleet went down. Either way, the battle here must have been devastating and tore everything asunder. An ancestor commented. We need to get going. We're already late since the big sects have entered this ocean long ago. They might already have the immortal sword. A high elder realized something and stopped looking around. He then summoned a shuttle and brought his disciples into the ocean. He's right, we can't linger around. The others did the same using various flying treasures. The more powerful cultivators flew themselves. On the other hand, Li Qie was in no hurry. While strolling on the water, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and enjoyed the sea breezes. A while later, he scooped up a handful of water, then let it seep through his fingers. He smiled and said, "Right here. You too, go take a look around, maybe you'll find something good." He then wiped his hands and told his companions. "And you, young noble?" Snowcloud Princess asked. "I have somewhere to go." He gazed towards the distance. The two didn't pry and started riding the waves away. Chapter 4191, Finding treasures. Delving deeper into the ocean made everyone realize how boundless it truly was. They saw amazing phenomena as well. In one area, there was a skeleton resembling a dragon. Each bone was as large as a mountain. Standing on top of it was quite a stirring experience. Many years have passed and the divinity has dispersed from the bones. Nonetheless, they still had the color of white jade. Another skeleton had collapsed into the bottom of the ocean. Nonetheless, its sharp bones still pointed straight at the sky as if they were spears flashing with a frightening pulse. A whale-like skeleton had its skull looking straight up and its jaws wide open, wanting to devour the sky. Because of its sheer size, it affected the current and created a maelstrom. Cultivators were ecstatic to see these massive skeletons. One of them ran over and shouted, "A primal beast. Its bones and core must be extremely precious." Others felt the same way and started a treasure hunt. This wouldn't be a bad haul at all even if they didn't get any divine sword. Unfortunately, this group couldn't find anything. An experienced ancestor nearby shook his head. These bones have been around for who knows how many years. The precious bones and cores were either taken by the currents or eaten by other beasts. Plus, visitors in preceding trips would have found them first. Listeners agreed with this and gave up. They thought that the previous waves of cultivators must have taken all the good things. Only a few were lucky enough to spot divine swords here. Shortly after the big waves of arrival, news came about the death of a gigantic beast. The water there was dyed red from its blood. Poplar Paragon and the ancestors from Wooden Sword managed to kill a one-legged monster and took a lightning sword from its back. Damn, looks like Wooden Sword should never be underestimated. One ancestor took a deep breath and said, "I saw how powerful that monster was just 2 days ago. It devoured a group from Ninewell Citadel including 5 elders in the blink of an eye." Poplar Paragon is taking up the mantle again after the death of Pineleaf Sword Lord. The kingdom seems to be on an upward trajectory. An ancient ancestor said, "He's indeed strong enough to do so, only the 5 overlords are stronger than him right now." In a different spot, cultivators ran over after seeing flashing sword rays. Alas, they disappeared once people got there. It turned out that an elder from Daoist Sword Ground managed to seize the sword before anyone else. On the surface, a group led by several ancestors from Sea Emperor was chasing a 6-winged solar dragon for 10 million miles. The dragon lost the fight and had to flee. Sure enough, information traveled about this fight a while later. The ancestors of Sea Emperor killed a 6-winged solar dragon and obtained 3 divine swords from its lair. This message stirred the crowd and made them more enthusiastic. Alas, the majority of divine swords were taken by the behemoths. What are we even doing here? Just useless spectators? A member from a small sect said bitterly. Those from small sects and even vagabonds appreciated their luck in being able to enter Sword Ocean. They wanted to obtain a divine sword in order to change their future for the better. Unfortunately, it was easier said than done. Only the top sects had the ability to seize these swords. We have 0 chance. A vagabond became dejected. Just be happy that we're alive in this dangerous place. I saw the sect master and members of Flying Grass wanting to fight a lionfish. All of them were eaten, not a single soul got out. More of us are dying too. Our group consisted of 67 non-affiliated cultivators. We got ambushed by a 9-headed serpent. Now, there are only 6 of us left. A young cultivator who was covered in wounds said. Don't be so pessimistic, cultivation is a path filled with dangers and glories. Very few make it through with a smile. It's not like we haven't gotten anything. I know of someone who got a divine sword. An older vagabond said. How? The young one didn't believe him. It's true, I saw a golden dragon giving him the sword. It's an amazing one too, like one from a dragon god. The old vagabond replied. That sounds like a fantasy, you're lying. The majority of the group didn't believe him. He's not lying, I saw it too. That golden dragon had an auspicious aura and a visual phenomenon consisting of countless swords. A prodigy interjected. It's not unprecedented. Rumor has it that Violet Abyss Tao Lord was given a heavenly sword by a spirit fish in this ocean. A relatively successful vagabond added. Yes, something similar happened to a genius from Ninewell Citadel too, a sword from an aquatic elephant. Another old man nodded. Where is the kid then? A few cultivators' eyes flashed with greed. Trying to rob the behemoths was courting death. However, a vagabond? That shouldn't be a problem. Don't be stupid. An old vagabond shook her head, the guy left long ago. Plus, the fact that he got a sword from a golden dragon means that his future is limitless, someone blessed by heaven. If you try to rob him, he'll come back one day for revenge and exterminate your clan. No, I was just curious, that's all. The others smiled awkwardly after being figured out. Everyone paid attention to the stories about the divine swords. Only Li Chia didn't care since he had a destination in mind. There was a sinkhole in Sword Ocean, deep and bottomless. It was surrounded by water yet none could get in, not even a single drop. It seemed that a powerful force separated it from the outside world. Cultivators came and became quite interested in this weird phenomenon. There has to be a divine sword in there. One youth wanted to enter. This is the Eye of the Sea, a rather famous place. You can go in if you're tired of living. A senior snorted. Is it that bad? The youth asked. There is no returning. The senior answered, no one has returned alive in history, whether it be peerless geniuses or invincible ancestors. I see, the youth took a deep breath. Chapter 4192, Eye of the Sea. No, there was one survivor. An old man nearby disagreed. Who is it? The youth became surprised right away. The one and only in history. The old man said mysteriously. Just tell us already. Those nearby became impatient. Starshooter Tao Lord. The old man stared at the sinkhole and said, as far as I know and everyone else for that matter, he's the only one. An invincible Tao Lord, others found this answer acceptable. Starshooter was the 4th Tao Lord of Sea Emperor whose sword Tao dominated the realms. A Tao Lord is strong enough to fight against the living creatures of the Forbidden Zones. This eye might be scary but it's not enough to stop a Tao Lord. An expert said. Tao Lords were the ultimate existences in the mind of regular cultivators. They were viewed as omnipotent. No. The old man shook his head. The Tao Lord did it during his youth, before he became a Tao Lord. This caused the crowd to exchange glances. I thought this place was dangerous and only suicidal people entered. Was the Tao Lord already invincible at a young age? One youth asked. It was strange indeed. The old man elaborated, he wasn't at a high level then, just an unknown cultivator. Because of this, they might have been unsubstantiated rumors since he never brought it up either. Geniuses are different from us. An expert said, he already had legends despite being young. Not just anyone can reach the apex. Maybe this place is the reason why he was able to become a Tao Lord. Someone had a different perspective on this matter. the fortune here allowed him to embark on the path towards invincibility. It's possible. The old man agreed. Keep in mind that, as I've mentioned earlier, the Tao Lord never brought up this issue. People didn't know what he got from here, whether it be a divine sword or a treasure. Whatever it is, it should be incredible. Temptation reared its ugly head again. A fortune capable of making someone a Tao Lord. Many stared at the sinkhole with greed in their eyes. Becoming a Tao Lord was virtually all cultivators' lifelong pursuit. Of course, nearly all ended in failure outside of a small group. Today, an opportunity was right in front of them. Their hearts started beating faster. Should we give it a shot? A hot-blooded young man wanted to be the next lucky guy, thinking that he would find success just by jumping into the hole. Feel free to play the terrible odds. His senior glared at him and said, I'm sure that across the years, hundreds of thousands of cultivators have jumped in. How many actually came back out with the exception of Starshooter Tao Lord? Do you think you'll be another exception? Well, no, the young man smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to jump. Forget it, find a more realistic spot. A last-gen cultivator gave up on this sinkhole and said, the probability is too low here. No one wanted to put their life on the line when the odds were insurmountable. Wait, who's over there? As they were leaving, someone shouted. They looked over and sure enough, a man was standing next to the edge of the sinkhole. It's Wuxia. Someone else bellowed after taking a good look. Indeed, what is he doing here? They became interested again. This is it. Wuxia stared at the bottomless sinkhole and smiled. Is he trying to challenge it? He wants the fortune inside? An expert murmured. I don't know if I would call this a challenge, more like an insane attempt from a madman. Someone from the last generation murmured. He's already the world's richest. This risky business isn't right for him. One youth who didn't like Wuxia still didn't want him to die. Is wealth alone not enough? He wants to become a Tao Lord too. His friend wondered. This is unnecessary indeed. A big shot shook his head then shouted at Wuxia, young nobly, the eye of the sea is fatally dangerous, you already have enough resources, no need to obtain this fortune. Don't let greed be your downfall. Find contentment in what you have. He persuaded with sincerity and logic, hoping to save Wuxia. Everyone knew that Wuxia's cultivation was shabby. However, his wealth allowed him to contest against anyone or any sect for that matter. He had all the advantages in the world. It would be idiotic to jump into the sinkhole for something that might not even be there. Unfortunately, I am never content. Wuxia looked back at the big shot and smiled. Nonetheless, I do appreciate your comment. Here, have this. He casually tossed a treasure to the big shot then jumped into the sinkhole. He actually jumped? The crowd became startled. He has to be crazy. Only a crazy man would do this. One ancestor got closer and stared at the darkness. Just stop trying to judge him with conventional wisdom, he's different. A high elder said. He's dead for sure, there's no way he'll be a second Starshooter Tao Lord. One youth commented. The odds were minuscule. The madman could shock all of us and perform another miracle. Someone else calmed down and said. Can his sorcery overcome this nefarious place? Another wondered. Chapter 4193, Dreadful Creature. Nothing but darkness could be seen beneath the sinkhole. Wuxia looked up and no longer saw the hole above or any light. It appeared boundless just like the sky. Alas, Wuxia was strong enough to analyze the entire area and see through the black veils. He scanned around and understood everything, not being at risk of death like other visitors. Creak, a heavy grinding noise sounded both far and near, akin to a heavy stone door being pushed open. However, Wuxia knew that it was a gigantic creature encompassing the entire domain. Its size was unfathomable. The uninvited intruder woke it up so it started moving. He stood there with a smile, completely unaffected. Though the creature was barely moving, it felt as if mountain ranges were on the move. Nonetheless, it didn't result in a quaking effect, meaning that the creature had full mastery over its body's movements, a testament to its power. Clank. A sharp gale cut through the air. A saber landed on the ground, easily cutting through it like a piece of tofu. Its glint illuminated the dark area, allowing Li Qie to see how deadly it was. A regular cultivator wouldn't be able to see the blade in its entirety due to its length. The glint also had a nether presence, as if it came from hell and belonged to a reaper. Just one swing would reap 1,000,000 lives. Alas, this was still not enough to frighten Li Qie. Clank. 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 The first blade was only the beginning. Countless ones began descending while intersecting and clanking with others, each taller than the heaven. This was more than enough to scare someone to death. The blades could eviscerate and mince the earth into countless pieces. Cultivators were more fragile than insects before them. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these reaper blades were actually legs belonging to the massive monster. It simply moved and gave the impression of countless blades descending. Both heaven and earth along with Li Qie were right beneath it. The smile still didn't disappear on his face during a moment when others might soil themselves. Another visitor at last. Words of an ancient language came from above. The entire world was filled with these words. Weak cultivators would instantly explode from the sound waves alone. He understood and chuckled. Tell me a reason not to eat you. The creature seemed to be the ruler of the world, capable of determining the fate of others. I'll spare you since I'm in a good mood. Leave. To which Li Qie responded. Spare me? These words echoed and smashed the spatial fabrics. The creature hasn't heard anything this ridiculous and funny in a long time. Your audacity knows no bounds, speaking like this when standing before me. It wasn't angry, just amused by this insignificant creature. Don't waste my time, I'll leave after I get what I want. Be smart and move or I'll rip you apart. Li Qie patiently said. Arrogant brat, do you even know what this place is? It laughed heartily. Don't know, don't need to know, don't care either. Li Qie said, move. I'm surprised that you know about the thing in this place. Unfortunately, whoever sent you here has sent you to your death. I'm afraid that I can't spare you either since I can't recall the last time I tasted meat. I need a good meal today. The creature spoke. Are you sure? Li Qie smirked. No one can leave this place without my permission. Your fate is to become food in my stomach. It said chillingly. Unfortunately, I'm always the exception. Li Qie shook his head. Ha ha ha, we'll see about that, Junior. The creature laughed thunderously. Creak. 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 Powerful gales and creaking noises ensued. It finally moved faster to circle Li Qie. This allowed light to come in for a moment. Anyone else would be paralyzed on the ground after seeing the creature, a colossal centipede. When it stood upright, the stars would circle around it. Let me take a look at you. Its head could finally be seen, looking ferocious with a bloody mouth and 2 sharp teeth. It opened its eyes and red rays illuminated Li Qie. They looked like 2 suns made of blood. Chapter 4194, Old Acquaintance. The world turned red once the solar eyes opened. There seemed to be blood flowing on the ground. The atmosphere was terrifying, but this creature took it to the next level. Its jaws were large enough to devour millions in one bite. Not to mention the cowardly, even experienced and decisive ancestors would lose their courage. Some might be paralyzed on the ground or piss their pants. You are one of the few who get to see my true form. Each of the centipede's words was thunderous, enough to send people flying and rupturing their eardrums. Just a 1,000-legged worm. Li Qie nonchalantly responded. Ha 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 ha. The creature laughed again, releasing its true power. I want to see what you can do, little one. It was finally furious and lunged forward in order to get a better look at him. The reality was that they were still extremely far away. The centipede was insanely long, so its head was still far away. Once its head got closer, it became even more frightening than ever. Li Qie was but a speck of dust versus this monster. In the blink of an eye, the head was now next to Li Qie, but he had no reaction. The one to react was the centipede. First was astonishment, then it took a more careful look. Afterward, all of its mountainous legs started shaking. You are Li Qie," it said with uncertainty. "I believe I'm the only one with this name." Li Qie smirked. The centipede trembled again after this was confirmed. It couldn't stay calm at all. Its grand Tao was finished, allowing it to lord over most cultivators in history. Alas, the name Li Qie smashed its mind with the force of a heavy hammer. Millions of thoughts and possibilities crossed its mind in a short span. "I won't change my mind about sparing you, especially since you know my name. Leave," Li Qie ordered. The creature was woken up from its stupor after hearing this. It took a deep breath and began shrinking its body at a rapid pace. In just 1 second, a middle-aged man appeared before Li Qie, looking rather charming and graceful. One would never connect him and the ferocious centipede just now. The difference was extremely drastic. "I was blind to not recognize you, Great Emperor. Please forgive me." He prostrated and apologized. "You must be from the 9 worlds to know this," Li Qie said. "I had the fortune of seeing you in stone medicine, Great Emperor. Lady Ziyan granted me an audience. I was just a weak demon back then, that's why you don't remember me." He spoke respectfully. The emperor with the title, Prime, Li Qie. His name and title were taboo and couldn't be uttered carelessly even though the 9 worlds were gone. This was an existence that had ascended yet could still come back to 8 desolaces. No other emperors and Tao lords had done the same as far as he knew. Despite being a monstrous demon, he was aware that Li Qie was far above his level. It was best to be subservient. Prime tore apart the 9 heavens and massacred whoever he wanted back then. He could definitely do the same right now too. "Oh, I remember now, Yi Qingqing's follower, cloud-soaring venerable." Li Qie remembered this man. "It is an honor to be remembered by you, Great Emperor." The man became ecstatic. He worked for Yi Qingqing then and even tried to recruit Li Qie. Though he wasn't the best at cultivation, his craftiness made up for it. "It's surprising to see you alive," Li Qie said. This was miraculous indeed. Numerous invincible beings have turned to dust. This included immortal emperors and Tao lords. They bloomed beautifully and made their mark in history, albeit only for a short period. As for this cloud-soaring venerable, he was only a speck of dust in comparison. However, he managed to live longer than all of them. "Great Emperor, my cultivation was shallow and weak. After the events at Stone Medicine, I decided to retire and this kept me safe from various calamities. Later on, I couldn't accept dying from old age and took a risk coming to this place. I came across a sword containing a grand Tao and swallowed it. It kept me alive until now." The man honestly answered. You can't leave. This prison traps you here but also lets you live. A disaster and a blessing in one," Li Qie commented. "Yes, Great Emperor. I'm sure the sword will cut my heart and use my body as a sacrifice if I try to leave," he said. "This sword isn't matchless or anything, but it's still impressive. It already has a master and without permission, you won't be able to leave unless you can refine its grand Tao and truly fuse with it." Li Qie smiled. "Right, Great Emperor. Later on, I learned that this is the sword of the second grave. Though it was abandoned by its master, it is still invincible for regular cultivators like us." The man smiled wryly. "Become greedless, exercise patience, and cast off unnecessary thoughts. Flow with fate, refine the sword's way and it shall obey, gain many more days," Li Qie started reciting. The man memorized the mantra. Once Li Qie finished, he prostrated and smashed his head on the ground. He was moved to tears as he spoke. Thank you for your guidance, great emperor. I can't say enough to express my gratitude. Fate has brought us together, so I granted you a fortune. Li Qie said, rise, it is up to you now. I won't forget what I've learned today, great emperor. The man slammed his head one more time before standing up. Li Qie then focused on something else not far from there. Chapter 4195. Heavenly Scripture. He gazed at something resembling a stone table not far from there. It had damage in all four corners and looked rather coarse. One half was protruding upward, making it look like an open book. The side surfaces also had numerous layers, just like a stack of pages. It seemed to be naturally formed because the workmanship was too shoddy. If someone had carved it, they would need to quit their job right away. Most would not take a second look at it. Those who took their time for some reason would also dismiss it as a regular table that was badly constructed. However, powerful existences or gifted individuals would spot peculiar details about the table, aware that it was special. After taking their time, they would be able to sense how thick it was, seemingly consisting of countless rock layers. Each layer was a record of an entire era. Their weight and significance couldn't be overstated. For apex existences, they would note that this was not a dead entity. The pages were deriving supreme grand Tao and exuded an invisible light. Being able to see through this table was a privilege for the supreme existences. Weaker beings would only be able to sense the peculiarity, unable to study it. Li Qie walked over with Cloud soaring venerable right behind him. This table was here already before my arrival. I knew that it was profound right away. He said, alas, I could only touch the bare surface. After swallowing the sword, my cultivation sword, so did my Tao comprehension. Once I tried again, I knew that this thing contains a supreme sword Tao. I spent days researching it only to fail again. It's not that easy for most. Li Qie smiled. Right, a regular demon like me got nothing from it. Back then, this one brat came and observed it. He couldn't understand anything within but managed to come up with his own Tao, such a peerless talent. The man said. He was referring to Starshooter Tao Lord, the only person that had left this sinkhole alive. Someone was here, flipping the pages. Li Qie gently patted the surface of the table. Not any of us. Cloud Soaring Venerable said. Whether it be him or Starshooter Tao Lord or anyone else, none was strong enough to do so. It must have been before my arrival. Sword Burial Zone. Li Qie didn't need to trace back to the past and knew after one touch. No wonder. The Venerable responded, the existences in these zones are just too strong, capable of suppressing us all. He was a terrifying cultivator at this point, virtually invincible in the eyes of cultivators. Alas, he was still afraid of these existences, aware that he would be killed once targeted. Great Emperor, what is this thing? He stared at the table and asked. He has been in this area for millions of years but couldn't come up with an answer. He only knew that it was magnificent. I've lost a few things back then. Li Qie answered vaguely. The Venerable didn't pry any further. An invincible existence like Li Qie should have plenty of artifacts. If some were missing, Li Qie wouldn't bother to care or search for them. However, this seemed to be different since he made the effort of coming here. It's back again. Li Qie sentimentally said as he touched the table, a conclusion is necessary. The Venerable watched with bated breath, wanting to know more about this ultimate artifact. Buzz. The table became radiant and numerous runes emerged. They were numerous and inscrutable. Someone as strong as the Venerable couldn't decipher them without needing more time. The stone layers seemed to be coming back to life and started flipping just like pages in a book. Each flip ignited a corresponding rune. It didn't take long before the runes danced, seemingly becoming one with the rhythm of heaven and earth. Boom! A Tao beam shot to the sky, then the rest of the runes floated upward, creating a mystical ocean. Rumble. Suddenly, loud detonations came from above. A supreme heavenly tribulation suddenly gathered, ready to kill everything beneath. Meanwhile, the runes didn't stop their process. One rune possessed a magnificent divinity, capable of slaying the eternal firmaments. Another heralded billowing primordial chaos. These Tao runes had a creation power, gestating new worlds and new grand Tao. This is a heavenly tribulation. As for the Venerable, he was gasping due to the emergence of the heavenly tribulation. Even historically mighty cultivators were afraid of heavenly tribulations. This fear was more pronounced in a centipede demon like him. Gather. Li Qiye roared and combined all the runes. Boom! 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 The lightning bolts in the tribulation shot downward at the same time. However, he waved his hand and captured both the lightning bolts and the Tao runes. These destructive forces were powerless under his grasp, unable to escape. The Venerable took a deep breath after seeing this. He needed to run against the frightening lightning bolts while Li Qiye caught it with his bare hand and even gathered them next to his chest. Prime, the greatest of all emperors, he is this strong? Who the hell can match him? The Venerable thought. Eventually, things started calming down due to Li Qiye's suppression. Once the light dispersed, a supreme scripture appeared in Li Qiye's hand. Can it be? The Venerable had a good idea of what it was. One of the 9 heavenly scriptures, finality. Li Qiye answered, it was known as the physique scripture in the previous epoch. I see, the Venerable became emotional. Chapter 4196, abandoned by the sword. Li Qiye had opened a new page in the physique scripture previously and created a new grand Tao for the next epoch. The Venerable was in awe. So he has been hugging one of the 9 scriptures for so long. I might as well be blind. He said, the jewel couldn't shine in my possession. The 9 scriptures contained the ultimate merit laws. People just needed to learn one of them and would become invincible Tao lords. The entire original version was here with him for millions and millions of years, yet he gained nothing from it. He started fantasizing about fully learning the complete grand Tao within. Alas, he knew that his comprehension was lacking. It wasn't meant to be. Li Qiye glanced at him and said, your soul devourer is a top sword already with an impressive Tao. Once you fuse with it, you'll gain a lifetime of benefits, so no need to worry about the heavenly scripture. What you seek is already in your stomach. Absorb it and the path towards ascension awaits. Right you are, great emperor. The Venerable stopped being obsessed with the heavenly scripture and said, greed knows no bounds. I'm sure some would want to learn all the paths too after obtaining this. Finality sword had 9 paths. Each path would take the user to a supreme sword Tao. Alas, cultivating one was immensely difficult, let alone all 9. Seeking quantity wasn't always correct. After all, people had limited talent and time. Being too greedy meant knowing many arts in a superficial manner, something inferior to those who focus on a single Tao. Only the supreme geniuses could learn all the different schools. Otherwise, it would only be a waste of time. The Venerable was naturally talented. He just couldn't compare to the greats. Great Emperor, do you know how much longer it'll take for me to melt it? He asked with anticipation. Is there anything you still worry about in this world? Li Qiye asked. Well, no. I have no one left. He pondered before shaking his head. This sounded rather sad, but it was the reality for top masters. His family and friends passed away eras ago. Even his sect has been reduced to ashes. Thus, he was completely alone. Then what's the point of coming out? Li Qiye said, the world is still relatively the same. This was the case a billion years ago and will be so a billion years after. You have no worries or obsession, it's the same staying here or being reclusive somewhere else. The Venerable agreed with this logic after thinking about it. Before his lifespan ran low, he was living as a hermit in a reclusive mountain, eating simple meals every day. Today, he was also alone in this ocean. The difference was about the same. The problem here is anxiety. You worry that you won't be able to leave this place. It is a mental chain hindering your mind and heart. This, in turn, slows down your Tao progression. Li Chia continued, have you thought about what you would do after leaving this place? You'll most likely live reclusively again unless you want to see the world or compete with others. Right, there's nowhere to go outside. Might as well stay here, the Venerable murmured to himself. A weight was gone after hearing this. Li Chia was right. So what if he could fuse with the sword's grand Tao? Where would he go afterward? There were no acquaintances or friends to catch up with. He didn't have any intention of becoming the number one and taking over the world. He had tried to do so during his youth and prime. This was no longer part of his wish. It seemed that there was no point in leaving this place for him. A mind as free as flowing water, a Tao as untethered as nature itself. Li Chia said, let the sword Tao melt on its own, no need to be impatient. Your shackles will break eventually. I understand, Great Emperor. Thank you. The Venerable prostrated. He was trying too hard to break the shackles in the past. This actually slowed down the process and made it harder for him to digest the divine sword and its Tao. Now, he realized that time was on his side. This place wasn't so bad after all. I'm finished here. Li Chia put away the heavenly scripture and wanted to leave. Farewell, Great Emperor. I hope that I'll be able to contribute to your cause one day. The Venerable bowed. Li Chia accepted his gesture with a smile then left. After Li Chia was gone, he reflected on the past. He didn't expect to see an acquaintance after an epoch. Back in Stone Medicine World, he worked for Yi Qingsheng who was killed by Li Chia. The latter had left the 9 worlds yet they managed to meet again in this place. Mulberry fields have turned into blue seas but certain things still remain. After Li Chia left the sinkhole, he met others right away, Daoist Peng and Ningzhu's group. Young noble, I've finally found you. Daoist Peng seemed elated to see him as if he was a savior. Why are you here? Li Chia glanced at the old man. The Daoist rubbed his palms together awkwardly while looking at Li Chia with puppy eyes. Daoist Peng lost his sword. Ningzhu smiled and helped him out. Yes. The Daoist nodded repeatedly like a chicken eating grain. He hurriedly added, it was so strange but my ancestral sword suddenly flew out one day and I couldn't catch it. I chased after and eventually saw it flying into this place. He paused for a bit before continuing, I am lucky that everyone here decided to help me get to this place, but I've lost sight of the sword. He saw Aji and Tai Jian along the way and they helped him get inside. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Unfortunately, this place was massive and he had no idea where to go to look for his sword. This was 1,000 times worse than trying to find a needle in a haystack. He immediately thought about Li Chia. The guy was magical on top of having numerous followers. Thus, he decided to look for Li Chia. Nonetheless, he knew that they had a shallow relationship, only acquaintances at best. Why would Li Chia help him find the sword in this dangerous place? Alas, he had no other option, hence the lack of confidence in his voice. Young noble, if you can find my ancestral sword, I will give you everything I have as payment. This didn't make sense either since he was talking to the world's richest. A Daoist like him could only muster a few coins. Moreover, mobilizing his legion to find the sword would require untold expenses. He certainly couldn't afford this. I see. Li Chia wasn't surprised by this. He glanced at the Daoist and said, fine, I'll help you out since you've managed to find me. Thank you, young noble. The Daoist bowed deeply after hearing this. Chapter 4197, Limitless Sword Formation. There were victors and losers in Sword Ocean, either rewarded with fortunes or death. Some groups lost every single member but this didn't deter the mass enthusiasm. Whenever good news came out about someone obtaining a divine sword, others couldn't help but jump into the ocean. Rumble. Explosions could be heard from the oceans. Hurricanes and tidal waves came subsequently. What's going on? This startled those nearby. A beam shot to the sky, looking like the strongest of its kind in the world. The clear light illuminated the entire ocean. Are you seeing this? It stole everyone's attention. What made this beam special were the Tao runes accompanying it. This made the beam even brighter, the runes seemed to be empowering it. It served as a pillar capable of shouldering the sky and connecting it with the ground. It seemed that climbing up was a way to reach immortality or travel through time. Spectators felt time slowing down, that they could catch every single detail of a blossoming flower. Their swords then resonated with the beam, wanting to fly out of the scabbard. Golden particles eventually scattered from the beam. The sword resonation became more violent. Owners had a harder time holding on to their sword. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? A youth shouted. It's an ultimate divine sword emerging. An expert knew right away. That place used to be shrouded by dense fog. I've been lost there before. An experienced cultivator was surprised. You're right, it was so easy to get lost there. An ancestor agreed. What are we waiting for then? The crowd shouted and soared towards the beam. It's such an incredible phenomenon. Can it be a heavenly sword? Someone else asked. It could be myriad era, time is of the essence. An ancestor who heard about this became impatient. It didn't take long before this became the new focus at the ocean. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. If it's actually myriad era, whoever gets it will be unstoppable. Some started fantasizing even before catching a glimpse of this heavenly sword. Everyone knew that heavenly swords were even stronger than Tao Lord swords. Thus, the temptation was irresistible. The only one yet to be seen among the 9 was Myriad Era, rumored to be the leader and the strongest. Once people got there, the thick mist was gone and replaced by a blue ocean with golden shimmering. The source of the golden glow came from the broken ships in this region. Some were made from a golden metal, still as shiny as before. A few were well preserved enough to be taken out and reused. People noticed and desired them right away. Each usable ship was an expensive treasure. Alas, this wasn't the time for salvaging. The most important thing was a particular island with 2 parallel mountains forming a valley, the source of the beam. From a distance, it looked like a portal to an immortal world. Spectators found it impossible to contain their excitement. It has to be there. A cultivator pointed at the island. Come, we're getting on the island. One ancestor ordered his men. However, this group was stopped by a series of tablets descending from above. Loud detonations from their appearance deterred the newcomers. They landed on the ocean and created massive waves. However, they floated and didn't sink to the bottom. The tablets were covered in diamond-shaped runes. They activated and immediately sealed the surrounding waters. Diamond Rampart. The ancestor was astounded. 9 Citadel. Are they trying to monopolize the island? An expert shouted. They're too unreasonable. Those from bigger sects such as Armament and Wooden Sword didn't appreciate this. They knew that 9 Citadel was strong, but it couldn't afford to face the wrath from everyone else. It has to be Myriad Era for them to do this, right? Someone speculated. Open. A high elder from a prestigious clan could wait no longer and began attacking the wall. Boom. The attack caused some lights to disperse but didn't move the wall in the slightest. Clank. Loud sword hymns suddenly echoed. People looked up and saw countless swords descending. Retreat. They reacted quickly and left the area of effect. These swords came together to form a massive sword formation, always rotating and releasing a murderous aura. Limitless sword formation. Experts shuddered after seeing this. That's a sword formation from Sea Emperor. The crowd was smart enough to keep a distance. Sea Emperor and 9 are working together, Everyone understood what was going on. Chapter 4198, Dongling Sea Emperor was the strongest in Sword Continent while Ninewell Citadel claimed the second spot. Their combined force could be enough to sweep through everyone. If the continent were to unite, it would be enough to contest this alliance. However, politics and logistics made this impossible. Spectators realized that Myriad Era was no longer in reach. This sword would eventually end in the pocket of these two behemoths. What gives them the right to do this? A youth said indignantly while looking at the wall and the sword formation. What are you going to do about it? There's nothing any of us can do, they're too strong. Another cultivator nearby said. The youth couldn't respond because reality was cruel. It would be futile trying to fight them. We need to band together. A cultivator suggested, the divine sword has no master and belongs to the virtuous. What gives them the right to barricade the area? Sword Ocean isn't their house. They might be strong but logic and reason still reign. Only evil sects do as they please. You're completely right. Another became agitated after hearing this, putting the divine sword aside. I'm sure there are plenty of other treasures in there, they don't get to monopolize it. Everyone in the world deserves a bowl of soup from this pot. Let's take down this wall and sword barrier, let them know that Sword Continent is a righteous land with laws and orders. Their haughtiness and arrogance aren't welcomed here. Another fanned the flames while actually attacking the two defenses. Boom! The attacking treasure was instantly destroyed by the sword formation. This reminded the crowd of how useless it was. Their raging emotion was immediately extinguished. What should we do? Another asked. The disorderly crowd couldn't do anything outside of spewing grievances. They needed a leader right now, one with enough prestige and authority. What can we do, that's the question. A disciple from a large sect smiled wryly. Defeating the defenses required the same level of offense. Otherwise, it would only be courting death. See Emperor Sword Kingdom, Ninewell Citadel, this is rather disgraceful. A calm voice suddenly sounded. People looked back and saw an old man dressed in a simplistic style. He stood upright and looked rather muscular. His eyes were bright and had no sign of aging. His hand movements contained a mighty sword intent. He himself resembled a sword ready to slash at any moment. Each of his words sounded like the hymn of a sword and contained a sword intent. Sect Master Ling Jian of Daoist Sword Ground. Older experts recognized him right away. Senior Ling Jian. Others came to greet him. As one of the 6 sect masters, he was famous alongside Pineleaf Sword Lord since they were both from the same generation. You're right, Senior Ling Jian, they are pushing it right now. Someone complained. This imperious act is unacceptable. Another uttered. What gives them the right to take all the natural resources? We need to band together and stop their tyranny. One youth was heated up and shouted. We need to teach them the character, no. They can't take all of us on. One more wanted to stir the crowd and cause trouble. What they're doing is no different from the conduct of an evil sect. They deserve to be persecuted and punished. One guy chimed in. Yes, they have fallen down the evil path, it's time to eliminate evil. Those antagonistic against the two sects took advantage of this opportunity. Humph, eat as you like but watch what you say. A scowl could be heard before a cold declaration. There are consequences for running your mouth. A youth and his fellow sect disciples appeared. He embraced a sword while looking like the embodiment of an abyss. Abyss Scion. The crowd recognized him right away. His warning silenced the rowdiness right away. Cultivators spoke fiercely when there was no one from the two behemoths around. They immediately kept their mouths shut after his arrival. Actually going against Sea Emperor and Ninewheel required both courage and power. Further consideration was well advised. We are merely speaking the truth, everyone can see what you're doing. One expert didn't bite it and said what was on everyone else's mind. That's not up for you to decide. Henceforth, any attack or offensive comment will be considered a declaration of war towards the Emperor. The Scion's eyes flashed frighteningly, causing others to swallow their words. I'm shaking in my boots right now, ahaha. Do you think your threat alone can shut everyone up? Someone laughed and joined the conversation. It was none other than Dong Ling, looking slovenly in dress and manner. Darn right. Many voiced their support. I'm just stating facts. The Scion snorted. The fact is that your sect and Nine Wheel are trying to monopolize the treasures here when you have no claim on it in the first place. This imperious act is intolerable. Dong Ling said, winning the love of the crowd. Chapter 4199, Challenge, well said. More chimed in. These two behemoths were dreadful entities. Expressions would change whenever their names were brought up. This applied to the ancestors, not just the young generation. But now, Dong Ling dared to criticize both sects together. For some of the spectators, they were happy to see someone taking the vanguard. It would be best to see a battle with heavy losses on both sides. It would give them more openings to enter the island. What a hero, worthy of being one of the 10. A heaven's favorite indeed. A last-gen expert praised happily. Dong Ling, you're right, everyone is on your side. We will go against the tyrannical sects that have fallen to the evil path. Others chimed in. Don't be afraid, we're right behind you. More shouted. Of course, they were only paying lip service. No one was actually moving closer to stand behind him or explicitly stated their intention of fighting Nine Wheel and Sea Emperor. Nonetheless, their cries still annoyed Abyss Scion and left him in a difficult position. These men dared to challenge his sect's authority. He gazed at Dong Ling and uttered coldly, "You spoke as if justice is on your side. If they're only words, then we'll still forgive you if you stand aside right now, but if you actually want to do something, I suggest that you think twice first." Think twice? No need for that. I've heard of your Abyss Sword Dao and its power, I wish to see it today. Dong Ling smiled, directly challenging the Scion. These circumstances weren't easy for the youth since he risked the wrath of two behemoths later. However, this could be construed as a competition between two youths. Sects would normally turn a blind eye to this. It would be a different story if a member of the last generation such as Ling Jian were to get involved. Ling Jian had a lot to think about before making a hasty decision. I bet Dong Ling is the most decisive and courageous out of the 10. A crowd member shouted. Yes, he puts us to shame. A genius said. Rumor has it that Dong Ling came from an ancient sect, but either way, it shouldn't be able to match Nine Wheel and Sea Emperor. Thus, his challenge was quite commendable. You wish to fight me, Daoist Dong Ling? The Scion wasn't afraid of Dong Ling, merely angered that he was being challenged. He was potentially the strongest of the 10, so he was confident in his chances. That's right, I don't want to miss seeing a top sword Dao. Please give me pointers. Dong Ling tapped the sword hanging by his waist. Very well, I'll help you out if you seek death. This is no longer a duel. The Scion said murderously. Listeners realized that the Scion was serious in upholding his sect's authority. Fine, till death then. Dong Ling's eyes narrowed as he took one step forward. The Scion scowled and did the same. The two gazed sternly at each other. There should be a ranking for the 10. One youth said. There are only 8 now. Another replied. Both Starshooter Prince and Hundred Blade Noble were killed by 9th. Nonetheless, people were still curious about the rest. Can Dong Ling win? The Scion has all the advantages. A genius said. Dong Ling's ancient sect was Heaven Silkworm with top weapons and techniques. Alas, so did Sea Emperor. Moreover, Dong Ling hasn't displayed anything special compared to the Scion. If they were to rank him, he would not be among the top 5. In fact, most would list him among the bottom 3 spots along with Qingqing Zi and Pendant Sword Maiden. These three had the weakest background among the 10 prodigies. Qingsheng Zi came from Mount Qingsheng, only a vassal sect of Xi Emperor. This was the case for the Maiden's clan as well. The scion is top 3, Dong Ling's chances are low. One expert who was unhappy with Xi Emperor still had a high evaluation of the scion. I feel the same way, except that the scion might be first place, not just top 3. A fan of the scion replied. The majority supported Dong Ling, voicing his grievances towards the two behemoths. However, they thought that he had no chance against the scion. Stop flattering Abyss Scion, he ran away from Wuxia like a dog that has lost its master. A vagabond who hated Xi Emperor and nobles commented. Weaker cultivators couldn't afford to provoke Xi Emperor. Thus, they were happy to see Wuxia take them down a notch. Yes, nothing is absolute in this world. A youth from a small sect added, people hated Wuxia and thought that he would lose to Abyss Scion back then. Hell, he took down the scion and even killed the ancestors from Xi Emperor. Thinking back on this event brought joy to some spectators. You can't compare Dong Ling with someone as devilish as Wuxia. Another replied. Just wait and see, we'll find out soon enough. One ancestor patiently said. Chapter 4200, Silkworm Dragon Sword Dao. The crowd watched the duo with bated breath. Clank. Dong Ling unsheathed his sword. Its radiance fully displayed its extraordinary nature. Scion, let's get started. Dong Ling said while assuming a battle stance. Clank. The scion also readied his violet abyss, releasing its permeating Dao Lord aura. When he channeled his vitality and energy into the sword, it pulsed brightly and Dao Lord laws manifested into reality, rendering the crowd breathless. It was as if he wielded the sword of order, capable of delivering the ultimate judgment. The Dao Lord aura intensified as a result, one wave higher than the previous. The scion has the weapon advantage. An expert stated the obvious. Dong Ling's sword was brilliant, but there was quite a gap between the two swords. Excuse me then. Evening River Sun. Dong Ling roared and performed a vertical solar slash, creating rays as bright as sun rays. The slash crossed through the air and resembled a temporal river. The rising sun looked tiny and ephemeral in comparison before this sword Dao. Impressive. Many shouted. Even the ancestors stronger than Dong Ling were impressed by the attack. The slash wasn't restricted by time and space, instantly appearing before the scion. Not bad. The scion was unperturbed and retaliated, Earth Eater. As Violet Abyss swung down, the sky vault seemed to be smashed. An abyss was formed and ate up Dong Ling's Dao River. The power of the abyss was immense since it contained a heavenly Dao on top of a Dao Lord sword. Spectators naturally trembled before its might. Nonetheless, Dong Ling still didn't give up and continued to maintain his momentum. Clank. 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 Their swords collided 3 times. Dong Ling had no problem keeping up in terms of internal energy and cultivation. Alas, his sword broke into 2 pieces. The aftershock caused Dong Ling to stagger backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. It's over so fast? One spectator asked. The scion is untouchable among the young generation. A youth said. Actually, I don't think Dong Ling's cultivation is inferior, he can keep up for quite a while. An ancestor said, it's a shame that his weapon and merit law are inferior. The crowd felt bad for Dong Ling, thinking that this match was over. Your life is forfeited. The scion pointed his sword forward. Its murderous aura seemed eager to pierce through Dong Ling's body. It's too early to say that. Your sect isn't the only one that has capable weapons. Dong Ling laughed and said. He decided to summon a different sword, one of the fire affinity. The flames oozing from it had the appearance of dragons. Clank. 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 Other swords in the audience resonated, clearly approving this sword. It was rather old and has been passed down for millions of years. Alas, time didn't weaken its imperial aura, one of an immortal emperor. He looked spirited while being illuminated by the flames. Its imperial aura made him regal and domineering. What is this sword? Everyone thought that this new weapon was on the same level as Violet Abyss. A fine sword you have there. Even the scion praised. A divine sword left behind by an ancient emperor. One ancestor said. Earth Eater. The scion attacked right away, splitting heaven and earth apart along with the celestials. Bring it. Dong Ling used a new technique, soaring silkworm dragon. The imperial sword flew upward and transformed into a hybrid dragon. Its sword energies ravaged the sky. The contest between an imperial and a Dao Lord sword caused fiery sparks to splash everywhere. Destructive shockwaves emanated outward since they didn't hold back. Azure Dragon. Dong Ling performed the second variation even before the first was finished. He whirled his sword and the entire world was engulfed by it. The dragon started shooting out annihilation rays. Boundless Abyss. The scion's sword exuded a violet radiance. His abyss sword Dao intensified and resembled a primordial beast opening its jaws, successfully devouring the second variation. Sourceseeker Dragon. Dong Ling pulled back his technique and focused it at a single point to stop the incoming abyss. Rumble. The battle shifted from the sky all the way down to the ocean floor then up again. One had access to a heavenly Dao while the other utilized the art of an ancient emperor. The profundities of their techniques mesmerized the spectators. I can't believe Dong Ling is this strong, it's an even fight. One expert said. I suppose he's among the top 3 too, we were mistaken. A last-gen member added. It looks like Heaven's Silkworm School is not weaker than any Dao Lord lineage. His sword Dao is magnificent. One ancestor commented. How strange. Rumor has it that his sect was created by 2 ancient ancestors. It never produced an emperor or Dao Lord before, so how does he have access to these 2 things? One king found this astonishing. This type of ancient sect is old beyond traceability, they might have resources unknown to outsiders. A high elder answered. Chapter 4201, Ascension Martial Dao. The battle continuously heated up with resplendent shockwaves. Both sides did their best to utilize their sword Dao and caused untold damages to this region. Both the young and old were immersed in this visible spectacle. The geniuses tried their best to learn in order to not waste this rare opportunity. The scion's sword Dao was immensely profound since it was one of the 9. Dong Ling's supreme sword Dao might be slightly inferior. Nonetheless, it still reached a transcending level, enough to put spectators in a trance. Activate. Dong Ling roared during the climax of the battle, no longer holding back his vitality and energy. Loud explosions detonated as a result of the flooding chaos energy. Draconic images and roars could be heard from his imperial sword. The silkworms could transform into anything, even the mighty dragons. Heaven's silkworm transformation. He bellowed. The dragon leaped upward and started splitting into myriad forms, a flood dragon from the northern sea, a horned dragon from the southern sky, a silkworm dragon from the western territory, a crimson dragon from the eastern territory. Ra! Hurricanes and storms came with the horde of dragons. Their draconic aura didn't go easy on the spatial fabrics. The area started shaking violently. The core of the world seemed unable to withstand their arrival. Damn! Some turned pale after seeing this. It is as mighty as can be. Even the ancestors became emotional after witnessing this attack. Endless Abyss. The scion was not afraid and used the next variation. His single sword birthed 10,000 more, serving as an outline for another abyss. It kept on spreading and served as an inescapable prison. Anything stuck inside would never see sunlight again. Gusts and cries could be heard since the abyss began its offense on the countless dragons. This sword Dao can devour everything, even the horde of dragons. I'm not sure how long Dong Ling's sword Dao will be able to hold up. An expert took a deep breath. A heavenly sword Dao is still too much to take. This ancient imperial Dao is obviously brilliant, but there is still a gap. Dong Ling's defeat is assured. A king sentimentally said. Go. Dong Ling didn't care at all and entered a berserk state. His vitality rose once more as a bloody aura took over. Ra. His sword Dao regained its power as the dragons came back again. Break. He suddenly summoned an old halberd with his left hand. It also released a celestial Dao and coiled around him. Ascension. He roared. This Dao borrowed the power of the celestials and cosmic lines for its own. This eventually accumulated into a majestic figure that fuses into him. Dong Ling then created a massive maelstrom, one violent enough to deform the abyss. Two Dao at the same time. The fact that Dong Ling could use the sword Dao with his right hand and a halberd Dao with his left astounded the crowd. We've far underestimated his talent. This was too shocking for the young generation. The Scion also felt Dong Ling seizing the upper hand, slowly sucking in his abyss. Ascension Martial Dao. This is another top one. A last-gen expert with knowledge of Heaven's silkworm said. Abyss slash. The Scion dispelled his abyss and recalled all the swords to form a massive blade. Once swung, everything would fall into darkness. Clank. The spectators were horrified by the power of this slash. Numerous dragons were killed as a result. The berserking Dong Ling didn't relent and still turned his energy into dragons. They roared and raised their claws against the incoming slash. At the same time, his maelstrom continued to hinder the Scion. Unfortunately, his plentiful vitality and energy weren't enough. The dragons were killed and the slash was still coming towards him. The maelstrom became the next target and was being cut down despite its elasticity. Shit! Some shouted because Dong Ling was wide open now after the destruction of the maelstrom. They thought that he would die for sure. There's no stopping this slash. An old cultivator concluded. What a shame. One big shot said with a tinge of regret. Dong Ling was quite talented. The issue was his inferior Grand Dao. Buzz. Suddenly, immortal light engulfed him. Silk strings manifested and created a cocoon around him. Boom. The abyss slash was already weakened after going through the dragons and the maelstrom. He wasn't facing the full brunt of the attack. Chapter 4202, Heaven's Silkworm's Hidden Power, Boom. Nonetheless, it still broke through the cocoon armor. People felt terrible because a great genius was about to fall today. Alas, during this critical juncture, an imperial aura erupted around Dong Ling and successfully stopped the slash. His robe was destroyed, revealing a set of imperial armor. It seemed to be made from a combination of the skin of a true dragon and silkworm strings. This ultimate armor clearly belonged to an ancient emperor once. It finally woke up once its master was in danger and protected him. Ugh, Dong Ling still spat out blood. Nice. Many shouted after seeing this. They didn't expect him to be wearing the armor of an immortal emperor. He still had an ace card up his sleeve. A big shot was surprised as well. Just how deep is his sex coffer? The guy has at least 2 treasures from ancient emperors. An ancestor became startled. It was common knowledge that artifacts from ancient emperors were equal to Dao Lord weapons. As a supreme genius from Sea Emperor, the Scion was loved by the ancestors there. However, he only had one Dao Lord weapon, Violet Abyss. Remember, Sea Emperor had a total of 5 Dao Lords and was considered the strongest in Sword Continent. On the other hand, Heaven's Silkworm School was recognized as being an ancient lineage. However, they have never produced a Dao Lord, at least not on official records. It turned out that Dong Ling had at least 2 Dao Lord weapons, even more so than his prestigious opponent. They must have incredible resources. An envious crowd member said. Youths enjoying the same privilege as Dong Ling could be counted on one's hand. Of course, Li Qie was an exception to this rule. Meanwhile, the scion was quite surprised. He thought that Dong Ling was dead for sure after that slash. His astonishment only increased because in the next moment, the power of his previous slash was somehow stored in Dong Ling's Ascension Martial Dao. Dong Ling immediately sent the same daunting slash towards its master. Abyss slash. The crowd bellowed in horror. The horrifying part was that this slash was even more powerful than the previous, destroying everything in its path. The scion stood there in a daze for a second, not expecting that martial Dao to possess this counterattack factor. Abyss Citadel. He roared and created a black fortress made of swords. Boom! The fortress collapsed right away. He was confident in stopping his own slash. However, this version was actually stronger since Dong Ling's power was added to it. Ah! The slash's energies managed to infiltrate the scion's body and caused grievous damage. Blood splattered while his bones crumbled during a free fall towards the ground. Dragon shot. Dong Ling leaped to the air and raised his sword, leaving behind a bright trail before delivering a downward thrust towards his opponent. The scion was powerless. In fact, he was on the verge of death and had no chance to stop the incoming beam. I can't believe this. A spectator shouted since Dong Ling was about to slay his foe. The reversal caught everyone by surprise. Moreover, Dong Ling showed no mercy and seemed keen on killing the scion. After all, they had agreed to a fight to the death. This was not a friendly duel. I'm finished. The scion himself saw the beam and knew that he was going to die. Show mercy. A dignified and noble voice suddenly echoed. In this split second, an ocean of golden particles stopped the beam and saved the scion. This naturally caught everyone by surprise. They looked up and saw a man sitting on a throne by the clouds. He wore a royal robe and was brimming with a regal aura. Tides ebbed and flowed beneath him as if he was the king of the ocean. His eyes were as bright as two galaxies, capable of containing the entire world. His appearance was also impeccable, as handsome as can be. All of this culminated in a divine presence. Others couldn't help wanting to prostrate. The regal aura emanating from him was natural as well. He didn't purposely put up an act to look dignified, he was merely born this way, destined to become a ruler. Peace Ocean Sword King. A youth shouted after recognizing him. That's Peace Ocean Sword King? Those who had never seen him before were shocked to see him for the first time. Chapter 4203, Peace Ocean Sword King. He was the current leader of Sea Emperor, meaning that he was one of the most influential beings on the continent. As the youngest member of the Six Kings, he enjoyed the fame of being a great genius. In fact, he was only half a generation older than members of the 10 sword prodigies. The only other top master who was close to him in age was Void Saint Child. In spite of his age, he made a name for himself and made it clear that he was a formidable leader. Though most were annoyed at Sea Emperor right now, they still found his appearance and aura impressive. No one from the young generation can match him. An ancestor commented upon their first meeting. A few princesses and saintesses were instantly charmed by his charisma and handsome appearance. He is the perfect husband, a woman can't ask for more. One of them said as she felt spring was coming. Rumor has it that Peace Ocean cultivated two different Dao at the same time, Abyss and Vast Sea. Young noble Dong Ling, we have lost this round, please show mercy. His rhythmic words were polite yet commanding. All eyes were on Dong Ling. Peace Ocean has given the guy enough respect so far. This should be enough for Dong Ling to spare the scion. He was the victor anyway and there was no need to push this issue. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's a duel to the death. Dong Ling laughed. This answer caught the crowd off guard. This was a great honor for Dong Ling since Peace Ocean Sword King had no need to act in this manner, whether it be in terms of status or seniority. Blood has been drawn, that should be enough. Peace Ocean continued, I will accept defeat in the Scion's stead and will repay any damages. Others nodded approvingly since the king spoke with sincerity. Anyone else would take this opportunity and drop the issue. Dong Ling had gained enough anyway. Yes, just be benevolent here. A crowd member found the king persuasive. Would you have said the same thing if I had lost, Your Majesty? Dong Ling chuckled. The crowd became silent right away, so did Peace Ocean. They exchanged glances and thought that the answer was obvious. He would naturally not speak up on Dong Ling's behalf. Young noble, you will gain a friend instead of an enemy. Why not do so? Peace Ocean eventually responded. Unfortunately, I do not fight to the death with a friend. Dong Ling replied, of course, if you wish to renege this duel and ruin your sect's reputation, that's a different issue. Young noble, you are pushing this. Peace Ocean became unhappy. It became apparent that Dong Ling's attitude was vexing the king. He wasn't used to being refused, especially in public. Moreover, his sect was being blatantly insulted too. So what, if you claim to be righteous, then hand the Scion over so we can finish our duel. Dong Ling continued. The king's expression became slightly awkward. He was in a tough position because both choices would affect his reputation and prestige. Protecting the Scion meant acting biased and improperly. Handing the Scion over showed weakness. Other disciples in the sect would question him then. Since you are purposely provoking our sect, I will hand the Scion over if you can withstand 300 moves from me. Peace Ocean became serious. Each word was resonant and imposing. This duel would be quite unfair. Only the 6 kings and 6 sect masters would be able to put up a good fight. There was no way Dong Ling would last 300 moves against him. Some spectators actually signaled for Dong Ling to stop. It would be suicidal to fight the king. I don't think there are that many in the last generation who can take him on, let alone a youth. One expert said. Sword King, there's no need for you to bully a junior. Ling Jian, who has been watching, said, no one in the young generation can be your opponent, but if you wish to fight, I will take those 300 moves instead of Dong Ling. The crowd was shocked once more. Of course, Ling Jian was qualified to do so since he was one of the 6 sect masters. In fact, he was a senior to Peace Ocean. Nonetheless, the latter had caught up or even surpassed him in terms of fame. Spectators stared at both Ling Jian and Peace Ocean while chatting among themselves. Those from Daoist Sword Ground are always ready for a fight even though their sect is no longer in its prime. Their courage is second to none. A last-gen master said. People needed to think twice before challenging Peace Ocean Sword King. Alas, Ling Jian was willing to step up for Dong Ling. This had to do with his courage and love for battle. Though the sect has been less haughty than previously, their bone-deep love for battle couldn't be contained. Chapter 4204, Void Saint Child. The possibility of a fight between Ling Jian and Peace Ocean Sword King excited the crowd. Who will win? One cultivator asked. I would bet on Peace Ocean Sword King. An expert quietly said, talent-wise, he's peerless in his generation and the previous. Moreover, he has 2 sword Dao, they should overwhelm Sect Master Ling. You think so? A last-gen member shook her head. Sect Master Ling also has a heavenly Dao, War God. It's heaven-defying and perfect for battle. He has the experience advantage too, his energy should also be denser. True. One ancestor joined in, plus, it's a fight only for 300 moves, it won't be easy for the king to win within this limit. It would be harder to guess without this rule. The crowd members spoke hushedly since this pertained to 2 top masters. No one wanted to offend them. Do you wish to get involved in this mess, Sect Master Ling? Peace Ocean remained calm after receiving a direct challenge. His dignified demeanor and style were natural, not learned. Because of this, everyone felt a strange pressure while being in his presence. What choice do I have? See, Emperor Sword King has shown its stance after blocking access to the island. We have no choice but to act. Ling Jian said flatly. He said what was on the crowd's mind. They were just too afraid to speak up out of fear. This was the way of Daoist sword ground, unyielding even before the strongest sect. Daoist sword ground has a rich history with admirable sages. The king said, its power is also renowned and recognized by the world. However, Sect Master Ling, this wasn't my sect's decision alone. You need to think carefully before rushing into this region. He reminded the sect master about the alliance between his sect and Nine-Will Citadel. Daoist sword ground stood no chance against both. Others took a deep breath, realizing that he was merely speaking the truth. We'll see about that. Ling Jian had a serious expression but didn't relent. It seemed that Daoist sword ground was ready to take the risk. The crowd found this quite impressive. Are you sure you know what you're doing, Sect Master Ling? Sword rays and thunder flashed in the king's eyes as he became serious as well. Count us in too. A third party interjected before a majestic aura manifested next to Ling Jian. A middle-aged man appeared in that spot, wearing a violet robe. He appeared graceful and well-mannered in spite of his sharp and bright eyes. One would think that he was a mortal scholar before a cultivator. Flame Valley Lord. Others recognized him right away. He's supporting Sect Master Ling. Another expert found this surprising. They're in the same group and always had a close relationship. An older cultivator had more insight to add. All 6 sect masters are quite close since they're in charge and need to keep a good relationship with each other. An ancestor added. Is this going to be a battle between the sect masters and the kings? Another joined in. Who knows? A king from an old dynasty shook his head. The only new members of the 6 kings are Peace Ocean and Void Saint Child, the other 4 are from the previous generation. Sect Master Sure of Armament is relatively young too, but all of them are cordial with each other. I don't think there'll be a fight between the 2 groups outside of an extraordinary event. Everyone agreed with this. They were classified into 2 different groups by other people. It didn't mean that they had ties or anything. Flame Valley Lord. Peace Ocean's eyes narrowed after seeing the middle-aged man. Flame Valley Lord was the current leader for both Flame Valley and Dao Institution. He was a formidable cultivator. Peace Ocean didn't want to face both at the same time despite being a top expert. These men have earned their reputation. Long time no see, Sword King, you're looking as impressive as ever. The Valley Lord smiled. Though animosity existed, they still spoke cordially with each other. You must enter too, Valley Lord. Peace Ocean got straight to the point. It looks like Myriad Era will be appearing here or something quite similar. I'm afraid I can't let you and Nine-Will Citadel monopolize this place. The Valley Lord laughed and stated his intention. Yes, everyone has the right to at least prove their worth to the Divine Sword. This barricade is unacceptable. Other top experts in the crowd agreed with him. Confident because you have the number advantage? We won't be sitting idly by to watch. A burst of hearty laughter interrupted the crowd. Buzz. Ripples and golden waves appeared not far from Peace Ocean Sword King. A portal opened and a youth walked out. He was shrouded in a golden radiance, looking like a spatial manipulator master. Space resembled a river around him. Currents could be seen flowing around his arms. He had the appearance of a warrior, always commanding respect and attention wherever he went. Similar to Peace Ocean Sword King, the guy seemed to be blessed by the gods at birth. Void Saint Child. Someone shouted his title. No, he is the Void Sacred Lord now. A big shot said, he has been in charge of Nine-Will Citadel for 2 or 3 years. Chapter 4205. Pick a side. The Saint Child has become the Sacred Lord of Nine-Will Citadel recently. Thus, people haven't gotten accustomed to switching his title. He was actually younger than Peace Ocean Sword King as well. Some believe that his talent was either on par or only slightly inferior to the king. Once he reached the king's age, his power and cultivation should be equal. He was closer in age to the 10 sword prodigies, yet his status and cultivation exceeded theirs considerably. This showed how dominating he has been in the cultivation world. He looked like a deity due to his golden radiance. He possessed a more spirited temperament and wasn't as low-key as Peace Ocean Sword King. Of course, he was qualified to be as haughty and pompous as he wanted. If you wish to fight, Valley Lord, I will overestimate myself and spar with you for 300 moves. He spoke as if he was untouchable and viewed others with disdain. Others preferred Peace Ocean Sword King's more mature and refined demeanor. The king spoke with civility and wasn't as aggressive as the Saint Child. Nonetheless, they did understand why the latter was acting in this manner. He had everything that a man could want. Thus, arrogance and pride couldn't be avoided for someone so young. So be it, Saint Child. The Valley Lord smiled. Spectators still thought that Nine Wheel and Sea Emperor had the upper hand. Daoist Sword Ground and Flame Valley weren't enough to touch this alliance yet. I like how straightforward you are, Valley Lord. The Saint Child laughed, then gazed at the crowd. Anyone else wants to challenge us? Step forward then, we welcome all challengers. Everyone took a deep breath and exchanged glances. It was clear at the start that in order to get to the divine sword, one must get through the 2 behemoths. The appearance of Peace Ocean Sword King emphasized this, even though he purposely avoided stating this outright. This wasn't the case for Void Saint Child. He had no qualm revealing their objective. Unfortunately, his honesty wasn't well received by the crowd. His ally, Peace Ocean, slightly frowned after hearing this but didn't correct his ally. What can we do? One expert quietly said. The chance of victory was 0, at least given the current situation. Thus, they wisely held their words back despite feeling frustrated. Saint Child, if you want everyone to pick a side, then we, Armament Mountain, will stand with Daoist Sword Ground and Flame Valley. A pleasant voice came before an elegant figure appeared in the sky. Her presence was accompanied by a sweet fragrance. Sect Master Shi. Others recognized her right away, Shi, one of the 6 kings. You're the same as always, Sect Master Shi, not backing down to anyone. Void didn't mind this development and said, but even if your 3 sects work together, what do you think is your chance of victory? Leave it up for heaven to decide. She answered. Listening to her was a pleasurable experience. It's not like we wish to go against the world. There's a reason behind all of this. Will you yield just once, fellow Taoists? Peace Ocean coughed and interjected, choosing to go the tactful route instead. Then why don't you yield? Put down the wall and sword formation. A crowd member shouted. That's right, there is no reason capable of justifying this. It's mere greed. Others started joining in, willing to run their mouth instead of swinging their swords. We're already showing comedy by not expelling all of you from this region. Void didn't appreciate the accusative barrages. Peace Ocean felt the same way but wasn't as direct. Fellow Daoist, you're awfully overbearing. A newcomer came, his radiance was blinding. Nine Sun Sword Saint. Applauses and cheers erupted. He's here. His appearance excited the crowd and gave them hope. His influence was far above Ling Jian, Flame Valley Lord, and Shi. Since he was the leader of the 6 kings, he should be stronger than the rest. Support the Sword Saint. We can't let them do as they please. The crowd was rowdier than before. Peace Ocean Sword King's expression soured after seeing this. He wasn't afraid of anyone or any sect since Sea Emperor was the strongest. However, he didn't wish for the situation to escalate, it would be quite bothersome. It is an honor to be in your presence, Sword Saint. It would also be this junior's pleasure to have the chance to fight you. Void said proudly. Putting his arrogance aside, some did appreciate his straightforward nature. The young generation will surpass us in time, I am already inferior. The saint shook his head then said, this is still salvageable as long as your sects are willing to remove the blockade. No one will start a fight then. Chapter 4206. Contest between great powers. Many among the crowd agreed with the Sword Saint. The saint is right, this land belongs to no one. Everyone should be able to enter. One expert shouted. Take down the blockade or you'll be facing the wrath of the entire world. People started shouting. You are no different from an evil sect if you choose to be this tyrannical and overbearing. Some wanted to escalate the issue. Open this sea. Give us access to the island. The shouting intensified. The crowd seemed ready to rush over and attack. Peace Ocean Sword King remained calm before the pitchforks. This showed that he wasn't afraid to go against everyone in the slightest. In reality, both Sea Emperor and Nine Wheel were prepared to fight against a coalition from the very start. They were certainly capable of doing so. Shut up. Void Saint Child suddenly roared. The crowd could hear his words erupting inside their ears. This made them dizzy and stunned. They saw stars and couldn't tell left from right. They staggered backward in horror as a result. He successfully silenced them with a single shout, proving that he was deserving of his fame. Good. He was pleased with this result as his eyes scanned the area, noticing their fear. Take down the barricade instead of running your mouth. He continued and embarrassed them. The experts present turned red. Their rhetoric was strong, but to actually be the vanguard against that sword formation and diamond wall? Only a few were willing to do so. They preferred to observe and take advantage of the situation, let someone else commit suicide instead. This matter can't be decided by a few people. Gentlemen, please go back. The ocean is vast with plenty of treasures and divine swords, no need to stay here to avoid needless bloodshed. Peace Ocean coughed and spoke again. His politeness didn't shroud his determination. The two behemoths have clearly made up their mind regarding monopolizing this region. No one could change their mind, war was the only option. Peace Ocean and Void had the same intent, yet their delivery was drastically different. The latter was far more annoying than the former. The crowd started thinking about this difficult situation. Who didn't want that incredible divine sword? The fact that these two behemoths were going so far showed just how amazing it was. There was a high probability of it being Myriad Era, the potential leader of the 9 heavenly swords. Alas, this opportunity required going to war against Sea Emperor and Nine Wheel, truly a tough choice. If you don't want to attack, then leave and avoid making a mistake. Void Saint Child said menacingly. Seems like an assembly is in order. Otherwise, they'll look down on all of us. A steady yet slightly aggressive voice joined the show. A middle-aged man appeared and became the center of attention. He resembled the bright moon, its gentle glow was quite comforting. Terra Sword Saint. Eyes lit up after seeing him. He's here too. This gave the crowd a reason for excitement. Both saints are here now, what are we hesitating for? We need to work together and rise against the two tyrants. Someone hiding in the crowd shouted. That's right, we have to rise up. Others were persuaded and shouted. The divine sword belongs to the virtuous. An ancestor stepped forward and declared. We have the kings and the saints on our side, let's attack already. Morale rose again for their side as they thought about attacking the blockade. Now, their side was growing stronger and stronger. Many big shots have expressed their intention of opposing the mighty alliance. Alas, Peace Ocean and Void looked unperturbed by Terra's arrival. It's rare to see both saints of Sword Continent together in one place. How fun. Void laughed. We're not here to fight. Nine Sun Sword Saint shook his head and elaborated, you just need to remove the wall and turn war into peace. We appreciate your advice, but I'm afraid it is not up to us. We will have to offend everyone today. Peace Ocean said. The two of you can't stop us. Terra Sword Saint said with confidence. Of course, no one would question his power either since he was the leader of the 6 sect masters. Both Void and Peace Ocean couldn't take him on. The new coalition had enough power to take down the blockade right now. We know that we can't defeat you right now, Sword Saint. Void laughed, but I would still like to give it a shot and learn. Being weaker didn't diminish his battle spirit in the slightest. You and the Sword King have unmatched talent, far superior to us. However, I will not bully a junior. Your sects certainly have sword gods and ancient ancestors here right now. Tell them to come out and duel me. Ancient ancestors and sword gods? Others became emotional. Yes, Sea Emperor has 6 sword gods and Ninewheel has 5 ancient ancestors. I'm sure some are here to take command. An ancestor had a solemn expression. The crowd's expression changed right away after this revelation. Chapter 4207, Ancient Ancestor Jaluan. Experts in the know shuddered upon hearing about these beings. Only the youths didn't have an idea. Are they that strong? One of them had zero impression regarding them. I'm sure you have heard of Vast Sea Paragon and Earthraiser Vidra. They're right below them. His senior explained with a stern look on his face. This prompted the youth to gasp in awe. Every cultivator in Sword Continent has heard of Vast Sea Paragon and Earthraiser Vidra before. They were members of the 5 overlords, the strongest masters. These swords gods and ancient ancestors were the next tier? Are all of them here? Someone quietly asked. Who knows, but given the circumstances, at least a few. An ancestor responded. Just a moment ago, the crowd was loud and boisterous while making demands. Now, only hushed words came out since they were intimidated by the great beings. They thought that this was obvious from the start. After all, Peace Ocean and Void weren't enough to take care of this serious business. This didn't mean that they were incapable. Unfortunately, they were still too young and couldn't match the 2 saints. Therefore, multiple mighty ancestors had to be here. If all of them come, there's no chance of winning. An expert murmured, wait, unless Hallowed City Lord and Nightloom come too. Just wait, I'm sure more than the sect masters from our side are here. Maybe the ancient ancestors will come or are on the way. An old ancestor speculated. The big sects needed more than just the 2 saints to maintain their prestige. Thus, ancient ancestors must have come out for this grand event. Meanwhile, Nine Sun Sword Saint's eyes became bright, piercing through the sword formation and the diamond wall. Elders, please show yourselves. He asked. Though he didn't raise his voice, each word still pierced through the world and lingered for a long time. Everyone in this region heard him clearly and knew that he chose to escalate the situation. He was no longer a hot-headed youth. Thus, he must have carefully thought about this conflict and didn't mind going against Sea Emperor and Ninewheel. Sword Saint, you think the youths aren't worthy of being your opponents and want to fight my old bones instead? A thunderous answer came from deeper in the barricaded zone. Though it was still extremely far away, the sound waves came over like a storm and nearly sent people flying. So strong. The listeners staggered backward and became aghast. Just the person's voice from a distance alone possessed incredible power. So this is a top master from those 2 sects. A youth turned pale. This shattered their confidence in the coalition just now, their fiery spirit extinguished. They felt like insects before this being that has yet to show up. So you're here, Senior Jaluan. The Sword Saint wasn't surprised to hear this voice. Ancient Ancestor Jaluan. The leader of the 6 sword gods. A big shot shouted. Sword God Jaluan, the neutral ancient ancestors in hiding took a deep breath after hearing this. It seems like they are going all out. Ancient Ancestor Jaluan finally woke up after 100,000 years of slumbering. A high elder trembled. Do you think we'll see Vast Sea Paragon too? A last-gen elder wondered. This divine sword has to be extraordinary for him to come out. One sect master solemnly added. Sword God Jaluan was the master of Wan Dao Jian, a victim of Li Chia back in Cloud Dream Marsh. I have no choice but to drag myself out of the grave since there's no one else in our kingdom. At least I get to see the young generation now. The thunderous voice responded. He spoke humbly, but no one dared to underestimate him. The atmosphere became suffocating and oppressive. Senior Jaluan, your 8 slashes are unstoppable. I wish to broaden my horizon by seeing them in action. Please give me pointers. Others were too afraid to speak, but not Terra Sword Saint. He expressed his will to stand together with 9 Sun Sword Saint regardless of the opponent's capabilities. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 2 saints had some confidence in dealing with the old beings. How commendable. How is Everlasting Sword God doing? Jaluan asked. Everlasting Sword God was none other than the strongest member of Sword Temple and a member of the 5 overlords. Amusingly enough, this group actually had 6 members. This was because of a husband and wife pair being listed as a single entity, Sun and Moon Lords. This was necessary because they were always together. The other 4 were Vast Sea Paragon, Earthraiser Vajra, War God, and Everlasting Sword God. Thank you for asking, Senior. The Sword God is doing well. Sword Saint cupped his fist. Good, I will be visiting him later. Jaluan responded. Chapter 4208. The Overlord's conversations between true masters always interested listeners, especially when the topic involved the unbeatable beings. It's time to withdraw. A steady voice came from the same barricaded zone. Sun and Moon Lords no longer interfere with worldly affairs, so the outcome is obvious. The show is over, go find fortunes elsewhere. It sounded friendly enough to be considered guidance from a senior, 3 parts care and 7 parts command. It lacked pressure and oppressiveness. Others didn't mind at all, as if it came from their parents or seniors. Alas, the old ancestors were still shocked to hear it. Senior Vajra is here as well. 9 Sun Sword Saint grimaced for a split second before cupping his fist towards the island. Senior Vajra? Does he mean Earthraiser Vajra? A crowd member shouted in astonishment. Those nearby felt the same way. They didn't recognize the voice, but certainly knew this title. He was a member of the 5 overlords and the strongest ancestor of 9 Wool Citadel. Though he wasn't near, his majestic figure appeared vividly in everyone's mind. It's over, we have 0 chance. This is impossible. A king quietly murmured, wanting to give up. Only the other overlords could compete with the Vajra, but none was here right now. Some experts calmed down and looked over at Flame Valley Lord, wanting to get confirmation. The lords have indeed retired. He nodded and ended all speculations. This meant that the couple would never come out, with the exception of an existential crisis. They wouldn't come here to compete for the divine sword. There were 4 left among the 5 overlords then. Since the Vajra was here, there was a chance of Vast Sea Paragon coming as well to support his ally. Therefore, Everlasting Sword God and War God had to come as well. Alas, rumor has it that War God was no longer around. If this was true, the situation didn't look good for the new coalition. After all, Everlasting Sword God couldn't win a 1 versus 2 fight because they were on the same level. Senior, is it really Myriad Era? Terra Sword Saint bowed his head in that direction, unable to contain his curiosity. The friendly voice paused for a bit before responding. It should be, and we want it. Just give up now, War God is dead and Everlasting Sword God is all alone. This dealt a great blow to the listeners. War God is dead? Various emotions took them like a storm. The battle over Myriad Era back then shocked the world since it involved the overlords. That battle was devastating, sinking an ocean and destroying mountain ranges. The entire continent suffered violent earthquakes. No one came close enough to watch due to the rampant sword energies. Thus, the result was unknown. The participants never talked about it either. Nonetheless, there were still rumors of War God either dying in battle or suffering fatal injuries. The specifics remained unknown. Even the disciples of Daoist sword ground didn't know much, let alone outsiders. It seemed that the rumor was indeed true, War God was gone now. A change in title was necessary, from 5 down to 4 overlords. All eyes were on the sect master of Daoist sword ground now, Ling Jian. He seemed to be thinking about something for a moment before nodding. Yes, War God has passed away. Those who held on to a sliver of hope earlier finally lost it all. War God was dead and Sun and Moon Lords have retired. There were only 3 overlords active then. Pessimism struck the coalition, they lowered their head in dejection. There seemed to be dark clouds above them. Earthraiser Vajra was here. He alone decided the outcome of this battle. This was before mentioning the 6 sword gods and 5 ancient ancestors. Well, at least we know that it is Myriad Era in there. One expert calmed down and brought this up. The leader of the 9 heavenly swords, it's about time. Another murmured. I knew it from the start. One more was both elated and sad. Just how strong is the strongest heavenly sword? A last gen member wondered. Enough to tempt the overlords. An ancestor smiled wryly. So what if it's Myriad Era? We probably won't even get to see it. This topic took them down the sad path again. It became abundantly clear that Sea Emperor and 9 will have one. No one else could get a piece of the pie now. Wow, it's so lively here. Another person came as they were about to leave. Rumble. A great force appeared on the horizon. It included flying banners, expensive carriages and chariots, beautiful maidens wearing costly dresses. Not even the overlords traveled with so much fanfare. Li Qia. They knew who it was right away after seeing the magnificent entourage. He came. The dejected cultivators became excited again. Just in time too. Brows were raised in delight. It wasn't long ago that most found Li Qia annoying. But now, he was a sight for sore eyes. Only a devilish monster like him could shake up this hopeless situation. Chapter 4209. Li Qia, the once hated new rich for his arrogance and contemptuous attitude, was welcomed by the mass. They hoped to see him unleashing his ability as soon as possible. In fact, some found his haughtiness to be rather cute at this point. After all, only someone like him would dare to provoke Sea Emperor and 9 Wheel. He lazed on his palanquin with Princess Ning Zhu and the others waiting on him. Both Peace Ocean Sword King and Void Saint Child couldn't compare to him in this regard. Others found this pompous and ostentatious not long ago, the style of a young master with nothing but money. However, they grew used to it at this point. This should be the traveling entourage of the richest man in the world. Can Li Qia do anything here? One big shot asked his friends. After all, he wasn't facing youths like the 10 prodigies. Sea Emperor and 9 Wheel and their masters awaited him. This included Earthraiser Vajra and Vast Sea Paragon. This was a force beyond the combined might from the rest of the continent, let alone a single individual. I'm ready to witness a miracle. Maybe he'll go crazy enough that we'll at least have a chance to look at Myriad Era. One friend had blind confidence in Li Qia. He became the center of attention right away. Some glanced over at Princess Ning Zhu, then stole glances at Peace Ocean Sword King with a strange expression. I'm sure a fight is inevitable. One youth whispered, no man can endure this. It wasn't an outrageous comment. After all, the princess and the king were engaged. She was going to become his wife and the queen of Sea Emperor. No one expected Li Qia to come out of nowhere and ruin all of that, taking her away and treating her as a maid. It was impressive that Peace Ocean hasn't lashed out yet. He didn't look angry, but his expression was obviously closer than before. Sigh, this is a nice area, who is putting up the wall? Li Qia lazily waved his hand. Leave, stop getting in the way. Why should we listen to you? You think too highly of yourself, this isn't the place for you to give commands. Void Saint Child laughed and answered before Peace Ocean could. And yet I am here commanding you to leave. Don't wait until I make a move because it will be too late. Li Qie smiled. What are you going to do if we refuse? Void became interested in dealing with the world's richest. Sure, he had a legion behind him, but so did their sections. Invincible masters were also present. Sect destruction? Li Qie rubbed his chin and mused, no, that's too brutal for a merciful person such as myself. The crowd thought that Li Qie was frivolous and careless with his choice of words. It was offensive towards the two behemoths and could end with his death. On the other hand, Princess Ningzhu trembled after hearing this. She believed that Li Qie could actually do so, unlike the rest of the crowd. Sect destruction? Void laughed heartily as if it was the most hilarious thing he had heard. This is the first time I've heard someone talk about destroying our Nine-Will Citadel. You do know that this comment is deserving of death. The audacity. Peace Ocean uttered coldly. Most crowd members became excited since a fun show was about to happen. Li Qie started getting up and Princess Ningzhu immediately supported him. The crowd didn't know what to say. This young master needing someone else to help him get up wanted to destroy Sea Emperor and Nine-Wheel? Peace Ocean and Void had an ugly expression, viewing Li Qie's flippant attitude as an insult to both them and their sect. Sigh, what is wrong with society? Li Qie stood up and stretched, an utter disregard for the value of life, preferring to provoke me instead. My benevolence has limits, you know. But I guess when Yama is calling, one has no choice but to answer. He walked forward, looking sapped of energy and still drowsy. People thought that he wouldn't be able to withstand a sudden gust of wind, let alone these two experts. How about this, last chance? Leave right now and I'll pretend nothing happened. He said while looking at his hand instead of his opponent's. The big shots from both sects didn't bother answering. Only the two saints were qualified to speak to them. An insect like Li Qie didn't warrant a response. The juniors and other experts could chase Li Qie away without a problem. You should have been thanking heaven when I didn't seek you out, yet you choose to court death today. Peace Ocean said nefariously. He didn't pursue the matter of his engagement since it was already finished. He had more important things to take care of. But now, Li Qie, the ignorant bastard, came and taunted him. He wouldn't be so merciful again. Chapter 42:10. Come together. The long-awaited day for many cultivators finally has arrived, the climax of the engagement mess. It's about time. Someone murmured. They've been waiting for a battle between Li Qie and Peace Ocean Sword King, thinking that it was inevitable. Putting the engagement aside, Li Qie had also killed many disciples from Sea Emperor at Cloud Dream, including their first elder. This was an irreconcilable feud. No sect could let this go. This was doubly true for a prestigious sect like Sea Emperor. As its king, Peace Ocean needed to kill Li Qie in order to appease the spirits of his fallen brethren. The most devilish versus the most talented, what a brilliant show we have here. One expert commented. And it's a great opportunity too. Last gen members hoped for Li Qie to disturb the circumstances enough for them to take advantage of the situation. I actually do welcome death, it's just that it's impossible for me to die. How frustrating. Li Qie said flatly. Don't worry, I'll send you on your way. Void Saint Child interjected. He and his sect wanted to eliminate Li Qie in order to have peace in the future. You alone? Far from enough. Li Qie smiled at Void and continued, the both of you and all your ancestors and sword gods, come at once so I can save time. Humph. A thunderous scowl came from beyond the blockade and scared the wits out of the crowd. He had clearly annoyed the ancient ancestors, but they refrained from attacking him. He wants to go against all of them alone. An expert who knew little about Li Qie took a deep breath. This is his style. A familiar cultivator thought that it would be far stranger for Li Qie to stop acting overbearingly. This courage alone is commendable. How many other youths would dare to challenge these two? One ancestor praised. Anyone who had traveled around knew just how talented and powerful Peace Ocean and Void were. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the strongest of the young generation. Just one could sweep through the world, let alone both together. In the latter scenario, even ancestors and older kings couldn't take them on. Thus, a few were surprised to see Li Qia's bold challenge. Of course, others thought that this was normal because Li Qia was fearless. Ha ha ha, you're the first to speak to me in this manner. Listeners could hear the rage in Void's voice. They thought that it was understandable. A supreme genius like Void couldn't endure this humiliation. When the world lacks capable heroes, brats like you become renowned. Li Qia chuckled and said, "Let's get this started already. I want to see what you can actually do. Is it going to be the money fall method?" Peace Ocean's eyes surged with devouring sword rays. Spectators felt thousands and thousands of needles piercing through completely. Some cried out in pain and immediately retreated. "Damn, he's strong, just like the rumors." One of them shuddered. Peace Ocean has yet to do anything outside of focusing his gaze, yet they already found it unbearable. It seemed like the 10 sword prodigies working together might not be enough to take him on. Many weren't convinced of his power due to his age previously. Now, they must admit that he deserved his fame as the #1 cultivator of the young generation. Eyes then turned towards Li Qia as people thought about his mighty moneyfall method. Maybe the method itself wasn't that mighty, it's just that he had too much money to spend. Even Dao Lord refined jades could be thrown out. They saw how it killed the experts of Sea Emperor before. Thus, if Li Qia was willing to spend millions of refined jades, maybe that would be the end for these geniuses. Do they have a way of stopping moneyfall? What if Li Qia spends 1 million or 2 Dao Lord refined jades? One expert wondered. He might not need that much if it's at the refined jade levels. That amount is enough to destroy a sect. One ancestor shook his head. Others might not be able to afford this sum, but Li Qia was an exception. He has too much money and doesn't know how to spend it all. That's why he isn't afraid of anyone. A big shot smiled wryly. In fact, if he were willing to spend a few billion Dao Lord refined jades, even Sea Emperor would have a tough time dealing with it. Since when did money become so important? A youth became jealous. No, this is a good thing. Li Qia has a chance at changing the tides as long as he is willing to spend. An old ancestor said. It became increasingly harder for the crowd to exercise patience. They couldn't wait to see the fight. Moneyfall? Li Qia waved his hand dismissively. No, it's too boring doing the same thing every day. I'll be trying something new this time. A broken sword is more than enough to deal with you all. Chapter 42:11. A broken sword is enough. Everyone stared at each other after listening to Li Qia. A broken sword is enough? Even those with great confidence in him wavered. No one was a stranger to his devilish abilities and heaven-defying methods. Alas, this was a ridiculous claim. His foes possessed wondrous power and treasures. Yes, Li Qia also had many Dao Lord weapons. If he were to use them all, then his supporters would find victory possible. As for a broken sword? No chance. Are you sure? Peace Ocean glared at Li Qia in a menacing manner. No need to think twice to beat you lot. Li Qia waved his hand. The crowd smiled wryly, believing that he was the only one who can display such haughtiness before Peace Ocean and Void. So arrogant, he should be preparing for a tough fight instead of this. He might die without a corpse left over. One youth said. I can't wait for a chance to witness a miracle today. Void said sarcastically. This was a first-time experience for Void and Peace Ocean. Previously, even the sect masters and kings didn't dare to be disrespectful towards them. Thus, Li Qia's contempt left them furious, not to mention their existing feud with him. I and Dao brother Void will have a taste of your heaven-defying method. Peace Ocean uttered slowly yet sharply. Each word contained a metallic ring, akin to a sword piercing the heart. This made it awfully uncomfortable for listeners. They felt his terrible power, and that he could kill them at a whim. Such an overestimation of your ability. Li Qia's lips curled into an infuriating smirk. He waved at a random crowd member and said, "Come, let me borrow your sword." "And my sword?" The cultivator was surprised, hesitated, then still decided to lend Li Qia his sword. Normally, he would never let anyone else do this since it would antagonize Void and Peace Ocean. Li Qia was a different story due to his previous exploits. He wondered if Li Qia could defeat the duo using his sword. Though the probability was virtually zero, he would go down in history thanks to his sword. He was only an ordinary cultivator, not a big shot at all. His sword was indeed broken compared to anything capable. He's actually doing it. Others couldn't believe it. They thought that Li Qia was only messing around in the beginning since he had one of the greatest treasuries in the world. When he talked about not using Moneyfall, they assumed that he would use his weapons to win. He has to be messing around, right? A fan of Li Qia said. How could this sword block a move from a Dao Lord weapon? It's suicidal, but if he can win, I'll believe in him from now on. It will be nothing short of a miracle. Another lad added. I would say it's rather likely because Li Qia is involved. A big shot joined in. No way, a crappy sword against those two. It's suicidal. Another member was unhappy with the blockade but still had to pick Peace Ocean's side. It was simply the logical choice. You won't change your mind? Peace Ocean glared at Li Qia, sharing the same sentiment as the crowd. In fact, they viewed Li Qia as a greater genius than either of them. However, they felt that it was impossible for them to lose to him given his choice of weapon. There's nothing to think about. Do you need to warm up first before fighting? So much time wasted already just talking. Li Qia casually waved his new sword around. Fine, I want to see what you can do. Void lost patience and shouted, Excuse me then, take this. He raised his hand and manipulated space. Buzz. After loud explosions, a spatial wheel with sharp teeth all around it manifested into reality. This was far from an easy task, yet he only needed a split second to do so. It was as if space was within his grasp. Such impeccable spatial manipulation. Older experts took a deep breath. The area around Li Qia was being crushed by the wheel. He became fully exposed to any attack. So this is an art from a heavenly scripture. Another spectator commented. Nine-Wheel Citadel possessed 3 sections from the scripture known as 6 Wheels of the Myriad Realms. The Saint Child was using the Void Wheel. Rumble. The wheel began flying towards Li Qia and crushed everything in its path. Chapter 42:12. Void Will. The destructive wheel could easily crush majestic mountains as if they were tiny mounds. This was something beyond the endurability of the flesh or the sword in Li Qia's hand. Everyone immediately thought of the same idiom, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Not bad. Li Qia smiled and made his move, betraying the crowd's expectation. He didn't use a shocking merit law or a profound technique, not relying on sheer power from cultivation either. He turned to the side while still facing forward and holding the sword horizontally with his left hand. This looked rather coarse and didn't resemble a correct posture for sword fighting. Boom! However, his blade somehow wedged perfectly between the teeth of the incoming wheel. He then added force and sent it straight back towards Void. The momentum of the wheel was just as strong as before. Spectators couldn't believe it. This included his opponents as well. Li Qia once again did something impossible with such ease. An explosion woke Void up from his stupor. The wheel was right in front of him. Break. He tapped his palms together and formed a mudra before pushing them forward to release a spatial seal. The wheel crumbled as a result and particles shot everywhere. Though it was a successful block, he still staggered backward from the impact. He took a deep breath and calmed his chaotic inner energy. Confusion struck the crowd, rendering them speechless. They had no idea how to describe Li Qia's parry earlier. How the hell did Li Qia parry that destructive wheel? During the fight between Dong Ling and Abyss Scion, Dong Ling performed the Ascension Martial Dao and bounced the Scion's slash back at him. However, that wasn't a bounce-back technique by Li Qia. He simply held up his sword and used his hand as a fulcrum of sorts, picking the perfect spot and angle to divert the wheel. It didn't require profound techniques and merit laws, only a simple yet effective movement. It relied on practicality instead of the mysticality of the Tao, using something so basic to defeat an extremely profound technique. What did I just watch? Cultivators wouldn't have believed this without seeing it with their own eyes. Void's attack came from a heavenly scripture. Its profundity was second to none. Alas, Li Qia solved it using a stance that wasn't impressive visually. This was akin to a villager casually killing a golden true dragon with a punch. The stark contrast astounded the crowd. Just a coincidence, maybe? Sheer luck? One expert said. No, it's neither. An ancestor sighed and responded right away. What sword art did he just use? Maybe that movement earlier is actually a sword art that just hides its profundity really well. Another youth asked. Most believe that Li Qia must have used a special sword art. It's just that they didn't understand it enough and only saw a simple movement. I don't think it's a sword art, he merely moved his hand. It looked so elementary though. A king responded. How can a simple movement defeat a heavenly art? The youth didn't buy it. If the arts of the heavenly scriptures could be solved so easily, they wouldn't have dominated for eras. This is a case of four-tail moving 1,000 caddies. An extremely aged big shot mused, it requires absolute control over one's power. Every sliver of force is precise, every inch of movement is accurate. That's how he broke the unbeatable art. That's a thing? Listeners remained skeptical. It sounded plausible in theory, but to actually pull it off in a fight? I argue that this is a true understanding of the Grand Tao. All laws become simple, the most complicated techniques are reduced to simplistic movements. One ancestor agreed. In reality, the big shots were confused. It was one thing for the 5 overlords to be able to do this, not Li Qia since he hasn't reached that cultivation level yet. They knew that he had bizarre and inscrutable methods, but in this case, this was the highest order of the Tao. If these old men were right, then Li Qia had grasped the true essence of the Tao. If anything, Peace Ocean and Void should have a higher mastery of the Tao than Li Qia. The crowd continued to abandon this idea of Li Qia being a Tao master. Incredible technique. Peace Ocean couldn't help but praise. In that split second earlier, both he and Void couldn't believe it. They shared the same thought as the others, that Li Qia hasn't reached that height yet. Peace Ocean couldn't have done the same thing to stop the Void wheel. He would have used a supreme sword technique to nullify it. How interesting, let me give it a shot. He couldn't stay calm and wanted to test Li Qia himself. 1. Ancient units are used for this common idiom in traditional martial arts novels. It's rarer to see in Xianxia/Xuanhuan. A tael is 50 grams, a caddy is 500 grams. Chapter 42:13. Semicircle Peace Ocean Sword King stepped forward and stole everyone's attention. Be careful, I'm starting now. He said. Go for it. I'm ready. Li Qia smiled nonchalantly. Buzz. A bright flash appeared as the king raised one finger. He chose to use a finger attack instead of unsheathing his sword. Lights began gathering at his fingertip and turned into sword rays. They ravaged the sky and horrified the spectators. Just one finger of his released a massive amount of energy, enough to kill thousands of foes. Spectators took a deep breath, the weaker members hurriedly retreated since they couldn't withstand the rays. Clank. A metallic hymn resounded as all the rays turned into divine swords floating above him. Destruction surged like a tsunami from the swords, capable of piercing through everything. The crowd saw how endless this ocean of swords was. It could rain down and destroy the earth. Such mighty sword energies. An expert gasped after seeing how rampant the king's energy was. It permeated every inch of the land and infiltrated everyone's pores. He seemed to be omnipresent. Just a single thought of his would result in fatal laceration and penetration. This wasn't a particular technique or anything. The king simply used his strongest sword Dao to take over the region. He became the ruler of this area, all others were mere fish on the chopping board. Die! He roared after channeling enough energy. Clank! All the swords resonated in unison, resulting in a deafening clank. The swords came down like a waterfall right above Li Chia, piercing through space so distance became a meaningless aspect. Once the waterfall appeared, the bottom was already right next to his head. Escaping was futile because the frightening sword energies were fixated on Li Chia like leeches, not to mention the broad area of effect. A direct block was impossible as well because the waterfall was endless. They wouldn't stop until nothing was left of their victim. It's coming! A spectator shouted. Everyone wanted to see how Li Chia would react to this blow. He shouldn't be strong enough to stop it, but then again, he had done so against Void just a moment ago. It aimed for his forehead with lightning speed and ultimate power. His skull seemed more fragile and brittle than fried dough. In this split second before death, he calmly flicked his sword to draw a semicircle around him. It wasn't a perfect one and looked like the moment of an old man sweeping his courtyard early in the morning. Clank! Clank! Nonetheless, sword hymns could be heard and something bizarre happened instantly. The waterfall seemed to be drawn in by the circular motion and changed its trajectory. It arced around Li Chia before shooting upward like a rainbow. The new target became its master, possessing the same endless property as before. The king's eyes turned cold and waved his hand, creating another ocean of swords to stop the incoming torrent. The world spun while explosions detonated in a cataclysmic manner. Swords were turned into planetary sparks of sheer destruction, enough to destroy a sect or a kingdom. Violent gales came next and nearly lifted the crowd off their feet. The raw power, spectators were in awe while looking at the red sky vault and the continuous explosions. He is deserving of his fame. Look, he still hasn't unsheathed his sword but still strong enough to sweep through the young generation. An ancestor commented. The youths exchanged glances and didn't say anything. They admitted that he was on the next level compared to them. It wasn't easy to do so given their pride. Truly impressive. Even Dong Ling and his peers thought the same. The 10 sword prodigies stood at the top of the young generation. Alas, there seemed to be a drastic gap between them and Peace Ocean. He had reached a level where he could exert a sword Dao with one hand wave. Chapter 42:14. So strong sparks and flames continued to ravage the sky for a long while. Space itself was being melted. Once they dispersed, clouds and winds returned, but there was still an indelible scar. His attack managed to leave serious damages to the spatial fabrics. Ancestors might not have been able to stop that attack, let alone younger cultivators. That's why Peace Ocean Sword King is the #1 genius. A youth praised. Then what the hell do we call Li Chia? His friend retorted. No one dared to question Peace Ocean's prowess since he had a superb mastery of the sword Dao. He didn't need a sword and could use heaven and earth as a replacement instead. This made it difficult to classify Li Chia. The king's hand wave resulted in a Dao. What about Li Chia's actions? The latter lacked a supreme style. To be perfectly frank, his movements looked basic and unrefined. When judging purely on technique and merit law, Li Chia would earn disdain and spurn from the spectators. However, they managed to stop Peace Ocean and Void's attack. This couldn't be attributed to luck. Sorcerer? One expert said. Most found this word inadequate since Li Qia's results deserved higher praise. He's definitely not just a young master with money. Another commented. Heaven's favorite? One more added. I like the one used before, son of miracles. We can also use existence or king instead of son, an expert chimed in. All in all, everyone had a hard time coming up with a suitable description for Li Qia. Most names revolved around the character miracle, since it was the best match. Meanwhile, Peace Ocean and Void had a serious expression. They were knowledgeable enough to at least know how terrible Li Qia was. This guy wasn't only a new rich, nor did he need to use money to kill. He was a hidden master. Sir, where are you from? Who is your master? Peace Ocean took a deep breath and solemnly asked. Both decided to exercise more caution when dealing with this foe. From where I should, and I'm the master. Li Qia chuckled. This non-answer only added to the confusion. This guy was shrouded in fog. The first answer was understandable. He had the right to hide his origin. Alas, it was harder to evade the question about one's sect. Cultivators revered their sect and origin, especially their master. Li Qia's answer seemed rather disrespectful and unacceptable. An exception would be if he was a vagabond and didn't have a sect or a master. The duo didn't think that this was likely. After all, someone with his attainment should have a master. This applied to vagabonds as well. Someone must have taught them. The problem was that Li Qia's movements didn't give any clue about his background. Both were knowledgeable enough. They wouldn't dare to say that they knew every single art in the world. However, they could definitely notice clues from most techniques. This wasn't the case here. In reality, they weren't the only ones thinking about Li Qia's background. A Dao Lord's lineage, or is he the descendant of an ancient emperor? One of them asked. It was clear that he didn't come from Sea Emperor or Nine Wheel. As for sects such as Sword Temple and Virtuous School, their relationship wasn't close enough. Maybe it's Cloud Dream Lake? Someone thought about the reception Li Qia eventually got at the lake. I don't think so. His methods have nothing to do with Cloud Dream Lake. An erudite ancestor pondered for a bit before shaking his head. Since the duo was lost in thoughts, Li Qia broke the silence and said, "All right, that's enough warming up, it's time to play for real now." The duo exchanged glances and took a deep breath. I don't care what sect you're from. What you're doing is awfully unwise. Only death awaits you even if you get through us. Void maintained a strong attitude. The duo was fully aware of Li Qia's power, but they couldn't back down as rulers regardless of the circumstances. Even the arrival of another overlord can't change the tides. Peace Ocean added, "Leave and we'll drop this issue. Refrain from being suicidal." Some listeners noticed something. Someone speculated, is Vast Sea Paragon here too? Sounds like it. His friend became emotional. This meant that both Vast Sea Paragon and Earth Razor Vajra were present. Thus, Everlasting Sword God alone wouldn't be able to change anything. That's why even if Li Qia was strong enough to defeat the two prodigies, he would still be killed by the two overlords later. No one in the world could take them on. Moreover, they also thought that Peace Ocean was being quite generous and polite to let Li Qia go on top of erasing their previous feud. It showed a little weakness and fear on his part. Too late to leave when I'm here already. Plus, Myriad Era already has a master. It does not belong to you. Li Qia said. So domineering. People couldn't believe how Li Qia was keeping this up when Peace Ocean had just revealed their second ace card, Vast Sea Paragon. Chapter 42:15, Light of the Worlds. The crowd was stirred by Li Qia's determination to go against Nine Wheel and Sea Emperor. Moreover, they were also tempted by Myriad Era. This was unavoidable due to the history of the heavenly swords. Sword Sea Dao Lord became unbeatable due to Vast Sea and created an eternal kingdom. Thus, if they were to obtain Myriad Era, perhaps they could enjoy a similar path. This was doubly true for the lineages without one. Myriad Era could turn them into a behemoth just like Sea Emperor. Realizing this fantasy required disruption from Wuxia. Sea Emperor and Nine Wheel would never give anyone else a chance. This was obvious since they sent their strongest cultivators here. However, a monster like Wuxia could potentially shake the situation enough for openings to be available. Maybe they would have a chance to see or even seize the sword then. It's going to be a great battle, one spectator said. A few wanted to fan the flames but hesitated since they were afraid of the behemoths. Fine, till death then. Void shouted furiously at Wuxia. Peace Ocean clearly tried to de-escalate the situation prior, but Wuxia kept on pushing the issue. Thus, he couldn't show weakness for the second time. They and their sects weren't afraid of trouble. Plus, their overlords were present as well. Your insistence will force us to speak with the blade, Peace Ocean said. Throwing away previous feuds was already Sea Emperor's biggest concession. They had never done something like this before. Alas, Wuxia refused to accept this gesture, so it was time to fight. Come, Wuxia said flatly. His frivolous and indifferent attitude vexed the duo. He was treating them like thin air despite their current status and authority. There is no going back then, Peace Ocean uttered coldly with a murderous glint in his eyes. Wuxia has broken all pretenses with Sea Emperor and Nine Wheel. There was no need to hide their bloodthirst any longer. Sure thing, Wuxia said. Let's get started then. Void lost his cool and summoned a treasure. Boom! A colorful Tao Lord flame had a transcending presence. It was as if a Tao Lord was here in person. Damn! Thus, the crowd shouted in horror, unable to handle the pressure from its aura. Some became paralyzed on the ground and couldn't move. This is a patrimony weapon. An expert calmed down and shouted. Everyone saw a treasure resembling a scroll or a seal floating above Void. The flames oozing from it varied in colors, capable of engulfing all of 8 Desolaces in the blink of an eye. The world seemed to be spinning and adhering to its whim. A Tao Lord must have spent everything they got in the creation of this treasure, untold effort and immense power. Light of the Worlds, the patrimony weapon of Nine Will Tao Lord. An old ancestor gasped after seeing this. A patrimony weapon is actually before us. A youth murmured. So Nine Will has one, another peer said. It's not surprising, they did have 4 Tao Lords. It's likely that one would leave a patrimony weapon behind. A big shot said. Because Nine Will Tao Lord is rumored to be just as brilliant as Sword Sea Tao Lord, it might be normal for him to leave behind a patrimony weapon. He might have crafted something better for himself. An ancient ancestor appeared and joined the conversation. Patrimony weapons are far more potent than regular Tao Lord weapons. Everyone became envious of Void. After all, not all Tao Lord lineages had a patrimony weapon. He's the youngest sect master in their history. Being able to control a patrimony weapon is a testament to his power and talent. One expert said. Patrimony weapons were also made by Tao Lords. The key difference was their rarity. Tao Lords could craft dozens of weapons in their lifetime. However, they would normally only have one patrimony weapon since it required an absurd amount of resources and effort. They normally left behind regular weapons for their sect and clan. This wasn't the case for the patrimony weapons. Only a few Tao Lords would actually do so. Perhaps they found something stronger, or it might be due to other reasons. Though Nine Will didn't have a heavenly sword, it at least had a patrimony weapon. Nine Will Tao Lord was a sky spirit, the first Tao Lord after Azure Ancestor. Due to his incredible skill and legends, future masters believed that he had started crafting a paragon artifact, hence the abandonment of this patrimony weapon. It was surprising to see Void possessing the patrimony weapon. Though he was the current sect master, he wasn't the strongest member there. Many ancestors from Nine Wheel were more capable. Thus, it showed his status in the sect and future potential. Normally, those at the myriad form realm would be able to control Dao Lord weapons which were classified at the heaven level. This wasn't the case for patrimony weapons. They exceeded the heaven level and had a higher requirement for their users. It seemed that Void met the criteria for this weapon. Both the young and old were impressed by this revelation. Chapter 42:17 Void Crush. Both vast sea and light of the worlds were top treasures. On the other hand, Wuxia had a sword meant for regular cultivators, clearly no match for its opponents. The crowd attempted to get Wuxia to change his mind in order to have a real fight. Alas, he ignored all of them and waved his sword playfully with a smile. This is enough. It's not like I'm trying to kill a god or an immortal. It became hard for people to not take Wuxia seriously regardless of the ludicrousness of his statements. They have grown used to both his tone and his success. Are you sure? Peace Ocean asked again. Of course. Wuxia looked as nonchalant as can be. Peace Ocean and Void exchanged glances and appeared rather austere. They weren't fools, and despite their anger earlier, they have calmed down enough to consider the situation. Both of them had top weapons even when taking all of 8 Desolaces into account. No one would ever use a normal sword to go against them. This was akin to throwing an egg at a rock, but their opponent actually chose to do so without any hesitation. There were a few possibilities. First, he must be far stronger than them, being in an unreachable cultivation realm right now. Otherwise, he has to be a madman. Alas, was Wuxia crazy? No. The guy was arrogant and overbearing, but absolutely not mad. Thus, the answer left them in shock. Unfortunately, they were riding a tiger and couldn't get down. Accepting defeat was not an option regardless of the circumstances. To concede without actually fighting would ruin their personal and sex reputation. They would no longer be qualified to lead their sect after doing something so disgraceful. Incredible. Void laughed and gathered the courage to say, "We wish to see what you can do then. Blades do not have eyes, leave death up to fate." Peace Ocean said gravely. The duo was ready to fight to the death in order to uphold their dignity and prestige. They surrounded Wuxia with Peace Ocean at the front and Void in the back. The crowd watched with bated breath, aware that a storm was coming. Who is going to win? One youth asked. People thought about it and none had a confident answer. Common sense says that Wuxia is a dead man. His cultivation and weapon are clearly inferior. One ancestor took a deep breath and broke the silence. Many agreed with this safe speculation. Wuxia was a clear underdog on paper. The problem is, using common sense to gauge Wuxia is foolish. He added after a brief pause. Others also agreed with the second line. Wuxia had repeatedly destroyed conventional wisdom and logic with such ease. Would he be able to do it again in this battle? Just wait, we'll find out soon enough. An old schoolmaster said. The outcome of this battle remained unknown. Anything could happen as the spectators' eyes widened, not wanting to miss a second. Excuse me then. Peace Ocean uttered each word with malice. Listeners couldn't help but shudder after feeling his murderous intent. Each word shot in their heart like an arrow. We'll go first. Void smiled. Yes, go first or you won't have a chance to attack. Wuxia said. The duo didn't become angry this time since they were completely focused. Void Crush. Void chanted while forming a mudra to perform a top technique. He empowered the treasure floating above him. Buzz. Light of the worlds vibrated once, forcing all realms to vibrate as well. At this moment, all worlds became subjected to the treasure's control. Cultivators nearby became immobilized. Space seemed to have congealed and sealed everyone within. They couldn't lift a single finger and became frightened. The treasure then sent out sparkling and translucent rays, nearly indiscernible due to their speed. The undetectable nature of the rays confused the spectators. They suddenly saw Wuxia being dismembered. All of his limbs separated from the torso. Chapter 42:18. Crumbled void crush severed the spatial fabrics around Wuxia along with his body. Though he was still standing there, the various body parts had been removed from each other. There was no way to block this swift attack. The crowd was horrified by the effectiveness of this attack. They knew that it contained mysteries and profundities regarding the spatial affinity. Even some ancestors here would be dead before they could react. Such power! Someone shouted. This is spatial manipulation. The fabrics of space severed themselves, not cut by an external force. Dozens of coordinates shifted in accordance to Void Saint Child's will. A big shot shook her head. The experts understood the significance of this. Anyone caught in the spatial shift would be cut apart right away. That's why Wuxia still seemed to be standing. It's just that his body was divided into different dimensions at this point. Boom! Peace Ocean immediately made his move. Sword energies gathered at the tip of Vast Sea before he thrust it forward. A beam capable of piercing 3,000 worlds and time itself shot forward and penetrated Wuxia's chest. Distance and time no longer mattered before this attack. Whoa! Spectators shuddered as a result since they felt the immensity of this attack despite not being the target. Its sword intent pricked them by the throat and the chest, causing them to scream in pain. In fact, some actually bled profusely from these spots. The thrust contained the myriad sword Dao, all pierced through Wuxia at the same time. This was an inescapable judgment of death. Vast Sea, an ancestor gasped. No merit laws and treasures could stop the power of this heavenly sword. Void's void crush separated Wuxia's body while Peace Ocean's thrust pierced his chest. Both attacks were brilliant and unavoidable. People were still waiting to see Wuxia's heaven-defying method. Alas, this seemed to be the end of him. This abrupt development left them dizzy because Wuxia had performed numerous miracles in the past. Unfortunately, he had no chance to resist this time around and was as helpless as a fish on the chopping board. This is how it ends? A cultivator murmured, thinking that Wuxia was dead. I didn't expect this at all. A fan of Wuxia didn't know what to do. He asked for it by using a broken sword against those two, idiot. A youth sneered and felt superior to Wuxia. Just a young master can't compare to real geniuses. Various emotions and thoughts surfaced in the audience. The duo themselves stared at each other, thinking that it couldn't be this simple. It's over, time to leave. A last-gen member begrudgingly said. Since Wuxia was dead, no one else had a chance of seizing Myriad Era from the two behemoths now. Others became pessimistic and started dispersing. Only a few stuck around and maintained their original opinion, not giving up on Wuxia just yet. Wait, something's happening. One of them shouted. He saw Wuxia's hand with the sword moving a bit despite being separated from the rest of his body. At first, it moved like the directionless hand of a blind man before suddenly thrusting forward. Strangely enough, the thrust didn't aim at the duo but rather, his own torso. What is he doing? The crowd turned around and saw this. They thought that he would do something incredible to reverse the situation. Alas, he somehow tried to pierce his own body. Shit! Peace Ocean and Void were strong enough to have an instinctive awareness of danger. Peace Ocean immediately pulled his sword back and raised it horizontally in front of him, sealing all dimensions around him. Unfortunately, this was still just a tiny bit too late. As for Void, he traveled through the dimensions in a patternless and unpredictable manner, utilizing his various spatial leaping techniques. Alas, he was also too slow just like the king. Splash. Blood splashed everywhere. Chapter 42:19, Which Spatial Technique? The bizarre thing was that the blood didn't gush from Wuxia's torso but rather, his enemies. Though Peace Ocean and Void were far enough away, the thrust still injured them. The sword should have penetrated Li Qia's body, but somehow, the tip appeared before both Void and Peace Ocean's chest. Fortunately, due to their fast reaction time, it wasn't a full penetration and only left a deep wound with blood gushing out. This development left the spectators bewildered and lost. The duo's moves did connect with Li Qia and should have killed him. However, he somehow reversed the situation by injuring the enemies via piercing his own body. This was simply unimaginable and illogical. What the hell did he do? Someone shouted. How can this be? More sorcery from Li Qia. A youth racked his brain and couldn't come up with an answer. Li Qia has never let us down before, still the son of miracles. One ancestor commented. His fans had become disappointed after seeing him fall to the void and sword thrust. Now, this reversal successfully invigorated them. Space reversal? Void was aghast and blurted out, no, space physique. No, that can't be either, space leap? Time reversal. No, your cultivation isn't at this level. Many experts have never heard of these names before, let alone understanding them. Nonetheless, they sounded quite impressive and should be top merit laws and secret arts. Decent knowledge, albeit superficial. I suppose you have indeed learned from the 6 wheels. Li Qia smiled. His head was still separated from his body, but it didn't affect him in the slightest. This is impossible. Void shouted. Li Qia was clearly struck by his technique, evident by his current separated state. Such spatial mastery was above Li Qia's current cultivation. Even their strongest ancestor, Earthraiser Vajra, might not have these abilities. Indeed, my cultivation is too low. Isn't it miraculous? Li Qia chuckled. Void had no idea that the new scriptures came into being thanks to Li Qia. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the creator of the 6 wheels. Thus, this void wheel of his looked like child's play in Li Qia's eyes. Why is he doing fine? Look at his limbs. Many cultivators were surprised that Li Qia could still speak. What else is there to say? Li Qia simply defies logic. Someone commented. All of those spatial techniques. A big shot who was adept in spatial manipulation thought about it and said, looks like Li Qia has learned something comparable to the 6 wheels. Everyone had different thoughts about Li Qia's current situation. The young noble's cultivation is so strange, both strong and weak. Su Yun asked. It's not that. Aji shook his head, it's dependent on his wish. If he wants to go all out, he'll be unstoppable. Otherwise, he's as weak as a scholar who can't catch a chicken. That's a thing? Ian found this surprising because this seemed to be different from everyone else's cultivation. It's beyond our understanding. I'm positive that he can become invincible though, at least from what I've observed so far. Aji said softly. The girls didn't quite understand how he could shift his perceived cultivation and power at will. There must be logic in this, but unfortunately, this was above their comprehension. All right, time for me to return the favor. Li Qia smiled and successfully intimidated the duo. Meanwhile, everyone else watched with bated breath. They still assumed that he would remove the sword from his body and show them a supreme sword art. However, he betrayed expectations by actually thrusting the sword deeper into his body. They became slack-jawed because he seemed insistent on destroying himself. Alas, the tip of his sword suddenly appeared half an inch away from both Peace Ocean and Void's throat. Its coldness made them feel pain. Nonetheless, they were top geniuses and reacted swiftly. Peace Ocean performed a movement technique and leaped backward in an arc, moving 1,000,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Void was even more impressive with his spatial steps. He flashed into nothingness and traveled across numerous dimensions. Their effort was not rewarded. The sword tip somehow kept up with them and was still half an inch away. Chapter 42:20. Pierce. This technique seemed rather simple, just a straight thrust into the throat. There was no transformation and variation, yet still unstoppable and unavoidable. The impeccable movement of Peace Ocean and spatial steps of Void couldn't deliver them away from the sword. It maintained the same distance from their throat regardless of their attempt. The same thing would apply to the top evasive techniques in history, let alone two young cultivators. As a result, the crowd's astonishment only grew with time. Which sword art is this? No one had an idea about the origin of Wuxia's attack. For the sword masters here, they believed that even the most profound sword laws could be solved. This didn't seem to be the case. It had nothing to do with the duo's incapability. The sword simply stuck to them like maggots on bones. How did he do it? A top master had no words to describe the level of the attack. Distance doesn't matter. A big shot elaborated, this contains both the mysteries of the sword and spacetime affinities. Those capable of fusing these affinities are rare in Sword Continent, let alone a youth. Some spectators instinctively touched their throat while watching the inescapable blade, thinking that it could cut them down whenever as well. Meanwhile, Void and Peace Ocean continued doing everything they could to run away. Drown the heaven. Peace Ocean roared and vast sea became resplendent with lightning bolts and sword energies. Waves began rushing up in the air, one higher than the previous. This created a region of hell where no living beings could live. Time and space crumbled as well, even gods and devils would be decapitated. He focused on trying to take down Wuxia's blade. After bright flashes, fiery sparks shot out like meteors in a magnificent yet frightening display. Keep in mind that it was vast sea versus a regular sword. The latter somehow managed to survive the waves without breaking. Ridiculous. Jaws dropped to the ground after seeing this. That sword is withstanding vast sea. This can't be happening. Many had no answer for this. Everyone knew the power of heavenly swords. Even supreme treasures couldn't stop them, let alone Wuxia's current weapon. That thing can stop vast sea? Ning Zhu and Su Yiyun were shaken as well. Their swords were top treasures but would still be beaten by vast sea, eventually being cut to pieces. A peerless sword Dao, virtually indestructible. Tai Jian said softly. Yes, it's not an issue of swords. That is no longer a sword. Aji nodded. Tai Jian and Aji have reached a level high enough to see some clues. It had nothing to do with the regular sword. Wuxia's sword Dao was the key point here, capable of chasing the duo while withstanding the barrage of a heavenly sword. Myriad accumulation. Void eventually gave up on running. He placed his palms together to form a mudra. Light of the world appeared in front of his chest and released a blinding radiance. Worlds and dimensions came together within the half an inch between his throat and the sword. 3,000 worlds and the yin-yang affinities created an unsurpassable space barrier. Thus, in order to get to Void, Wuxia's sword must travel through all these worlds and dimensions. Void, once again, proved himself to be a master of spatial manipulation. His skill has surpassed many ancestors from the last generation. Boom! This barrier was still not enough to stop Wuxia's attack. The blade pierced through 3,000 worlds and all the dimensions. It finally stopped playing around and cut his neck, causing blood to gush and the youth to fall on the ground. On the other side, the radiance of vast sea was as destructive as ever, nearly flipping the world over. Peace Ocean mustered all of his strength for a last-ditch attempt. Ah! He managed to push the blade downward, diverting the thrust into his chest instead of his throat. With just one effortless move from Wuxia, Void's fate became unknown while Peace Ocean had a bloody hole on his chest. Chapter 42-21. Sword-snatching Wuxia easily won the exchange despite his severed state to the crowd's astonishment. His own sword still penetrated his torso. However, no blood came out, a stark contest to the duo's current condition. He reached forward right after the successful attack while Peace Ocean was screaming. His hand appeared right next to the king, his target being vast sea itself. The aghast king wanted to slash the hand, but it was too late. Li Qie grabbed the sword and Peace Ocean couldn't command it regardless of how hard he tried. Clank. Li Qie seized Vast Sea away from its user. The crowd gasped after seeing the daylight robbery. Clank. Vast Sea made some noises as if it was resisting. However, he brushed it gently and silenced it right away. A moment later, it hummed continuously, but this time around, it seemed to be happy unlike before, akin to someone meeting an old friend. "Are you seeing this?" one cultivator asked. Earlier, Li Qie beating his opponents was already ridiculous enough. That ability alone would let him rampage across Sword Continent. Now, he even took Vast Sea. This sword was obtained by the progenitor of Sea Emperor and followed him across countless battlefields. It remained in his lineage millions of years later and enjoyed tributes in the form of energy along with blessings from other cultivators. In a sense, Vast Sea and Sea Emperor were deeply intertwined. It also had powerful seals embedded, making sure that no one could take it away. Moreover, if someone could get through all the seals, they would still need to be recognized by the sword first. Li Qie had just done both in no time at all. Removing the seals should have taken an immensely long period since they were built and augmented across numerous eras. Alas, he only needed to brush it gently once. This shocked the crowd just as much as his victory against the duo. What a domineering act, taking a heavenly sword away from Sea Emperor. An ancestor became emotional. In the past, when the users of Vast Sea died in the battle, it would automatically fly back to Sea Emperor. Li Qie stopped this and became the next master of Vast Sea. "It's just insanity at this point." Another murmured while staring at the sword in Li Qie's grasp. "This is going to be bad. Sea Emperor will go wild after losing Vast Sea," one king said with a serious expression. Many became frozen because Li Qie had just shaken the very foundation of Sea Emperor. It would be strange if they didn't do everything possible to salvage this situation. Meanwhile, Peace Ocean turned pale. Losing Vast Sea was too much for him or the kingdom to take. They never expected this to happen due to the eternal seals put on by their sages. Even a Dao Lord would have a hard time erasing all of them. As everyone else was lost in astonishment, Li Qie stroked Vast Sea again and whispered, "Long time no see." The sword hummed quietly, seemingly happy to see an old friend. This surprised the crowd even more, especially Peace Ocean. Despite being Vast Sea's current user, he had never communicated with the sword like this before. This was also the case for the previous users. Li Qie and Vast Sea seemed perfect together, as if the sword was crafted for his personal use. There was a sense of familiarity that seemed so natural between the two. Enough. A deafening roar suddenly echoed in everyone's ears with the force of a tsunami. Some cultivators were actually sent flying by the sound waves. An ancient ancestor appeared in the sky and landed like a divine sword from the heavens. He stood on the ocean and didn't hold back his aura. Terrible sword energies kept on pushing spectators backward, rendering them breathless and weak in the knees. Weaker cultivators lost their ability to stand. He wore a bronze robe and appeared quite sturdy. His aura was imposing and stopped others from staring straight at him. Ancestor Jeluan, a king, calmed down and revealed the title of this cultivator. Ancestor Jeluan, or Sword God Jeluan, one of the 6 sword gods of Sea Emperor. Rumor has it that he was the leader of this group and also the second strongest ancestor in his kingdom. Ancestor Jeluan is finally taking action. Others took a deep breath. "Hand over Vast Sea and I'll drop this issue." His words pricked the crowd in the chest. They contained a powerful divinity and made it hard for others to refuse. A top dog has joined the fray. Any attack from him would be horrifically destructive. "Jeluan, I will entertain you if you want to fight." A pleasant voice answered the newcomer. A girl whose face was hidden by a black veil stepped out of Li Qie's entourage. No one could see through her stealth technique. Chapter 42-22, Lu Qi's identity. Most believed that ancestor Jialuan was only second to Vast Sea Paragon. Thus, only a few in the continent could actually take him on. This mysterious lady captivated the crowd and piqued their interest. Of course, she was none other than Lu Qi. Since they didn't recognize her, they immediately thought that she was overestimating herself and didn't have the qualification to challenge ancestor Jialuan. Who is she? Is she actually strong enough to fight the ancient ancestor? One expert said while staring at Lu Qi. I think she's Li Qi's maid, she's been with him from the start. Her background is a puzzle. An old cultivator responded. Li Qi has quite a few masters with him. A high elder mused. Sure, he managed to recruit some famous people with his money, but is that enough to challenge sword god Jialuan? A peer found this unwise. Everyone questioned Lu Qi's ability because her foe stood at the apex. They had no idea of her actual power and thought that she was being arrogant. However, Jialuan himself didn't think so. His eyes shot out rays of light with the intensity of the sun. They illuminated the world and chased away the fog, allowing him to see the truth. Ah, Miss Lu Qi. Jialuan, unlike the others, was able to discern her identity. You were only a sovereign when I visited Everlasting Sword God back then. Now, you've caught up to us old men. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponent despite being the leader of the six. This astounded the crowd. So this unknown lady turned out to be from Everlasting Sword God's camp. I see, that's why she's so audacious. Someone regained her wits and said. No one thought that she was overstepping her bound any longer. Her background alone said enough about her power. It's her. One aged ancestor knew who she was after Jialuan brought it up. Ning Zhu and Su Yiyun were surprised as well. They knew that Lu Qi was extremely strong but not her background. Aji and Tai Jian appeared normal, having known this before. There was another person remaining calm, Terra Sword Saint. Why is someone from Everlasting Sword God's camp serving Li Qi? One cultivator asked, don't tell me he paid enough to recruit her too. The questioner felt that money alone shouldn't have been enough to hire someone of her status. If it is not money, then what? Why would she act as his maid? It doesn't make any sense. An ancestor replied. Other cultivators felt the same way. Just who the hell is Li Qi? A young master with money? No, this was no longer appropriate to describe Li Qi. I know, he has to be the direct disciple of Everlasting Sword God. Someone boldly speculated. Many felt a light flashing in their mind. They agreed with him right away, that would explain many things. All in all, various groups talked about his identity in just a short time. Ugh, Void finally got up but couldn't speak clearly due to the hole in his throat. He's still alive? That's a supreme genius for you. Others were surprised to see Void relatively well after suffering a direct blow. It's about time to end this battle. My turn. Li Qi smilingly said while Lu Qi kept Jialuan at bay. Peace Ocean and Void panicked after hearing this. They wished time would stop while the crowd was eager to see more. Buzz. Li Qi simply raised his sword to begin a sequence. Splash. Everyone heard the sounds of waves as if a torrential ocean was behind him. The waves were made of sword energies, violent and bestial like primordial beasts, ready to devour everything. Just the initial stance alone affected all other sword Dao. He became the ruler of the swords while holding Vast Sea. Any slash would contain the power of countless sword Dao, a force to be reckoned with. Activate. Peace Ocean also created a domain of swords. His belonged to the Void Affinity, an abyss containing numerous sword Dao. This abyss could devour 3,000 worlds and everything thrown at it. On the other side, he also created an ocean of swords. 2 sword Dao at the same time. Vast Sea and Abyss. Spectators shouted. In this perilous moment, he decided to show his ace card, using both heavenly Dao at the same time. His vitality pouring into the Dao appeared to be gilded, exuding a golden radiance. He was clearly desperate enough to use his true fate and longevity blood. This was the only way for him to keep up both Tao at the same time. Though he was supremely talented, controlling both heavenly Tao at the same time required an absurd level of power and energy. Otherwise, they could collapse and annihilate their own user. The crowd thought that he was living up to his fame as the #1 genius of the young generation. The outcome of this fight wouldn't change this. Rumble. As for Void, he shifted space and the yin and yang. His light of the worlds became resplendent again, separating him and Wuxia. Myriad words stood between them, even the fastest speed and greatest power could no longer get through. At the same time, the rays of the treasures came together to form a cocoon. Chapter 42-23, This is it. Wuxia chuckled and swung his sword. Boom! The world spun and the stars trembled. The flow of the cosmos became affected by this single slash. Just this casual swing could take down gods and devils. 3,000 worlds would be obliterated in the blink of an eye. The crowd opened their mouth, wanting to shout, but no words came out. An invisible hand seemed to be grabbing their throat and taking their breath away. They felt their very soul being dragged away by the momentum of the slash. Defensive techniques were useless before the boundless onslaught. Strong resistance would be swiftly dealt with by an even greater force. You dare? Sword God Jialuan roared and wanted to join the battle. However, Lu Qi activated her sword Dao and instantly blocked his path. Boom! Both Peace Ocean's dual sword Dao and Void's ultimate spatial quarantine crumbled with haste. Their impressive power and impeccable talent stood no chance against the ultimate slash from Vast Sea and Wuxia. Ah! It dismembered them into several pieces. As the pieces fell down, their eyes were still wide open in disbelief. Success in life stopped them from ever imagining such a terrible scenario. This was especially true for Peace Ocean. He never thought that he would be killed by his own Vast Sea one day. The stench of blood permeated the air as more flowed out. The scene came to a deathly silence. All the spectators became slack-jawed and were unable to calm down. Peace Ocean and Void were supreme geniuses sitting on top of the world. They were unbeatable among the young generation. Today, Wuxia killed both without a problem. The news of their death would cause untold chaos. I remember meeting him the first time in Hallowed, never thought that something like today would happen. One expert said. Those who saw Wuxia back in Hallowed felt the same way. The guy was only an unknown junior back then who got lucky enough to obtain the preeminent legacy. People dismissed him as being an uncultured young master, absolutely not worth mentioning. On the other hand, Void and Peace Ocean were the leader of their respective sect, possessing enough authority to change the momentum of the world. Thus, Wuxia couldn't compare to either one outside of having more money. They could easily crush a brat like him whenever. This turned out to be false. Both geniuses fell today to Wuxia in a fair duel. Words weren't enough to describe this event. During the start of the feud, Wuxia's few supporters were mocked for taking his side against Peace Ocean and Void. One of them was Ning Zhu, who thought that this day was inevitable. Thus, she looked calm unlike the rest of the crowd. She made her choice during the legacy event back then, choosing to be his maid instead of the Queen of Sea Emperor. Many thought that she had gone crazy or stupid for doing something ridiculous. The silence lasted for a while until Sword God Jialuan broke the silence. You. Wuxia had killed the two representatives of Sea Emperor and Nine Wheel. This was an official declaration of war. Zzz. Smoke came out from the broken spatial fabrics and dimensions and gathered into a second Wuxia. His initial body parts were still separated in the chaotic space, so there seemed to be two Wuxia at the same time. This made people exchange glances of astonishment. Eventually, the trapped Wuxia disappeared from sight. Only the big shots knew that Wuxia was never stuck in the spatial separation. He has always been outside, the broken pieces seen by them was a phenomenon known as fragmented spatial reflection. Chapter 42-24. Unbeatable. No one viewed Wuxia as a young master or a man with a few impressive tricks any longer. Who would dare to say that he didn't use his own power to kill ocean and void at this point? Though they didn't know how he did it, it seemed like he did kill them fair and square. The number one of the young generation, completely unbeatable. Someone gazed at Wuxia and concluded. Another opened his mouth but couldn't quite refute. In a traditional sense, Wuxia didn't resemble a supreme genius or a true cultivator. His cultivation wasn't as solid as void and peace ocean. It was akin to the reflection of the moon on a river, too intangible and different. However, how could they refute when he had just taken down both peace ocean and void, the previous candidates? Not just the young generation, who can actually take him on right now. An old big shot gazed at vast sea and said. By this point, everyone thought that Wuxia would be able to take down ancestors from the previous generation as well. This battle might cause the flames of war to engulf our continent. A king reflected. A war between these behemoths would drag many down with them, no exception. Death would replace peace in Sword Continent. The weaker powers naturally didn't want an all-out war to happen because sect destruction would be a common sight. Hand the sword over. Jialuan shouted. His voice scared the hell out of the listeners due to his power. His expression was quite ugly. He was one of the strongest ancestors in Sea Emperor, yet he couldn't save peace ocean and void. Alas, he couldn't kill Lu Qi in such a short time even if he went all out. His hands were tied under these circumstances. It's just one sword, stop shouting. Li Qia smiled. Hand it over or our kingdom will never let this go. Jialuan was ready to fight to the death against Wuxia. All eyes were on Wuxia. They knew that it wasn't an empty threat. Vast Sea was too important for Sea Emperor for many reasons. It belonged to their progenitor and also served as a spiritual totem for the kingdom. Losing it to an outsider would be a fatal loss to their morale. In reality, Peace Ocean's death was rather insignificant compared to losing Vast Sea. The kingdom could produce more geniuses, but there was only one Vast Sea. Sigh, the number one sect in the world is losing its cool over one sword? Wuxia shook his head before finishing. Fine, here. Having said that, he threw the sword forward. Whoosh! As the sword soared through the air, a bright radiance instantly blinded everyone. It was as if the entire universe was being thrown along with the sword. All powers in the world were contained in Vast Sea. Jialuan wanted to catch the sword at first but then realized the power of the throw. He immediately pulled his hand back, not wanting to be crucified by it. Boom! The sword formation from Sea Emperor immediately shifted to form a thick wall. Chants could be heard as the diamond wall from Nine Will activated as well. Golden figures appeared and blessed the wall with profound runes, repeatedly empowering the wall. The world shook violently as the swords crumbled into countless pieces. This wasn't enough to stop Vast Sea, and the diamond wall became the next victim. Just one throw alone annihilated both the sword formation and the diamond wall. The crowd gasped loudly as a result. This contained enough power to destroy an entire sect. Vast Sea traveled deeper into this sea region and caused tsunamis along the way. Eventually, it struck an even tougher defense. The shock waves seemingly flipped the entire ocean over. Chapter 42-25. Vast Sea Venerable. A hidden wall deeper in the island actually stopped the slash. Alas, both the ocean and the spectators were blown away by the shockwaves. Screams echoed everywhere. Once the blast subsided and people calmed down, they saw a withered hand catching Vast Sea. It was full of wrinkles and looked like a chicken foot. People instantly knew how old this cultivator was right away. Despite its feeble appearance, it managed to stop Vast Sea. The grip on it was as tight as can be. It seemed that if he pulled the sword up, he would be dragging the rest of the world with it. Spectators became tense right away from the pressure, aware that this being's hand could easily crush their throat. Who is it? Someone asked in fear while being completely immersed in this new development. Fellow Daoist, no need to be angry. If you wish to see Myriad Era, come on in. An old voice came from the depth and the hand was pulled back. Even his voice instilled chills and sharp pains for the listeners, another sign of his power. So strong. The crowd thought. That's vastly venerable. An ancient ancestor took a deep breath and revealed. He's here too. Expressions changed after hearing this. This renowned cultivator immediately captivated the crowd after appearing. They exchanged glances and started talking. Both Earthraiser Vajra and Vastly Venerable are here. A roused spectator stated. In reality, the big shots didn't find this too surprising since Earthraiser Vajra was here as well. They were mentally prepared but still found it incredible. There were only 3 active overlords currently and 2 were here. Moreover, they were on the same side as well. Just one alone was hard enough to deal with, let alone both. Eyes turned towards Li Chia, wondering if he would accept the invite. Of course, this invitation wasn't for a tea party and idle chat. Li Chia had declared war on the behemoths. These 2 cultivators wouldn't spare him. Can Li Chia handle both at the same time? A cultivator asked since the situation escalated. Li Chia is as frightening and heaven-defying as can be. But, it does look bad. Another answered. After all, these 2 men represented the apex of Sword Continent. By this point, it would be foolish to ever bet against Li Chia, but the odds were stacked against him. I actually think he has a chance, more or less, in a one-on-one fight. But both together? No one in our land can win. A big shot mused. Others nodded in agreement. Perfect. Li Chia stretched and accepted the invitation. He climbed up the palanquin and relaxed lazily. March. Su Yun knew what to do and commanded. The legion headed deeper into the sea region. 7 knights immortal, utterly incomparable. The beautiful members chanted again, truly a sight for sore eyes. The chants became louder and louder before the astounded audience. Normally, going against 2 overlords would make anyone nervous. In fact, their legs might tremble along the way. Alas, Li Chia's group showed no sign of fear. Most came from powerful sects, but they still weren't on the same level as the 2 behemoths. In any other scenario, they would be overwhelmed with fear instead of being able to shout ostentatiously in this manner. Today, Li Chia emboldened them and allowed them to march proudly against 2 great beings. This was indeed a glorious moment in their life. Not long ago, the crowd would find this distasteful and pompous. Now, they were impressed by the members' audacious courage. Chapter 42-26. Overlord's neutral cultivators also followed Li Chia's legion into the sea region. Some tagged right behind them and started chanting as well. 7 knights immortal, utterly incomparable. More and more people joined, so the shouting became louder. The shift in Li Chia's public image was consistent and positive. The young master who has nothing but money earned many friends and believers. In fact, some ancestors joined the group as well, albeit with reservation. They didn't chant as loud as the others. The remaining big shots exchanged glances, wondering if they should do the same thing. So there are 3 main forces right now? One big shot said, we have Sea Emperor and 9 Wheel, Li Chia's faction, then the rest. His group agreed with this statement. Since the alliance between Sea Emperor and 9 Wheel was virtually unstoppable, only Li Chia gave them hope. The only way to oppose the behemoths was to join Li Chia. Those who didn't want to join Li Chia couldn't join the alliance either. After all, the alliance most likely didn't care for them, nor did they need more cultivators. As time passed, the neutral group started losing members, many of whom decided to join Wuxia's faction. This trend forced the rest to join Wuxia, not wanting to be isolated. Eventually, nearly all the other great powers were on Wuxia's side. 7 knights immortal, utterly incomparable. This silly chant somehow gave them courage and made their blood boil with excitement. Once they got deep enough into the sea region, they were met by suffocating auras. The individual wave of energy made it impossible for them to move forward. This was akin to having an entire mountain range pressing down on their shoulders. This made them crouch down while heaving for air. This power, they naturally knew where these mighty auras were coming from, the 2 overlords. The legion finally stopped since the island was before them. On top were 2 legions, both had soaring banners. A few were gilded, meaning that the big shots of their sect were present. They saw ancestors with gray hair and monstrous aura. Though not all of the 6 sword gods and 5 ancient ancestors were here, just a few were enough to intimidate anyone. However, all of them stood behind 2 old men in order to show subservience. They had to be Wuxia Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra. Both were meditating, but they opened their eyes to gaze at the incoming legion. Everyone stared at them in awe. Some thought that seeing the duo made the trip worth it. The 5 overlords have reigned for many years, but not many actually saw them in person. Thus, this was a monumental event for many. They thought that their imaginations of these beings were rather wrong. Wuxia Venerable was a sea demon with a complicated bloodline. His long ears draped down to his shoulders. There was a widespread belief that those with long ears like this were destined for success. Wuxia Venerable was the manifestation of this belief. A simple robe covered his impressive stature. Though he was sitting down, others felt as if they needed to look up to see him, a being as majestic as a majestic mountain. There was no radiance and visual phenomena around him. Alas, everyone shuddered as he gazed at them. This alone immobilized them and left them helpless. As for Earthraiser Vajra, he was from the sacred spirit race. His frame was far smaller compared to Wuxia Venerable. His eyebrows were white like snow, long enough to extend down to his chest. This seemed to be a sign of longevity. Despite his humble size, no one could ignore him. He gave the impression of being a pillar capable of shouldering the sky itself. This was similar to the pressure emanated from Wuxia Venerable. Others simply felt inferior when in their presence. His robe was a faint yellow and had a simplistic regal style. He seemed to be attuned with nature, each action of his contained untold force. Both of them have purposely contained their aura and vitality in order to not affect others. Nonetheless, something innate about their very existence and cultivation suffocated those nearby. Chapter 42-27, Myriad Era. The chant stopped from Wuxia's legion after people saw the 2 overlords, beings existing only in whispers of reverence. Even the experts and ancestors who knew all of their exploits didn't dare to open their mouth. They were preoccupied with the experience of seeing the duo in person. Prior to this, some thought that these 2 would have incredible divinity and bright radiance. This didn't turn out to be the case. Nonetheless, the lack of visual spectacles didn't mean that they were weak. As they sat there meditating, the subdued rays of energy emanating from them still suffocated the spectators. This didn't apply to Wuxia. He only glanced at the 2 briefly before turning his attention towards the island. Everyone else gradually did the same. They noticed a boulder with a sword on top. Smoke was coming out of the boulder, seemingly sentient. They looked like lips licking the sword. The boulder had a black shade and a coarse surface, looking like sand grains. However, upon closer inspection, the grainy texture consisted of runes, not sand. These dark runes seemed to be coming from the depths of the world. The countless nature of the runes made the boulder resemble the ultimate runic originator. Tiny flames were embedded in the runic indentations. They released smoke and danced, seemingly licking the sword. This process left behind faint patterns on the blade. There was no order to them. Nonetheless, the grand picture was one of a Tao chapter. Those who recognized this sword would be shocked because it belonged to Daoist Peng. His heirloom had flown into Sword Ocean and pinned itself on the boulder. This boulder appeared harmless at first, same with the weak flames. This was a misconception because there were ashes of powerful treasures and weapons, even the remains of ancestors. It became obvious that the two behemoths have tried repeatedly to obtain the sword. Alas, this all ended in failure. Top ancestors and their weapons were reduced to ashes before being able to get close. My sword, Daoist Peng murmured but couldn't get closer. This was beyond his level. Eventually, people calmed down enough to talk. That has to be Myriad Era. They didn't know what Myriad Era looked like, but intuition told them this was it. Nothing else could motivate Vast Sea Paragon and Earthraiser Vajra to come here. It appeared that they couldn't get to the sword either, unable to handle the black flames from the boulder. What is that thing? Why is it so dreadful? One spectator asked. Myriad Era was right before them, one just needed to be strong enough to take it. Of course, this required being more capable than two overlords. Even if Nine Wheel and Sea Emperor didn't try to stop them, they wouldn't be able to get it either. The risk was simply too great. A moment later, many turned towards Li Chia, a man who could do the impossible. He became the most likely candidate to obtain Myriad Era. Can Li Chia do it? Everyone became excited about a potential miracle. We can't keep up with the young generation. Vast Sea Venerable commented while staring at Li Chia. That's just how it is, era changes and so do the people. If subsequent generations are inferior, then the world will fall into depravity. Thus, it's not too late for you to leave. Li Chia smiled. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing his domineering statement. No one else would dare to speak to two behemoths in this manner, telling them to leave. If these top existences were to listen to him, they would throw away their reputation and prestige. Their sects would lose their authority and reach as well. Always overbearing. A big shot commented. Others spoke with reverence when in front of these overlords, not daring to breathe loudly. Li Chia, on the other hand, never gave a second thought when speaking to anyone. Chapter 42-28, Earthslope Ancient Ancestor. The two overlords fell under the spotlight again. However, they remained calm since top existences like them have cultivated a steady temperament. You're quite confident, fellow Daoist. Earthraiser Vajra spoke, each word resonated like the sound of a bell in everyone's mind. I don't have that many virtues, confidence is an exception. Li Chia smiled. I see, no wonder why you have such great accomplishments, fellow Daoist. Vast Sea Venerable praised. The crowd started thinking, judging by their attitude, it didn't look like they wanted to fight Li Chia to the death. There seemed to be room for negotiation and mediation. They were surprised because the duo might actually yield to Li Chia. However, some didn't think so at all. The duo was the most powerful in Sword Continent, whether it be their personal cultivation or sex power. Many ancestors also knew that both were normally courteous, but once it was time to fight, they would never show mercy. Thus, it was hard to read their intent. Myriad Era lies before all of us. It pertains to the peace and prosperity of our continent. Further deliberation is essential. Vast Sea Venerable said, not showing his stance against Li Chia. Nonetheless, he was right about one thing. The appearance of this sword could cause a bloodbath. It had happened once before when the five overlords fought each other. We have tried before to no avail. Unfortunately, Brother War God has left this world and the kings have retired. The sword is back today and I'm afraid that you'll be disappointed if you wish to take it as your own. Earthraiser Vajra spoke. The crowd became emotional because this confirmed the rumors about the previous battle. Few had the privilege of watching it in person. The rest only knew about the devastating fight between the overlords. It ended with one death and two masters choosing to live in seclusion. Two of the three remaining overlords were now on the same side. It seemed impossible to take Myriad Era away from them. What is there to deliberate? It's simple, I'll take the sword and you all will go back home, everyone will be happy then. Li Qie waved dismissively as if he was swatting a fly. He was the only one who would dare to be this impatient and rude towards the duo. That depends on if you're capable enough. An old man behind the Vajra stepped forward. His wrinkles seemed to have wrinkles. He was of average height and slightly hunchbacked. The part that stuck out resembled a mountain of steel. Earthslope Ancient Ancestor. A top cultivator recognized him. People, especially the young ones, didn't recognize him based on his appearance. Nonetheless, they had heard of this title before. The leader of the 5 ancestors, he's just as famous as sword god Jeluan. An expert said. Earthslope seemed ready to take Li Qie down a notch. He might not be as strong as the Vajra but was still the second-ranked cultivator in 9 Wheel. Rumor has it that he was even older than the Vajra. Earthslope, if you wish to play, I'll entertain you. An old man with gray hair suddenly landed from above, looking quite impressive and mighty. Poplar Paragon. People knew who he was since he had shown himself during the treasure hunt. He was the strongest ancestor of Wooden Sword and had lived a reclusive life. However, he showed up again after the death of Pine Leaf Sword Lord. This was rather surprising because Wooden Sword had a good relationship with Sea Emperor recently, going as far as planning a marriage alliance. Now, it seemed that this plan had failed. Wooden Sword has chosen to stand with Li Qie. Long time no see, Brother Poplar. So be it, let us fight. Please give me pointers. Earthslope didn't waste time and rushed forward. He swiftly turned and used the hump on his back for an attack. It had a force similar to a steel mountain, capable of splitting the ocean. Though Poplar Paragon was the target, cultivators from 1,000 miles away were still sent flying. The weaker ones were reduced to blood. Fuck, get away. Frightened observers ran for their lives. This ancestor wasn't holding back at all, so collateral damage could be high. Good. Poplar unsheathed his sword, releasing the image of a towering sword tree. The branches moved forward and created a curtain of swords to stop the slam. Rumble. The shock waves from their fight ravaged the shore of the island. Can't be lazy anymore now. Jeluan spoke. Miss Lu Qi, must you stand in my way? He wanted to challenge Li Qie, but Lu Qi prevented him from doing so. She answered by unsheathing her sword and gathered power. Let's get started. Very well. Jeluan roared and delivered a vertical slash, once again forcing neutral spectators to run away while blinding them with its white radiance. So many masters here today, how interesting. Another ancient ancestor walked closer towards Li Qie, wanting to fight him. Chapter 42-29, Choice. Another ancient ancestor came forward, making it one each from the 2 behemoths. The one from Sea Emperor wore a strange outfit made of thousands of tiny feather-shaped swords of unknown material connected together. It exuded a chilling light and the individual piece seemed primed to shoot out and kill his opponent at a moment's notice. The one from Ninewell had a silver robe. His weapon of choice was a pair of golden cymbals. They weren't overly large, but when under his control, others thought that he could contain the entire world between them. The first ancestor spoke. I have heard of your heavenly methods before, fellow Daoist. Brother symbols, and I wish to broaden our horizon. Steel feather sword god and skyblotting symbols. A last-gen expert recognized them. One was a member of the 6 sword gods while the other was an ancient ancestor of 9 Wheel. They wished to challenge Li Qie together, signaling a change in Li Qie's status. Normally, they looked down on fighting juniors or weaker cultivators, let alone wanting to do a 2-on-1. There wasn't a single youth worthy of fighting the 2 of them together until now. It showed that both Sea Emperor and 9 Wheel were taking Li Qie extremely seriously. No one would want to be their target. Li Qie belongs to the top tier from today henceforth. One big shot said, this alone shows his power. This ignorant junior wishes to learn from the great ancient ancestors. Please give me pointers. Li Qie didn't respond since two others accepted the challenge instead. Nine Sun and Terra Sword Saint. Others became startled to see two middle-aged men stepping forward. The two sword saints wanted to fight the ancient ancestors in Li Qie's stead. They have made their choice regarding their allegiance. The crowd took a deep breath and shuddered. Nine Wheel and Sword Sea has formed a virtually unbeatable alliance on the continent. Moreover, they had their top ancestors here as well. As for Li Qie, Poplar Paragon was the first to join. Now, both saints have joined him as well. The saints represented Virtuous School and Sword Temple. These sects have chosen to oppose Nine Wheel and Sea Emperor with Li Qie. It became obvious that the political landscape of the continent was changing rapidly. A while ago, though Nine Wheel and Sea Emperor were the strongest, all the other sects had autonomy as well. This has been the case for eras and none interfered with each other. Thus, their alliance became a problem since it was too powerful and could break the existing structure. On the other hand, Li Qie was a rising star with several top sects on his side. Perhaps the continent would be divided into two spheres, the alliance and Li Qie's coalition. Therefore, many ancestors became nervous, wondering about their future path. Should they join Sea Emperor and Nine Wheel or Li Qie? In terms of power, the alliance was stronger. However, would they even accept them? It looks like old bones like us have nowhere to go. This isn't our generation any longer. Golden Symbol's ancestor laughed heartily. Ancient ancestor, you have already proven your worth. It is we who are overstepping our bounds. Nine Sun Sword Saint said. It is an honor to experience Sword Emperor's Tao. Shall we begin? Golden Symbols accepted. We'll try our best then. Nine Sun Sword Saint said respectfully, then channeled his energy. He raised his sword and summoned 9 rising suns, blinding the audience. Take this. Golden Symbols didn't hold back and threw out one symbol. It became massive and blotted out the sky. Its radiance was destructive as it tried to destroy the 9 suns. Go! The Sword Saint turned the suns into fire dragons soaring towards the symbol. This junior requests a duel with you, Sword God. Terra Sword Saint cupped his fist towards Steelfeather Sword God. The Terra Sword Tao has blessed the ages with its wisdom. Steelfeather praised while gazing at Terra. Thank you, but unfortunately, I have only learned the bare minimum. Terra appeared focused. Terra was one of the 2 main Sword Tao of Sword Temple. Because the Sword Saint cultivated this heavenly Tao, his title became Terra as well. Shall we? Steelfeather wasn't a man of many words and began right away. Clank. Thousands of swords manifested into reality and flew towards Terra. Terra raised his sword in front of his chest. It became resplendent as he activated the heavenly sword Tao. Flames appeared in the form of an earth vein, the heaviest type of defensive barrier. Rumble. 4 battlefields started at the same time. Frightening sword energies horrified the spectators. They would be reduced to blood if they were any closer. So strong. The youths were in awe. The prideful cultivators gasped after seeing this, realizing they were mere ants compared to actual masters. They're stopping the ancient ancestors for Li Qie. Are they trying to give him room to take on the overlords? A top cultivator speculated after seeing this. Chapter 4230, 10th. The battles raged violently across the region and robbed the Celestials of their light. Powerful treasures and unmatched merit laws were used perfectly by the combatants. The destruction caused by them disrupted the natural laws and orders. Spectators were smart enough to stay away from the shock waves since they had no chance of surviving. Only the powerful lords and ancestors remained relatively close. Clank. Suddenly, they heard a hymn coming from the horizon. Next came a burst of murderous and chilling energy. A sword descended with a man riding on top. His cold eyes scanned the area and made the crowd shudder. They felt sharp pains from invisible gales. Ninth? Why is he here? An expert shouted after recognizing him. This notorious character might not be the strongest but still instilled fear. He resembled the sharpest blade, always ready to cut. His sudden appearance caught the crowd off guard. Is he here to challenge Li Qie? Someone speculated. Others exchanged glances and found this quite likely. After all, there was an existing feud between the two back in the Tang's plain. Li Qie had defeated and chased him away. It would make sense for him to seek revenge today. Ninth? Even the ancestors from the two behemoths were surprised. They were mighty but still found this character frustrating. Ninth never adhered to conventions and pride. One needed to be powerful enough to kill him right away, or he would always be a source of headache. As he perused the area, he had a look of indifference as if none of this had anything to do with him. This applied even when he stared at the two overlords, even Li Qie. He treated them as if they were thin air despite their power. He harbored no special feeling or bloodlust towards Li Qie either, not holding a grudge from the previous defeat. His focus eventually stopped on an ancient ancestor standing behind Vast Sea Venerable. The ancestor wore a tight robe while being awfully skinny, looking like a pole. His face was paper-thin, the cheeks looked as if they had been flayed. He had an austere expression with the occasional flashes in his eyes, similar to a leopard hiding in the darkness, always ready to lunge at any prey. Thus, the crowd found him quite intimidating, even more so than sword god Jeluan. The latter certainly had an oppressive aura, but this ancestor resembled a deadly blade. Triune sword god, I challenge you. Ninth pointed his sword for a challenge. He's challenging Triune sword god? Everyone found this surprising since they assumed Li Qie was his target. Don't tell me Ninth is on Li Qie's side too. Another expert found this hard to believe. After all, members from Sword God's sacred ground have always been neutral. They always did whatever they wanted and never picked a side. I don't think he's on Li Qie's side. He simply got stronger. An ancestor said seriously. The intimidating sword god stepped forward and accepted the challenge. Very well, it has been a while since the last worthy opponent. Triune sword god is a terrifying character. He never needed more than 3 attacks to kill an opponent. Brutality is his theme. Who knows how many top cultivators have been killed by him? An ancestor murmured, aware of the sword god's notorious deeds including sect destruction. Back in his era, some rather antagonized Jeluan or Earthslope despite them being stronger than Triune. The former two could be reasoned with, not Triune. You shall die to my blade today, Ninth. Triune grabbed his hilt and exuded a bone-piercing bloodthirst. 10th. Ninth coldly uttered, revealing his new title to everyone. 10th. Listeners trembled after hearing this. He learned the 10th/ already? But this is way too soon. A last-gen member became emotional. Ninth's cultivation improvement was astonishing. When he was 9th, his targets were the 6 sect masters and 6 kings. He then killed 2 of them. Now, they were no longer strong enough to be his targets. It was time for him to challenge the ancient ancestors. I knew it. An ancestor guessed correctly from the start. Obtaining the next technique was a significant leap for 10th. This meant finding more worthy foes as well. He's so close to the overlords then. One expert said. I'm afraid so. One king spoke austerely. If 10th could take another step, his next targets should be the 5 overlords. Then he would be able to take up the mantle, potentially earning the overlord title. A big shot mused. The group exchanged glances and didn't deny this possibility. After all, the classification was outdated at this point. One was dead while another had retired. Once 11th showed up, the era of the 5 overlords would be over. Chapter 42-31, 10th's battle. The 9th/ was known as Skyless. What about the 10th? Many wanted to see it in person today. After all, this slash rarely showed up in history. This was absolutely worth waiting for. Very well, 10th. Take this. Triune didn't waste time and immediately swung his blade. Murderous energy engulfed the air like a tsunami. The crowd felt their skin being pierced by thousands of needles and cried out in pain. A red hue took over the sky since the sword god became radiant. People could smell a thick stench of blood and the laments of millions of beings. Perhaps this was the number of victims to the same attack in the past. They were trapped in his blade and could never reincarnate. This first attack showed that Triune's notoriety was well-deserved. How many people have been killed by him? An expert said with fear. People thought that he was indeed frightening, just like the legends. No wonder why others would prefer to offend the other ancient ancestors instead of him. Perish. 10th calmly unleashed a horizontal slash, decapitating everything in its path. The 7th slash, godless. Spectators roared after seeing this. 10th started with the 7th slash, a testament to how serious he was taking this fight. Both of them were merciless killers and didn't hold back in the slightest. Murderous energies engulfed the sky. The world shook violently as waterfalls of energy shot everywhere. It was as if they were trying to destroy the realm. Again. Triune slashed again, wanting to drown 10th with overwhelming power. Space was being crushed into smithereens. Earthless. 10th roared. He seemed to be in high morale as he directly stopped the slash. It became obvious that 10th has grown strong enough to contend against the ancient ancestors. Meanwhile, the other fights were reaching the climax as well. Boom! Earthslope Ancestor and Poplar Paragon fought at the bottom of the sea. The water around them had evaporated. On the other side, Lu Qi fought evenly against Sword God Jialuan. A curtain of sword rays surrounded them and stopped anyone else from coming closer. Terra Sword Saint and Steelfeather Sword God took it upward. They looked like immortals soaring in the air and unleashing their sword techniques, truly a beautiful scene. As for Nine Sun Sword Saint and Golden Symbol's Ancestor, this was a contest of pure strength. The Sword Saint's 9 suns pushed upward against the suppressive symbols. Spectators had a hard time keeping up with the multiple battlegrounds and became dizzy. It seemed that these fights wouldn't end in a short time since the combatants were evenly matched. In this crucial moment, Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra suddenly stood up. Boom! Their auras swept through the 9 firmaments and could crush everything like dried branches. Numerous spectators fell to the ground, unable to get up. The overlords are joining. They shouted in horror. In reality, they had only activated their auras and didn't attack. Even the ancient ancestors and their opponents were affected, slowing down as a result. They leaped backward and quit fighting. The area quieted down right away. Fellow Daoist Li, there is no point in them fighting, you're the one who wants the sword. Vast Sea Venerable said. Sword God Jialuan and his allies returned to their position. Terra Sword Saint and the others couldn't give chase and stopped as well. Most had a hard time breathing normally due to the pressure emanating from the 2 overlords. Some kept their head lowered, not daring to look straight at them. Seeing so many old friends should be a joyous moment. Unfortunately, it seems like we have to fight. Earthraiser Vajra said. Seems so. Li Chia chuckled. The crowd listened with full attention, thinking that Li Chia was ready to challenge the 2 overlords alone. Our old bones can't handle another fight, it would be best if we stop here. Vast Sea Venerable said. That's fine, you all just need to leave. Li Chia replied. The members of the 2 behemoths glared at Li Chia. Backing down was too humiliating, akin to a stray dog without a master. You insist on being imperious, fellow Daoist. I don't think it'll go as you wish. Earthraiser Vajra replied. Some refuse to give up before seeing the coffin, this makes fighting inevitable. Li Chia retorted. You're leaving us no choice. Vast Sea Venerable's tone became serious. Listeners thought that the fight was finally about to begin. Even the Venerable was dropping his polite tone. "Brother Vast Sea, I'll be your sparring partner instead." A different person interjected. An old man in gray appeared behind Wuxia. He wore a round hat with a veil in front on top of using a stealth technique to hide his appearance, rendering heavenly gazes useless. Chapter 42-32, Aji's identity. The old man was rather conspicuous. No one would give him a second glance. It was surprising to see him stepping up to challenge Vast Sea Venerable. Though the 5 overlords never had an internal ranking, many speculated that the strongest was either War God or the Venerable. Either way, he was not one to be trifled with. Even Terra and Nine Sun Sword Saint were not qualified to challenge him, let alone an unknown cultivator. Thus, the crowd thought that this old man was courting death. Where did he get the confidence to challenge the Venerable? Wuxia has so many followers, this guy even dares to challenge Vast Sea Venerable. An expert murmured. The old man was none other than the mysterious Aji. The Venerable showed no sign of anger and became sentimental instead. "Brother Hallowed, you must join this mess as well?" Hallowed City has always been neutral and uninvolved in the past. This revelation stunned the crowd. "Ah, can't hide it from you, Brother Vast Sea," Aji said and took off his hat, revealing his true appearance. Aji had a young face despite his gray hair, looking both friendly and mysterious. Others found him to be extraordinary right away. This was a stark contrast to his form earlier. "Hallowed City Lord," spectators murmured. They regained their wits and started talking among themselves. Hallowed City was one of the strongest lineages in Sword Continent. Its lord was renowned and mighty as well. He was considered the strongest when not counting the 5 overlords. No one refuted this, not even the overlords. Other ancient ancestors have been praised in a similar manner before, such as Sword God Jialuan or Poplar Paragon. However, all of them seemed to be missing a little something compared to Hallowed City Lord. God damn, Crimson Death Monarch and his allies were astounded. They had been taught by Aji previously. They knew that the guy was extremely strong, just not his actual ceiling. Who would have thought that they were hanging out with the Lord of Hallowed? It became obvious why Aji's teaching was so effective. They were learning from a true master. "We're so lucky," one of them said, never expecting such luck before. Normally, characters like them didn't have the luck to be in the City Lord's presence. Now, they were actually taught by him thanks to Wuxia. Why would Hallowed City Lord work for Wuxia? Someone calmed down and brought up this point. "You're right, what happened between them?" Others had no answer. Hallowed City Lord was not a man who needed money. "I'm afraid this isn't the right occasion for you to join the fun." Earthraiser Vidra said, "It's against your city's creed for you to be the Tao protector of fellow Taoistly." Listeners exchanged glances right away. "Ah, so is Hallowed City Lord acting as Wuxia's Tao protector? Does he want to become a Tao Lord?" One expert asked. This was the only explanation for the Lord to be around Wuxia. One should venture out and experience many things in life. The City Lord smiled and said, "Of course, Sword Continent will be in a better state if you two would be kind enough to yield. Brother Hallowed, this is a serious issue. The existence of this sword can start a war after one wrong move." Vast Sea responded. This wasn't incorrect, since if the matter of Myriad Era didn't have a satisfactory conclusion here, it might actually start a bloody competition. "That's too early to say, but your sect already has 2 heavenly swords. Is there a need to get a third?" Hallowed answered. The 2 overlords exchanged glances, aware that Hallowed City Lord wasn't going to back down. "Your sword Tao is flawless, but I don't think you alone can make decisions here," Vast Sea Venerable said. "Then count me in. Being able to fight an overlord is the blessing of a lifetime." Tai Jian appeared next to the City Lord, his voice was rather charismatic. "Another?" This was a surprising development for the crowd. He has to be another big shot, right? One of them asked. I don't recognize him, I have no idea who he is. Someone nearby shook her head. This was the case for the mass. They simply didn't know who Tai Jian was. Young ancestor. The sect master of Daoist sword ground actually recognized him and bowed deeply. An ancestor? Others became startled. I left the sword ground years ago, I'm not a member of your sect. Tai Jian's attitude was rather strange. Ling Jian's mouth opened but no words came out. He eventually let out a sigh and kept quiet. I remember the day vividly when I visited the sword ground. You were only 18 yet still sparred with War God. The Vajra spoke. He said that your cultivation would certainly surpass him in the future. Listeners couldn't believe it. This guy fought against War God when he was only 18? I've let first brother down, my cultivation is not a match for his. Tai Jian took a deep breath and said. Though you left the sword ground, he still gave you his legacy before death. Vastsi added. What? Some gasped and became emotional. War God chose to leave his legacy to someone who had left the sect. Just how much hope did he place in Tai Jian? Ling Jian himself knew very little about Tai Jian, only that the guy was the most talented during that era, not War God. Keep in mind that War God was a supreme genius back then, yet Tai Jian was still one level higher. 1. Ji is the first character in Hallowed. Chapter 42-33, challenging Vastsi Venerable. The bright star of the sword ground, Tai Jian, suddenly decided to leave one day. The reason remained unknown even for the sect members, let alone outsiders. Ling Jian didn't know the reason why either and only heard speculations from the seniors and ancestors. One stated that he didn't share the same ideology as War God or the sect back then. War and battle were essential to their creed once. However, after the initial decline, they undertook a more passive and isolating approach. On the other hand, Tai Jian wanted to stick to their principles, resulting in conflicts between him and the upper echelon. Another rumor took it in a different direction, that he left with heavy responsibilities. This was supported by the fact that he left with other sect members, not alone. Keep in mind that when cultivators leave their sect, their cultivation and what they've learned would be taken away. This wasn't the case here. In other words, the purpose of his departure might be to leave behind seeds for the sword ground. After all, the warlike history of the sect had created numerous enemies that would love to kick them while they were down. Thus, this served as a plan for the worst-case scenario. In the event of destruction for the sword ground, at least Tai Jian and his men would still be alive to carry on the torch. Regardless of the reason, Tai Jian never showed up again after leaving. The world forgot about this great genius. No sign of him was left in the sword ground either, no plaque or memorial tablet. Therefore, his appearance surprised everyone, including Sect Master Ling Jian. Are we going to finally see the overlords in action? One spectator said softly. Fellow Taoists, you too are respected masters in our continent. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you still won't be able to change the tides today. Vastsi Venerable shook his head. Though the words were casual, they still encompassed his confidence in winning against Tai Jian and Hallowed City Lord. The overlords are still one level higher. A high elder sentimentally commented. Tai Jian might have obtained the legacy of War God and Hallowed City Lord was a renowned master. Alas, they were still viewed as the underdogs. Men are stubborn at heart. Tai Jian said, hope is always there until the very last second. With that, he unsheathed his sword. Clank. His sword caused the other blades nearby to resonate and vibrate. It exuded light waves. They weren't overly bright, but once others were illuminated, they felt their battle spirit surging. Dying in battle felt just fine in this moment. Runes manifested into reality along with loud explosions. One could hear war horns before the final battle. War God Heavenly Sword. Even Earthraiser Vajra was shocked to see this sword. Ling Jian couldn't believe it, everyone else felt the same way. War God is back. He shouted, not expecting to see the sword in his lifetime. Congratulations to you and your sect, fellow Daoist. The heavenly sword has returned. The Venerable stared at the sword and said. So the rumors were true, the sword ground really lost it before. An expert in the crowd brought this up. Daoist sword ground once dominated the world after obtaining the heavenly sword and its Dao. Though some of its future disciples made incredible progress with this Dao, the sword stopped appearing in public. Therefore, some outsiders believed that they had lost the sword during the era of Sword God, not that their later gen disciples couldn't control it. The sword ground never confirmed nor denied this rumor. Only the upper echelon of the sect knew the truth. For example, Ling Jian. He was aware that the sword has been missing for millions of years. Their elites for generations have searched for it. This might also be the reason why Tai Jian left the sect. Who would have thought that he would actually find it? In reality, Li Qia gifted him the sword after obtaining it from Black Tides. Thank you. Tai Jian calmly responded, I shall continue my first brother's battle today. Others exchanged glances after hearing this. It was said that the battle between the overlords was the reason for War God's death. Was Tai Jian talking about avenging his senior brother? If you think War God's death has anything to do with that battle, it's best to forget about vengeance. I fought War God, so did Senior Sanqian. But I'm ready for retribution if you insist. The Venerable said. What? The crowd gasped after hearing this. The legendary Dao Sanqian was there too. Someone blurted. 8 Desolaces aren't connected, how did Dao Sanqian get there? One youth asked. That only applies to other people, not Dao Sanqian. A big shot turned pale while talking about this legendary figure. Though Dao Sanqian was from Sky Border, everyone in Sword Continent was still afraid of him. Good. Tai Jian accepted. Then we don't need to waste more words. The Venerable said, my incapable self would like to witness your peerless sword techniques. Would you two come together or one at a time? That's an overlord for you. A spectating big shot said. The calmness in his voice didn't stop the words from slamming into the listener's heart. He had absolute confidence in his power and was ready to fight alone. His 2 potential opponents glanced at each other. Hallowed City Lord then spoke, you have created the unstoppable torrential rain blade while we merely follow the paths of the wise sages, and are doing a mediocre job at that. Thus, we'll learn from you together. They knew that the chance of winning alone was rather low. It wasn't the time to care about their personal reputation. This had nothing to do with supporting Li Qia either. After reaching this level, they wanted to test themselves against an overlord. Since Brother Vast Sea will be preoccupied, would you like to spar, fellow Daoist Li? Earthraiser Vajra stepped forward and challenged Li Qia. It was obvious that killing Li Qi would put an end to all resistance. No other sects and cultivators would dare to challenge them for myriad era afterward. The crowd's attention returned to Li Qia, wondering if he would accept a challenge from an overlord. They certainly wouldn't. Chapter 42-34, Everlasting Sword God Li Qia showed no emotional fluctuation in this tough scenario. An overlord was no different than a random passerby in his eyes. Earthraiser, it's not time for you to challenge young nobly since we have a score to settle. A pleasant voice answered before Li Qia, successfully captivating the crowd. Though they haven't seen the lady, that voice alone penetrated their heart. After the initial shock, the big shots calmed down and thought about this newcomer. Only a few beings were qualified to address the Vajra by his title directly. A woman landed from the sky right in front of Earthraiser Vajra. She wore a simple white dress and didn't have any makeup on. Despite the dress' simplistic style, it was clearly made by a master artisan, a perfect fit. She wasn't gorgeous nor did she have a powerful aura. However, her complexion was healthy and vibrant. Her temperament was noble and elegant, completely unpretentious. She seemed as free as the clouds in the sky, able to do whatever she wanted. The vast world couldn't contain or shackle her. In spite of her ordinary appearance, people couldn't help staring for a long time. They appreciated her just as much as a kingdom-toppling beauty. She was an immaculate piece of art crafted by nature itself. No one expected the newcomer to be an ordinary-looking woman since she spoke without honorifics. Everlasting Sword God. An old ruler shouted in astonishment after seeing her. She's Everlasting Sword God? The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. I thought Everlasting Sword God was a man. One of them stammered. You thought wrong. A senior glared at him. Most subconsciously assumed that the 5 overlords consisted of 5 unbeatable ancestors. In this case, she was still relatively young. Putting her sex aside, they were also surprised by her lack of divinity and pressure. Everlasting Sword God was known to be an invincible sword user. However, she didn't appear this way. Lu Qi and the others bowed towards Everlasting Sword God. We meet again, young noble. She, on the other hand, bowed gracefully towards Li Qia. He smiled and slightly nodded. This only served to further confuse the crowd. A while ago, many guessed that Li Qia was from Sword Temple, potentially being her successor. This was obviously not the case now. Everlasting Sword God was none other than Shi Yu, who had met Li Qia back on Crimson Island. Long time no see, Miss Shi Yu. Both Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra greeted her. Indeed, it is time for debt to be paid. She replied with conviction. Outsiders exchanged glances. The feuds between the 5 overlords weren't public knowledge, so they became interested after hearing her. Competition and strife during the path towards the Grand Tao are inevitable. We all tried to obtain Myriad Era back then, it wasn't personal. The Vajra said. Indeed, it should have been a competition based on skills and virtues. However, I'm sure you two know more than anyone how Dao Sanqian got involved. She retorted. More information about the previous battle made the crowd shudder. Its outcome was revealed recently: War God's death, Sun and Moon Lords leaving the cultivation world. Only 3 remained. It turned out that others have joined this competition. Dao Sanqian was named to be one of them. This was now confirmed by Everlasting Sword God. 8 Desolaces were isolated in the absence of a Dao Lord. However, Dao Sanqian still extended his reach to Sword Continent. What was the secret behind this? Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra's expression changed, looking rather awkward as they smiled wryly. Many realized that perhaps this alliance was forged long ago. Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra most likely teamed up during the previous war and had the upper hand. The others might not have lost because they were weaker. There were other factors, one being Dao Sanqian. Unexpected things happened back then. Earthraiser coughed. I'm sure you two expected all of them. Everlasting Sword God disagreed. It is in the past now, Miss Shi Yu, but if you want revenge, we are ready. The Venerable was more direct. He seemed eager to drop this conversation, not wanting the truths to come out. So be it. Everlasting Sword God was straightforward as well. Are you intending on fighting both of us? Earthraiser Vajra narrowed his eyes. Looks like you have understood the mysteries of everlasting. Your cultivation has taken another step forward, how commendable. The Venerable gazed and tried to read her. I can't compare to you, Venerable. You created torrential rain on top of knowing abyss and vast sea. She said. Torrential rain is no match for everlasting sword art. He humbly responded. We will find out today. Her gaze fixated on him, clearly intending on stealing Tai Jian and Hallowed City Lord's opponent. My old bones have been stagnating for years now. His eyes turned cold. I wonder how I'll do against your sword art. Clank. Shi Yu unsheathed everlasting. Her aura immediately changed afterward. It had a clear glow as if time was floating around it. 1 inch of the blade contained millions and millions of years. Both the sword and its Tao were created by Sword Queen. Some believe that they were extremely close to reaching the level of Myriad Era and its Tao. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.